wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of all hearts, of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable Senate for Friday, 28th day. I know, Miss Curtis. The 26th day. This Honourable Senate for Friday, March 26th, 2020, is hereby called to order. There is a note concerning Senator Floyd Morris, but I'll deal with that when he's here. And before we begin the business of the day, we take notice of the hospitalization of former Prime Minister, former Senator Bruce Golding, and we ask that Senator Campbell Senator Golding conveys to himself and the family the best wishes of the Senate at this time of his illness. So we take note of that. And we also welcome Senator Rodriguez Campbell and Senator Bram, who had their own challenges with this COVID virus. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following: Ministry Paper number 17 of 2021, an annual report of the Management Institute of National Development for the year 2017-2018. Ministry Paper number 18 of 2021 entitled The Revenue Measures for the Financial Year 2021-2022. Ministry Paper number 19 of 2021, an annual report of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority for the year 2016-2017. The Government of Jamaica Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the year 2021-2022 and 2024-2025. Jamaica Public Bodies Estimates and Expenditure for the year ending for the financial year ending 2022. Estimates of expenditure for 2021-2022 for the year ending March 31st, 2022. Public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure 2021-2022 for the year ending 31st March 2022. Tax expenditure statement 2021. Revenue estimates 2021-2022 for the financial year ending 31st of March 2022. the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the year 2021-2022, Annual Report of the Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation for the year 2019-2020, Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the National Road Operating and Construction Company Limited for the year 2018-2019, Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Montego Bay Free Zone Company Limited for the year 2018-2019, Annual Report of the Bank of Jamaica for the year ending December 31, 2020, the Auditor General's Report on the examination of the Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2021-2022, the Airport Economic Regulation Expansion Fund, Sangster International Airport Amendment Regulations 2021 and its resolution. Annual Report of the Tourism Product Development Company Limited for the year 2016-2017, the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions 2018, Certified Appropriation Account, Head 4500, Ministry of Youth and Culture for the year 2015-2016, Head 4600, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport 2015-2016, Head 4600B, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport for the year 2015-2016, and Head 100 is Excellency the Governor General and Staff for the year 2014-2015.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before I move to the next item, I just bring to the attention of the Senate that the members of the New Providence School are in fact, by way of an assignment, joining us today by virtue of the technology. So we welcome to the members of the New Providence School, welcome you to the Senate sitting this morning. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honourable Senate, I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 23rd day of March 2021, the following bills were passed in the House of Representatives. 1. A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament and for connected matters therewith and related thereto. And 2. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Disaster Risk Management Act in order to adequately implement and address measures to combat various calamitous events, including a pandemic, and for connected matters. Signed, Marisa Dalrymple Philibert, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the first mentioned bill. A bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2021, read a first time. Mr. President, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2021.
Thank you, Minister Hilson.
Yes, Mr. President, I also signify my willingness to take charge of the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Disaster Risk Management Act. And
A bill shortly entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I also beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through its concluding stages.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the Senate, motions for leave to introduce bills, the presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained, public business. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As has been indicated, Mr. President, we are intending to take two very important matters on the agenda today, so our work is cut out for us. It is intended to take the bills in the order which they have been read a second time, and it is indeed, may I say, Mr. President, a pleasure to be back here, and of course to welcome our colleagues back who have had their brush with the virus that has been so impacting our lives across the island of Jamaica. Mr. President, with that, I wish to invite Senator Hill to take us through the first item on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Leader. Senator Minister Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have, as a country, been experiencing significant difficulties which have turned out to be a twin-headed set of challenges in the form of the COVID-19 pandemic, which bred a significant other problem, a continuing economic set of problems that have really been challenging the country. But in spite of these, Mr. President, the government seeks and has been managing and finding ways to make sure that we do not get so degraded that we cannot, when this thing is over, recover stronger. In fact, everything is being done to make sure we recover stronger and better, and we hope as quickly as we possibly can, given the COVID pandemic. That COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. President, was confirmed to have arrived on our shores on the afternoon of the last year's budget presentation. That was on March 10, 2020. We have since had to absorb the economic impact and respond to the crisis. We sought to maintain the historically elusive macroeconomic stability to which the Jamaican people have sacrificed so much, provide a social, economic, and social support to household, to people and businesses, and also to finance the quite expensive but critically important health response. March of last year, the day of the first COVID case in Jamaica was then March 10th, we launched effectively a three-pronged $25 billion stimulus protection program. And it had three pillars, and they're like this. First, there was that 1.5 reduction in GCT. And you will remember, Mr. President, it's like the now famous 1.5 million tax reduction that we offered the Jamaican people in 2016. We came back last year with a reduction of 1.5% on GCT, dropping it to 15%. In the middle of the crisis, Mr. President, we engaged in a counter-cyclical action of reducing taxes. You're going to hear a lot more about that because for the past 5 years, all we have done effectively is reduce taxes. Second, the implementation of an MSME tax credit that reduced the tax bill of micro, small and medium-sized businesses, returning $1 billion to them at a time when they desperately needed it. And it's good time to remind the country that we love big companies in this country. I manage one of them. My colleague Senator Don Webby is president and CEO of another big company. But he and I and many others recognize that the economic growth, the growth in jobs, come from MSMEs, and we have taken the budgetary position of pumping $1 billion into that aspect of our activities to make sure that at this time of difficulty, they are allowed to remain buoyant and to survive. The third prong of that, a three-prong effort, is a $10 billion fiscal contingency, which was later used to seed the CARE program and the health response, to which additional funds were later added. This is what the Andrew Holness administration does. We leave people with the money they earn because we deeply believe that people who earn their money can spend it better than any government, even this one. The CARE program, which you know about, the government of Jamaica responded with a $20 billion. $20 billion. We've heard that figure before, maybe it was 21. With a $20 billion CARE program, which quickly became the largest social program in Jamaica's history. Now we know lots of people talk about social program and what has happened. But CARE took care of that in a time of pandemic. Jamaica was the first in the Caribbean region and one of the first in the world to launch a fiscal response to the COVID-19 pandemic problem. Now we know that other countries, which we admire and some aspire to go to, launch huge trillion-dollar bills to help their economies recover. But as good as they are and as big as they are, we were first, sort of like Bolt. We're out of the gate long before them. Over 400,000 Jamaicans were able to benefit from one of a number of the CARE grants that we gave through CARE in a digital portal. Now, that was in itself challenging, and I know you're going to say it was challenging, but boy, after a while, we got on top of it, and the people got their money, and some places that have even better resources than us, the people still don't get some of the money. Jamaica in Jamaica, we made sure our care packages got to people. Who is the president? Mr. President, the government of Jamaica allocated more than $8 billion at the beginning. That number has gone up. But at the beginning, when this thing hit us, and because of the good policies that we had, and we were able to have in our kitty about $90 billion when the storm of COVID arrived. We were sheltered by that result of good policy, and out of that, we gave immediately $8 billion to the Ministry of Health in response to COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to other budgetary expenditures. The government lowered mortgage rates on NHT facilities, gave deferrals on loan principals and interest for those with student loans to alleviate pressures caused by the pandemic. The government has allocated $1.85 billion for digital devices when it became clear that school would not resume in person. So over 122,000 devices, then growing now still, have so far been distributed. In addition, the government of Jamaica provided $1 billion of support to our farmers and fishermen, people who don't normally get considered in these things. Farmers in St. Elizabeth, in St. Mary, in St. Thomas, in St. Catherine, having difficulties, were given not a promise, Mr. President, but real money adding up to $1 billion at a time when it was difficult. The Andrew Holness administration take many financial steps to look after the Jamaican people, especially the needy ones, including the farmers and the nurses and the taximen. We'll tell you more about that later on. Along with 100 other countries around the world, we applied access to the IMF's Rapid Fund Facility and were approved for the maximum amount of 100% of our quota of $500 million in a matter of weeks. Now, I want to stress that. 100% of our quota. There's a reason why it was done so easily and so quickly, because of all the work that, fair is fair, both administrations from 2012 put together, and we carried through. We committed while we were in opposition every single time in those IMF meetings. The commitment was renewed, and we carried it forward, and both administrations prepared the way so that we could have this good working relationship with the IMF to get our $500 million full quota one time in a few weeks to use at a time when it was most needed. Due to the fiscal deviation caused by the crisis, which was in excess of 4% of GDP in magnitude, with the support of the opposition, we suspended our fiscal rules, which enabled us to run a fiscal deficit of 3.5% of GDP, as opposed to the pre-pandemic target of this administration of a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. So we moved from a planned surplus above GDP to what we had to do. There was no other alternative but to take a deficit of 3.5% to make sure that we could survive and manage during a time of great difficulty. The central bank came in with great support. The Bank of Jamaica stepped in with unprecedented liquidity support to financial institutions, pumping more than $50 billion into financial markets. So when you have a crisis like this, and people will remember, those who follow these things, that when we had the financial meltdown, the subprime meltdown, and back in 2008, immediately the Fed coordinated with the Bank of Japan and others around the world to pump in, I remember the figure very well, $88 billion overnight. When your financial system is in trouble, you make it liquid so people do not feel that there is no money available. Our central bank made $50 billion available to the financial institutions so the banks wouldn't have to feel that they weren't able to manage, and people who had their money in banks didn't have to feel that they will not get their money. We say thanks to them. This is a government, Mr. President, and the BOJ policy which directly lends hundreds of thousands of Jamaican dollars to ordinary people so that they can manage their loans and mortgages. Many people have mortgages and have had mortgage holidays from repayment. That is a direct result of government policy and government money, rather, BOJ money, Jamaican money, through the BOJ to financial institutions, so those who have mortgages and have had holidays, the government was right there with you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, rather, at a time of difficulty, many would say, where are we going to get investments? Well, we don't stop looking for investments. Watch that space. You have been watching social media. If I were you, I'd be quiet. So you stay right there. Mr. President, we will be seeking to operationalize. We will be seeking, Mr. President, to operationalize the large-scale projects and pioneer industry incentive framework with amendments to the Act and passage of the relevant regulations that are necessary to the Act to serve the purpose of attracting large-scale investment. Now, Mr. President, I can tell you that for a couple of years now, I have been dealing with the Ministry of Finance to get this through. I am so pleased, and I'm giving public credit to Minister Nigel Clark, Dr. Clark, to make sure he's moving this. That was passed by another administration in 2014. Now moving it to make sure we operationalize it so that people who want to invest will come in and invest. And there are many investors waiting, Mr. President. But we want to make sure, as we have been doing since we formed government in 2016, that ideally the inducements that investors are looking for are available to attract these large-scale and pioneering investments, but must be rules-based. What does that mean? It means that we make the rules clear and transparent for everybody. So if House Leader of the opposition business on the other side, Senator Bunting wants to invest, and Senator Ransford Braham wants to invest, both of them know what the rules are. If Senator Lambert wants to invest and some other person wants to invest, they all know what the rules are. So that Senator Lambert Brown doesn't get any particular benefit over somebody from my wonderful parish of St. Elizabeth who may not have nearly as much money as you do. The rules are the same. The rules are the same. So not only are the rules based, Mr. President, they must also be available and open equally to all, and all who can meet the criteria will benefit. And they must be measurable and must be transparent. So the LPPI legislation, the large-scale Projects and Pioneering Industry Act, is almost a reality, and with the eventual passage of the amended Large-Scale and Pioneer Industry Act, Jamaica will attract large-scale investments, and Jamaica will recover stronger and better. We're looking at repealing and replacing the Customs Act. Ours is an open economy that depends heavily on the trade of goods and services. A vast majority of economic activity in Jamaica has some nexus with an airport or a cargo terminal or a cruise port. As a result, trade in goods and services represents in excess of 70% of GDP. Therefore, our Customs Act is vital. Mr. President, the Act to repeal and replace the Customs Act tabled by this government is critical to economic recovery and recovering stronger as we expect to be. The bill benefited from extensive consultation prior to tabling, and as a member of the Joint Select Committee for this bill, I hope for efficient and good deliberations in the JSE that will inform the necessary changes in the bill. With the eventual passage of the Act to repeal and replace the Customs Act, Jamaica will recover even stronger. But, Mr. President, we do face, and we have faced, and will face some more fiscal pressures. Our usual expenses remain with us as COVID-19 expenditures added to the pressure. Because of COVID-19, our healthcare costs have increased significantly. More drugs have to be acquired, more are required, more personnel protective equipment is necessary, more employees have been added, including more community health aides. In addition, increased hours and utilization of clinics and hospitals lead to an increased usage of security canteen, cleaning, and other services. Mr. President, in the health services, more of everything has been required. That's the effect of the pandemic on our society. Complicating matters even more, traditional sources of revenues for public bodies, particularly associated with tourism, have been affected, and we have to support these public bodies that provide critical services from the coffers of the central government, which is the Consolidated Fund. Mr. President, Passport, Immigration and Citizens Agency, PICA as we know it, normally sustains the operations on the basis of fees related to passports and international travel. Travel, as we all know, has been drastically reduced, decimated, and so their revenues are so dramatically cut that even PICA has to rely on the coffers of the central government, which is very unusual. The revenues from the Duns River attraction, those are gone. The National Water Commission, large customers at hotels, those are gone, so revenues are down. You've heard it, the NWC trying its best to collect receivables from people who are having sometimes difficulties, and some who have been other than having difficulties but are now asked to pay. In this process, inclusive of this quarter ending March 31, 21, the PIOJ estimates a 10% contraction in the economy. We are anticipating at least 5 consecutive quarters of economic decline, and in spite of this, this administration has been finding ways to make sure we manage through a difficult time. We have to see the environment for what it is. We are in the midst of a brutally dangerous economic crisis brought on by an equally crippling pandemic, and the wrong policy choices could prolong and deepen its effects. We're making sure, Mr. President, that we avoid those wrong policy choices. The positive side, though, where positives do exist in a climate of COVID-19 pandemic, the path out of this crisis is clearly a very narrow one. We have to prioritize specifically and narrowly. We cannot do everything. We have to do what we can do that is necessary. We have to be strategic in the time of a crisis. In the time of a crisis, you focus narrowly. I've seen it during various financial crises that I've had to focus on as a manager of a bank. And when that happens, much of the frill that you have at big corporate parties and the rest, those go. You focus on making sure that, like a laser beam, Senator Bunting, you know the story, you focus on getting those revenues, cutting your costs, you focus on making sure that we keep the ship aligned, because these are difficult times. So let's look at the numbers. For the fiscal year 21-22, the central government plans to spend a total of $830.8 billion, comprised of the following: non-debt expenditure, which is really recurrent expenditure, and then capital expenditure. The non-debt expenditure is going to be $541.3 billion. That non-debt expenditure is broken down into $487.1 billion for normal recurrent expenditure and another $54.2 billion for capital expenditure, a very high capital spend. We will talk about that in a bit. Yes, it's the highest. In fact, I can say it now because I'll repeat it. It's the highest capital expenditure spend in the budgetary history of Jamaica in a pandemic year. So we're doing it in a pandemic year. Because this is the worst pandemic we have had in 100 years. Mr. President, it's as if some people are not in the real world. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that the COVID-19 pandemic is the worst that the world and Jamaica has had in 100 years. So the program central government expenditure for non-debt is, as I said, $541.3 billion. It reflects an increase of $23 billion, and therefore, in turn, the recurrent expenditure is comprised of expenditure for the compensation of public sector employees as well as recurrent program expenditure. The compensation of employees is very important. So compensation that amount to $239.2 billion, or 49.1% of the current expenditure budget, is inclusive of $7.7 billion towards the expected adjustment in public sector wages during fiscal 21-22 and $1.8 billion to settle arrears in employees' contribution to the National Housing Trust. I know that must be music to Senator Brown. Recurrent program allocation of $247.8 billion accounts for 50.9% of the total recurrent expenditure and reflects a nominal increase of $6.4 billion, or 2.6%, above the revised estimate for fiscal 2020-2021. Notwithstanding this, Mr. President, the fiscal challenges that we face, the government continues to prioritize expenditure to support the delivery of services to Jamaicans. So no matter what anybody says, This administration is making sure we spend the money where Jamaicans who need it most get most of it. Education, for instance, Mr. President. We continue to allocate the largest share of our budget outside of interest to education. Yes, man, not the desk, because that's important. $114 billion is allocated to education in the upcoming fiscal year. As such, education expenditure will represent approximately 21% of the non-debt expenditure. It's the biggest expense we have.
Senator Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Brown. No, Senator Brown. Just take it easy, because I heard your sort of us. Don't even stand up, man.
Why I shouldn't stand up?
Don't stand, man.
Why I shouldn't stand up? If I want to address something you say.
You have said that you are going to be presenting. So hold your horses until that time. And so you will be able to present. Senator Brown, you'll be able to present. Senator Brown, at that time, you will be able, Senator Brown, at that time you'll be able to present in total quiet for everyone to hear you. All right? So just hold your horses. Thank you. Minister, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your wise protection of the standing speaker. Everyone in $5 of non-debt expenditure will go to education. Every one of $5 in non-debt expenditure will go to education. Expressed, we put in another way, Mr. President, this year, Jamaica will spend close to 6% of GDP on education. Mr. President, we value education. In a time of the pandemic, we're looking at taking 6% of the total spend to go on education. This tells you how we think and how valuable we think educating our future generation is. And it's not just in money, Mr. President. Yes, money is important. People are going to judge by the money. But the other things that we do to make sure education continues during this time when people can't even go to school or have to go to school and stop, is it shows our commitment to this sector and to this portion of our population, which is the future for our country. $14.5 billion is being allocated to the PATH program. $8.5 billion is being allocated to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to support the PATH cash grant, which prior to this year was executed under the MLSS capital budget. And so there's another $6 billion is being allocated under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information for the PATH school feeding program. Again, this is another part of the commitment to our young people, even when at this time, their parents might not even have their jobs. That is consideration for the Jamaican people. $1.1 billion is being allocated under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information to support other student nutrition programs. About $800 million is provided under the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to facilitate implementation of social pension programs. This is a total of $16.4 billion on social support before considering the additional social spending on the JSIF and under the Serve Jamaica program. The government remains committed to social protection and support of the most vulnerable in our society. We're not going to say that quietly. We're not going to back off from that commitment. We're committed to it, and we're going to continue to do it. There are other recurrent expenditures. $2.3 billion has been allocated to support natural disaster risk management within the central government. and there's that 1.1 billion of that is for the issue of catastrophic bonds, the CAT bonds, funded by grants, to make sure that we have the money to take care of our disasters as and when they happen, as they will happen. 1 billion to meet premium payments to the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, CCRIF, and that has worked well for us in recent past. 200 million to be transferred to the contingencies funds in keeping the requirements of the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment, which we did here. In addition, 50 million is allocated to the National Disaster Fund Management for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. 700 million has been allocated to provide an increase in benefits to existing government pensioners. All sections of the society, all sections of the Jamaican community are being considered. Not just schools and children, big numbers there, but pensioners and people that come under the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. So let's look at capital expenditure. Capital expenditure in the new fiscal year, 2021-2022, is programmed at $54.2 billion. The $52 billion for 2021 fiscal year includes $8.5 billion for path expenditure that has already been included in the capital side. Adjusting for this and others and making sure apples match apples and not mixed with oranges, comparing the capital budget has moved from effectively $43.5 billion to $54.2 billion, an increase of 20% this year in a season of pandemic. $2.3 billion to support implementation of the NIDS program, $1.3 billion to support agricultural projects in the Essex Valley area and Bridgepen area in St. Elizabeth and Bridgepen in St. Catherine and Parnassus in Clarendon. $3.4 billion to Jamaica Social Investment Fund, $3.2 billion to continue implementation of the public sector transformation projects, including the modernization of the Bureau of Standards, supporting the implementation of ISO management system standards in select ministries, departments, and agencies, supporting the mobilization of public bodies and work in the Kingston metropolitan area. $6.5 billion of that figure is for projects within the Ministry of National Security, $2.1 billion in the government of Jamaica's cybersecurity, an issue that is very prominent and topical at this time, Mr. President. $1.2 billion to projects with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, including $800 million for primary and secondary infrastructure program, which is designed to provide additional classrooms and other amenities to facilitate elimination of the shift system and overcrowding at 17 high and primary schools. So everywhere we spend, Mr. President, on capital spending, somewhere in there you find spending for education, classrooms, cybersecurity, for laptops and computers. Everywhere across the system, education is being considered. $1.9 billion to make fiscal final payments on 30 fire trucks being procured by the government. Mr. President, I could speak long and extensively on the BOJ dividend, but all I'm going to say, because it was so well covered in that other place, and we're all aware of it. All I'm going to say is 33 billion dividend from the Bank of Jamaica straight into the consolidated fund in the first week of April this year was paid by the Bank of Jamaica. The first time. Not at last. There'll be more. the first time that we're seeing this, Mr. President, without this historic dividend, unprecedented in the size as a single payment, this year's budgetary processes would not have been as well as it has been. It would have been much more difficult. So, don't need to say very much more on that particular issue, but also to say that by law, these profits from the BOJ are to be distributed to the Consolidated Fund for the benefit of the Jamaican people, and there could hardly be a better time. And just for the record, because it might be considered, only about 20% of that profit, Mr. President, comes from actual foreign exchange gain. So it's not just foreign exchange gain from the market, about 20% of that. The rest comes from other BOJ operations, and because of the good policy direction that this government put in place to make sure those dividends, those profits could be made, and dividends paid to the Jamaican people. The SERVE program, one of the BOJ's dividend, the one-off for this time, but more to come, dividend of the 33 billion will facilitate 60 billion worth of social and economic recovery and vaccine program for Jamaica, known as the SERVE Jamaica program. Without that 33 billion, we could not be able to do this. We would have been in dire straits. And thank heavens, we have been able to get that dividend to help us to the 60 billion figure. The following list of the allocation of these resources will force us, all of us, not just in here, but across Jamaica, to consider the impact of the dividends of the good policy that was implemented at the Bank of Jamaica. 60 billion SERVE Jamaica program will consist of the following broad headings. 10.5 billion in special resources for the Ministry of Health, including 6 billion for procurement, storage, distribution, and administration of vaccines. So we put aside the money for the vaccines. 1 billion for personal protection equipment, 1 billion for drugs, 2 billion for regional health authorities, 500 million for the COVID-19 related expenditure. We have put the funding aside under the SERVE Jamaica program to make the attainment of herd immunity in a single fiscal year feasible, and these funds will be transferred in the first week of April. This is not a promise, just a promise, political promise, Mr. President. It's a fact. The money will be transferred next week, the first week of April. This spending will affect all sections of our society. In addition to health care and vaccines, another critical part of the SERVE Jamaica program is the upgrading of our physical infrastructure island-wide. Need to say that, Mr. President, because the 10.5 billion will be spent a lot in Jamaica, some overseas because we have to buy vaccines, but along the way, Jamaicans get benefit from the spend. So the 60 million that we're talking about in the SERVE Jamaica program will help a great deal of Jamaicans. For instance, 31.1 billion of that will go to the infrastructure program to drive jobs and economic activity, improve our productivity, and strengthen resilience while making sure our infrastructure are nicer and better and aesthetically more attractive to use and benefit from. This is the work of the Andrew Holness administration, bent on making sure we recover stronger and better. So that it can be known very quickly, 17.7 billion of those dollars will go to the Southern Coastal Highway improvement. That's in Harbour View. Some of it will go to the Maypen to Williams Field extension of the highway. And so because we have had fiscal balance constraint, without adequate fiscal space created by the BOJ dividend, this discretionary spend could never happen. Another plus for good policy. 8 billion of the amount we talked about of the 60 billion is allocated to special public investment infrastructure. 3.7 billion to secondary roads, 1.2 billion for the Montego Bay bypass, $500 million for construction of new police division headquarters in Westmoreland and a forensic pathologist suite. All this to build our social and physical infrastructure to make our country better and to help us to recover stronger and better. This is a serious and plentiful and largely capital, but it's not just capital expenditure. And importantly, this is pure infrastructure spend. And it will make sure that we're in a good position as we seek and as COVID recedes, as we hope and pray, and we begin to recover stronger and better. 1.7 billion is for production incentives to farmers and continued rehabilitation of roads in rural farming communities to boost recovery in the agricultural sector. Minister Green.
Speaker's time is up.
Mr. President, I propose that the Speaker's time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation.
All right. It is for the Speaker's time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hold a second.
So, small matter, yes.
Question is that the Speaker's time be extended so that he can complete his presentation. All in favor? Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Thank you for taking care of that rather big matter, Mr. President.
Continue, Minister.
And thank you for extending my time. I heard sort of watches things about don't take all day. Mr. President, those who live in glass houses should not throw stone. Those who live... $2 billion of the spend is to seed 2 equity funds exclusively focused on providing equity financing for MSMEs. Again, we're looking for those people in the society that absolutely can't always help themselves by themselves. The government is putting $2 billion of that $60 billion spend to look after, put in a fund for MSMEs. The Serve Jamaica program also includes $1.7 billion for production incentives to farmers, as I said, $1.8 billion to expand Wi-Fi and broadband in schools, more education. $1.8 billion to expand Wi-Fi and broadband in schools, communities and town centres, in particular in rural areas through the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. We want to expand our broadband across the country. You will hear more of that. We're going to make sure we don't have the population size of some countries, Mr. President. We don't have the land size of some countries. But we have seen countries like Singapore, Rwanda, Latvia use small populations properly broadbanded, properly educated to move their countries up the economic ladder. And we can do that in Jamaica, and we're putting $1.8 billion this year into broadband and similar infrastructure to make sure we continue that rise up the economic ladder. $8.1 billion is targeted for social support above and beyond the $16.4 billion already announced. So the SERVE Fund, Mr. President, is a really substantial amount of money that is being spent to upgrade our society. We say 140 million for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for municipal corporations to make sure those places where people live in the local communities are improved, not just remain bad and not so clean and not so efficient. And this is not going to solve all the problems, but we're putting $140 million to it this year to help solve those issues. 189 million in additional COVID-19 related support to the Constituency Development Fund. That has been explained. The way to get it to people quickly is through that mechanism, and to make sure that, again, people on the ground, where people live, the taxpayers' money that we as a government are obliged to spend gets down to where people actually live and exist. That's the role and what we're doing here with this SERV fund, Mr. President. The SERV fund has $3 billion in it for the continuation of the CARE program and the set cash unemployment support grants that support those who earned below the income tax threshold and have been unemployed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic from all sectors, and the CARE program's best cash grants that support tourism employment for the quarter April to June 2021. We expect 50,000 Jamaicans to benefit from these grants. So we're putting $3 billion in these grants to go to people where they live and work. 50,000 people, 50,000 Jamaicans, we expect to benefit from this $3 billion portion in the Serve Jamaica program of $60 billion. The Serve Jamaica program has $1 billion in there in loans to support ministries, departments and agencies, including the Urban Development Corporation in Montego Bay Metro and Port Security Corporation. We, with our unprecedented $31 billion infrastructure spend, Mr. President, thousands of jobs will be created for our young people. With this $31 billion, unprecedented $31 billion spend in infrastructure of this kind, thousands of jobs will be created for many Jamaicans, and especially Jamaican young people. And we're very proud to make sure we're doing this year at this time. People should be the center of good policy. We've heard that, and we agree. We agree. Who benefited? People who live in glass house should not throw stones, Mr. President. Will you? Who benefited from the good policy that yielded $90 billion of cash resources last year? Nearly 500 million people. Who is benefiting from the good policy that yielded $30 billion plus of dividend resources this year? 15,000 taxi drivers, 15,000 people, 5,000 contract carriage operators, 5,000 people, 17,000 who will receive digital devices, 100,000 seniors. People everywhere, Mr. President, in our budget presentation. We're not spending money. We're helping people everywhere. Taxi drivers, students, pensioners. We talk about people. They might talk about the money. We talk about the people we're helping. That's what this is about. When we roll out new social pension for the elderly, who benefit people? When we give $3 billion in monetary gifts to people, who benefit? People. We're about people. It's the truth, and it's a fact. It is people who benefit from good policy. Notice, Mr. President, we know that the poor are with us, but we're not engaging in highlighting and speaking and making sure we promote poverty. We're promoting a system of government that will make sure we do everything we can to eradicate, to reduce poverty. We are not promoting poverty. We want it to go away, and everything we do, every spend we have in here, is to make sure people who need it and people who are poor get the benefit that this government can offer. On this side, improving the lives and experiences, the experiences of everyday people, everyday Jamaican, is our mandate and is our focus. That's what we're focusing on. And yes, there issues will come up. And yes, we don't know of one government that can be perfect. But you know what? Every time we hear of a difficulty, we refocus. And we say, how do we solve this? How do we make it better? How do we make Jamaica that place that people want to stay and not leave? We make sure the taxes that we collect, they are spent transparently, openly, and fairly to people. So, for the 6th consecutive year now, the budget has no new taxes. I remember when from this very place, Minister Shaw stand up with a pink book and said no new taxes. That is after we had given 1.5, and since then no new taxes, Mr. President. And we must make sure Jamaicans understand that we have not put any taxes on them for the past 6 years. A compliment, and no matter how you want to put it, Andrew Holness administration must be given credit for that kind of history and performance. And I can't let this go but remind you that it all started with 1.5. Can never be forgotten. Can never be forgotten. 1.5, and just in case them forget it, Mr. President, last year we did 1.5 reduction in GCT taxes. They must not forget it. And we're doing this no tax business, no tax for 6 consecutive years, even when the worst pandemic in 100 years is thrashing our country. But we will survive, and we will build back stronger and better. My fellow Jamaicans, my fellow senators, we have agency as an independent people. We can create the future we want. We have to. We have to make sure we spend the way we should, sensibly, transparently, openly, and fairly. This budget goes about making sure that people know how we're going to spend the money. They know where it's coming from. Sometimes they're not so happy that 33 billion comes from the Bank of Jamaica, but we tell everybody. Everybody knows where it comes from. So everybody now knows where this money is coming from, how we're going to spend it, and with God's help in a pandemic, with God's help at a time when we're facing economic difficulties, with God's help, with the brain and strength that He has given us, we are going to build back stronger and better this year and the next year and the next year. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
I know my place, man. Behave yourself. You know yours.
Over here, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Bunton.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me echo your sentiments and best wishes for the speedy recovery of former Prime Minister Golding. Mr. President, the past year and the past fiscal year and this fiscal year are largely defined by the impact of the COVID pandemic, not just on the budget, but on our lives. The crafting a budget in these circumstances is not easy. And I know that Minister Clark has probably worked very hard to put it together. And it probably explains why he gets very defensive when the opposition makes alternative suggestions or maybe what he sees as criticisms. But I'd commend to my colleague that Albert Einstein's saying that adversity introduces a man to himself. And I would suggest that he starts by doing what is necessary, then do what is possible. And suddenly he might see that what might have been impossible under conventional fiscal orthodoxy suddenly becomes possible. The Minister of Finance presented a fiscally conservative budget, which from the perspective of a traditional banker like Minister Hill would be described as a responsible budget. So you might ask, why is there the debate about how much could be spent? And I'm reminded of a story that I was told in business school when we were doing money and banking, that central bankers had an orthodoxy, a historical orthodoxy, that inflation was always what they focused on like a laser. And it is said that the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the or somewhere around 1930, after a number of years of the Great Depression, when asked what was the biggest threat to the American economy at the time. This is when millions of people were out of work, poverty was rising, etc. Soup kitchens were being set up all over the place. He said inflation was the greatest risk. And that illustrates the laser-like focus that Minister Hill was talking about. But that orthodoxy today has been largely abandoned by central bankers. In fact, what you hear them talk about now is accommodation. You hear them talk about stimulus. You hear them talk about counter-cyclical policies, because history has shown that that is more important in the medium term than is maintaining the fiscal conservatism or a tight monetary policy. So the opposition feels that the budget is unresponsive, it's unresponsive given the scale of the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic on Jamaica's economy and society. It's inadequate. This budget is inadequate. And Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President rather, this is not solely the view of the opposition. I can quote Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Professor Denzel Williams, who said, and I quote, "The government should have been bolder in trying to stimulate economic recovery. When we are in an economic contraction, we really need to come with counter-cyclical policy measures," end quote. That's our local expert. But let us hear what did the IMF have to say. In their Western Hemisphere Regional Economic Outlook published last October, in a section titled "Bold Policy Actions to Cope with an Unprecedented Shock." Let me repeat that for you, Mr. President. Bold policy actions to cope with an unprecedented shock. And I'm quoting from that report. It says, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean deployed a multi-pronged policy response to mitigate the immediate health and socio-economic fallout of COVID-19. They announced fiscal support amounting to about 8% of GDP on average. 8% on average. These exceptional measures are playing a key role in supporting economic activity to avoid even more severe economic downturns and a larger social impact. The IMF staff estimates, or rather IMF staff estimates, suggest that the macroeconomic effect of the fiscal measures, if fully implemented, would be sizable, raising the region's level of real GDP by about 6 to 7% within a year, compared with a counterfactual scenario with no fiscal measures. What they're saying, what the IMF staff is saying here, Mr. President, is that counter-cyclical spending, in fact, pays for itself by more rapid economic growth and recovery. In that same publication, it had a chart titled "Discretionary Fiscal Measures as a Percent of GDP for 29 countries." And it showed, as at the time the chart was done, that Jamaica was the lowest at approximately 1% of GDP. It was 20% for advanced economies, and we know that we don't have that luxury. It was 8% on average for Latin America and the Caribbean, and about 6% for other emerging economies, but only 1% for Jamaica. Now, the Minister of Finance made a big song and dance of the opposition using the IDB's figures, which he said were wrong, and the IMF's figures, which were at a point in time. But while he was nitpicking the precision of the figures quoted by the opposition, whether about the IMF or the IDB's figures, or even the exact food prices, he was really missing the main points. And they were really, could be distilled to two. One, the pressure on the average Jamaican is enormous. And two, the government's response is inadequate given the scale of the impact. Mr. President, this is why the Shadow Minister of Finance called for the government to spend an additional $21.5 billion, or about 1% of GDP. 1%. This is not any run-with-it kind of program. This is not trying to approximate what advanced economies can afford to spend. This is saying, even within our limited resources, we can do better. We can do better. The focus of the additional support that we recommended would be spending on the vulnerable sections of the population and assisting businesses, especially MSMEs that are struggling to survive. The additional support would serve as significant stimulus of the Jamaican economy because most of the beneficiaries would have to spend that money right back into the economy, and you would get the multiplier effect. It would help to reverse the negative growth more rapidly and reduce the impact on the debt to GDP ratio once the economy's size starts expanding significantly. The Shadow Minister of Finance went on to outline how we would spend these additional resources. And all these were in addition to what the government already had in its budget. And I will just recap them today because it's worthwhile noting. 5 billion of additional support to individuals and households with a special allocation for female-headed households. 5 billion of additional support for micro and small businesses. 5 billion of additional support for farmers. 3.2 billion more for a comprehensive broadband rollout. And they're, very importantly, prioritizing connecting those communities and schools, especially in rural areas and in inner city communities who are suffering most badly from the learning loss by not being able to go to school. 2.3 billion more for a renewable energy program for households. 2 billion for incentive pay for healthcare workers.
Yes, nurses, doctors, janitors.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we keep saying these are the superheroes of the pandemic. Those are putting themselves on the line every single day. The healthcare workers, but a former leader of that side used to say it takes cash to care. So I commend it to the government in his memory to put some cash on the table to care for the healthcare workers who are exposed. And 1 billion more, and 1 million more for island-wide digital literacy training. Now, you know, we like to say, oh, the government has put a portal in place for persons to apply and to register for care or serve or whatever the program is. But the sad reality is that there is a digital divide in this country. There is a digital divide. The persons who most need to access these services are the ones who don't, either because they're not digitally literate, or they don't have the instrument, or they don't have the connectivity. They can't access this. And a number of studies, Capri, etc., have shown that those who most need the interventions are not getting it. Mr. President, we can't talk about the economy and growing the economy without talking about tackling crime. From as far back as 2011, in the PIOJ's document called the Growth Inducement Strategy. Interestingly, Professor Don Harris was a consultant to the PIOJ, the father of the current Vice President of the United States. He was a consultant, but the findings of this report was that crime and corruption were the #1 and #2 obstacle to rapid growth and development in the Jamaican economy. According to the World Bank, crime results in direct costs to Jamaica of nearly 4% of GDP, higher than most other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Yet, Mr. President, no mention was made of this by Minister Clark. Minister Clark, the man who liked to talk about the carpet. It seems he was sweeping crime under the carpet.
Under the carpet? Is it serious?
Because he made no mention of this. In fairness, when the Prime Minister came to speak, he had a little bit to say. And let me quote him. He said, there is no doubt that our use of states of public emergency have worked to reduce murders and shootings wherever they have been deployed. Of greater importance is the public views. Sorry, let me start again. Of greater importance is that the public views the SOEs as effective in improving their safety and security. End quote. Now, I was not surprised by the sentence, of greater importance is that the public views the SOEs as effective. Because I've always held the view that the SOEs were primarily a public relations exercise to assuage the public that something was being done. Since the government had no other ideas on how to reduce violent crime. However, I was still astonished that the Prime Minister perseveres in the mistaken belief that SOEs have worked to reduce murders. It's almost like Groundhog Day, because we've discussed this so many times over the last three plus years in this Parliament. I almost feel like the Prime Minister has some sort of cognitive inertia on this issue. Cognitive inertia.
Like Peter Chambers is. You know what you're saying about grow God. But you're right.
Cognitive inertia is the tendency for a particular orientation in how an individual thinks about an issue, belief, or strategy to resist change. The physics term inertia is to emphasize the rigidity and resistance to change in the method of cognitive processing that the Prime Minister has used for a significant amount of time. But when it comes to the failed SOE strategy, the PM is, perhaps I should say, he said he struggles every day. He clearly is struggling with cognitive inertia on this issue.
I tell you, I warn you now. I ain't just say you're a prophet and you should be arrested. Not interrupting me, not interrupting me. Supporting him.
Mr. President, in the 5 years, 2016 to 2020, there were 6,918 murders. 23% higher than in the previous 5 years when there was no states of emergency. Cognitive inertia, Mr. President. In 2020, after 3 years of almost continual use of the states of emergency, Jamaica had the highest homicide rate in the Western Hemisphere at 46.5 per 100,000. Cognitive inertia, Mr. President. Statistics up to March 2021 show that murders at 294 continue at an unacceptably high rate, increasing by 7%. This is not flattening the curve. The curve is still increasing. Cognitive inertia. The clear-up rate for murder is very low, 32% year to date, showing weaknesses in the intelligence and investigative capacity of the JCF. And this has worsened as a result of the over-reliance on the extraordinary detention powers provided by the SOEs in the 2017 to 2020 period. If we go back to 2015, the clear-up rate for murder in that year was well over 50%, and it was on an increasing trajectory. Mr. Speaker, even the crime victimization survey shows that after a couple of years of states of emergency, fewer people felt safe walking at night in their communities. This is not success. This is failure. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is maintaining this belief in SOAs despite information that firmly contradicts it. There are a number of other things that I will comment on in passing to do with the national security because it is so bound up with our economic success. A great emphasis has been placed on the military, on growing the military under this administration. They get the lion's share of the capital budget of the Ministry of National Security. Their force strength has been growing rapidly. There is a caution that this rapid growth may be compromising the standards of discipline within its ranks. We have recently read the reports or heard the reports of the case of sexual violence within the JDF, coming only a few weeks after a previous incident of alleged sexual discrimination. And the concerns that I've heard from some present and former officers of the JDF is that this rapid recruitment to the Jamaica National Service Corps, remember this was initially intended for unattached youth. And unattached youth in this context is sometimes used as a euphemism for those who are on the margins of being recruited by gangs and sometimes already have connections with gangs. And we, at this point, would only say, be careful. The JDF has been an institution that has been respected by all Jamaicans, and we must ensure that we don't compromise the standards of discipline within its ranks. But in the meantime, let's look at what has happened with the force strength of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, who are really doing the heavy lifting of policing. The force strength has fallen from 11,800 in 2015 to only 11,100 now. The establishment is 14,000, and it should have been moving. It had been moving gradually upwards to achieve that. This was one of the targets agreed by the Crime Management Consensus, which established the Crime Management Oversight Committee. But instead of increasing the JCF strength, at a time when greater and greater demands are being made on them, not just for crime, but for enforcement of the disaster risk management orders, etc., we're actually seeing their numbers trending in the wrong direction. It shows a misprioritization of attention and resources. But for those who have an authoritarian bent, who want to concentrate power more and more in the Prime Minister, greater and greater power, which we will speak to in the next debate, on the next bill. But for those persons, a large military is an attractive concept. Dictatorship. Mr. President, I would just touch briefly on health and education. The truth of the matter is that these are two sectors heavily impacted by the pandemic. But the impact has been greater than it needed to be because of our lack of planning for the effects of the pandemic in its early stages. It's fair to say that nobody could have anticipated it coming. But I remember in this house, maybe in this chamber rather, maybe in May last year, at the time I was this opposition spokesman on education, and I called for the government to establish a task force under the auspices of the National Council on Education. Take it out of the ministry or from the day-to-day executive. Set those people one side. Get eminent, experienced academics, managers, etc. And say, look, we know this is going to have an enormous impact on learning loss, an enormous impact on the future prospects of our children. Let us start planning now to put measures in place to mitigate this impact and to compensate for it in the medium term so that they're not disadvantaged permanently. But this was not accepted. It was made in a sincere and genuine way, but it was not accepted. To this day, we have only seen reaction from the ministry. Principals and teachers tell you that they're tired of being pulled from pillar to post as the ministry changes from, it seems, almost week to week, their approach to the pandemic. The late reactive effort to acquire vaccines by the Ministry of Health is another example of this. It really wasn't until the Minister of Health made his rather unambitious goal public in January, that unambitious goal to only vaccinate 16% of Jamaicans by the end of the year. 16. It was only when he made that public that an alarm went out in the society. The leader of the opposition spoke out against it. Many persons in the private sector spoke out against it because they realized this would have been catastrophic. And notwithstanding whatever challenges there were in acquiring the vaccines, and those are real, but had we gotten out there much earlier with the vigor that we did after the minister was properly pilloried by public opinion for his lack of ambition in this area, that, well, one thing we know, the Minister of Health always plans for marketing, always provides for marketing. And in fact, it is, as I, watch television some evenings and I see the ads persuading people to take the vaccine, which is not available. It just seems like a waste of money. If we had vaccines in warehouses or in freezers or wherever they're kept, and people weren't coming forward, then you need to advertise to encourage that health-seeking behavior. But where you have no vaccines, where there is chaos, people are jumping lines, people are doing, it really seems that money, those hundreds of millions, would be better spent strengthening the infrastructure of hospitals, clinics, etc. So, Minister, good policy must be people-centered policy. Good policy must deliver outcomes. It's not sufficient to say X% of GDP is spent on education. It's what's happening to the students. What are the learning outcomes? What is the environment in which they're operating? That is what will determine the success of the policy. Not the fact that you keep sending out salary checks and recurring checks every month from the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Finance. What is happening now is that the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated economic crisis is exacerbating the underlying inequities and inequalities in the society. And in closing, I have to point to a few of those. The 2020 Commitment to Reducing Inequality Index report.
The speaker's time is up.
The Speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
Question that the Speaker's time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation. All in favor? Aye. Those against? Continue, Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, 4 terms, habit is hard to break. In the 2020 commitment to reducing inequality index report, Jamaica ranked 124 out of 152 countries, highlighting this government's inadequacy in properly investing in health, in education, and in social protection. The report highlighted Jamaica's delinquency in developing a progressive tax structure, LAMI, and implementing labor market policies to address inequality, which I hope you will speak to some more. In Latin America and Caribbean region, Jamaica ranked 25 out of 26, second to last in our own region. Mr. President, we see the real costs of policy failures in the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the urban and the rural, the uptown and the downtown. So, Minister, your policies are likely helping some people. But the people who need it, the people at the bottom, the people who need it the most, it is still not being effective. The opposition's approach, on the other hand, is a strategic response that would more comprehensively protect the population from the ravages of the economic contraction. It would ensure a speedier economic recovery for the country. It would give some hope to the Jamaican people, and it would reduce the mounting social tensions, not all of which can be managed by police suppression alone. These tensions have the potential of manifesting in unpleasant and damaging episodes that we would be wise to try and avoid. So, Mr. President, I commend to you the opposition's suggestions, even while recognizing how circumscribed this chamber is in debating a money bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Webby.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President, and good morning to my colleagues in the Senate. Mr. President, I rise in support of the Appropriation Bill 2021, which when passed will approve the estimates of the heads of expenditure in the budget 2021-2022 budget. I would like to start my presentation this afternoon by really commending our Minister of Finance and Public Service, Nigel Clark, on the work that he has put in preparing this budget under difficult circumstances. I know as opposition and government we often see differently, but I also want to congratulate him, which is, in my opinion, on one of the best closing budget presentations that I've ever heard. Let me also Mr. President, use this opportunity to thank Darlene Morrison, the Financial Secretary, who I have worked with for 2 years, and she's a very, very competent lady and a great technical mind. I really want to recognize Darlene Morrison. And in fact, all the Deputy Financial Secretaries for the hard work they are putting each year in preparing this budget. Let me also congratulate Mr. President, the BOJ, the PIOJ, and Statin, and all the technical staff at the various ministries for their continued commitment in producing what I describe as a very good budget. You know, President, and I'm sure Senator Gill and Senator Brown will understand when I say this, that in Jamaica, we have some really, really good people working with us in the public sector. And we really need to recognize their effort in producing this budget. Mr. President, I recall last year, as we debated the 2019-2020 budget, the country had recently recorded its first case of the coronavirus. Fast forward a year, Mr. President, the health of over 37,000 Jamaicans have been impacted by the virus. It has claimed over 546 lives. And it has really and truly, as said by both speakers, put a strain on our healthcare system, disrupted families, caused job losses, and has tremendously, tremendously slowed economic activity. Having said that, Chairman, I'd like for us to take a moment to express our condolences to the family of those who have lost loved ones, and offer words of encouragement to those who are sick in hospital and others in isolation. Mr. President, I'll say this: we, our country, Jamaica, we will get through this together. And by extension, let me also give a heartfelt thank you to the unsung heroes who have worked tirelessly every day to keep us safe. And I speak, Mr. President and colleagues, of our nurses, our doctors, other healthcare workers, sanitization workers, immigration and custom officers, and of course the security forces. And let me also use this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank the frontline workers in the private sector who has been out there working hard to ensure that our country continues with this pandemic. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a crisis of proportions that we have never, ever seen before. If you look at the numbers, and I heard Senator Bunting quoting some, the International Monetary Fund estimates that the global economy will decline by 4.4% in 2020. And they were very, very vocal in terms of description. And I quote, the organization, the IMF, described the decline as the worst since the Great Depression of the 1930s. The World Bank estimated that in 2020, the Latin America and Caribbean region's economy contracted by 6.9%. No country has been spared, and Jamaica has been hit very hard. Mr. President, I want to congratulate, and Senator Hill went in a lot of detail, which I'll not, but I want to congratulate this government in terms of how they responded to cushion the effects of the pandemic with several initiatives, including additional spending on health of $8 billion. Senator Hill, you said it, the $20 billion care program, which aided individuals and businesses, the largest social program in Jamaica's history. The largest social program in Jamaica's history. Mr. President, government revenue is expected to fall by 12% or 70 billion by March 31st this year. This is the worst economic contraction in Jamaica's history. no previous economic decline comes even close. Mr. President, despite the fall off in revenue, Jamaica made it through this fiscal year without increasing the stock of debt, and no new taxes were introduced. And I believe the government must be applauded for its management of the economy during the COVID-19 crisis. Mr. President, colleagues, it is my opinion that until Jamaica's vaccination program takes full effect and we achieve herd immunity, the country will not achieve pre-COVID levels of economic activity. Herd immunity means 65% of the population must be vaccinated in order to contain the spread of the virus and return to a level of normalcy. And I'd use this opportunity as a leader in the private sector and as a government senator to encourage all to get vaccinated so we can return to the pre-COVID level of economic activity. And I noted, Mr. President, allocation to the Ministry of Health includes provision to finance the procurement, storage, and distribution of vaccines. And I want to congratulate Minister Tufton on his effort at this time. The truth is, and I heard Senator Bunting very carefully, despite the uncertainty brought about by the pandemic, there is hope. There is hope. International agency Fitch maintains Jamaica's credit rating at B+, and the affirmation of Jamaica's outlook as stable. I think that's a remarkable achievement for a country like Jamaica. Fitch is predicting that growth will return in the fiscal year in the region of about 4.5%, and then accelerating to 5.2% by 2022-2023. So there is hope. This rating is possible because the government has demonstrated sound economic management. As the Minister of Finance has said, policy matters, and good policy matters even more. And I quote him. Mr. President, I have studied the budget very carefully, and it is clear to me that the budget has been formulated around a few things. First one, the continuation or continuing global and local impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, the efforts to counter the spread. Two, maintain stability of the economy and restore high levels of economic activity. When you look at the budget, Mr. President and colleagues, the government has allocated $60 billion towards social and economic recovery and vaccines for Jamaica, otherwise called Serve Jamaica program, to boost social and economic recovery. I want to again congratulate the Prime Minister and the government on the program, which includes $31 billion for physical infrastructure projects for highways, roads, and drains, which will create jobs. $1.7 billion for a productivity incentive for our farmers and rehabilitation for rural farm roads to boost agricultural output, most important. And we speak about digital divide and technological divide, $1.8 billion to bring Wi-Fi connectivity in public spaces. The total projected spend on capital expenditure for the fiscal year, inclusive of allocation under the SERVE program, is $54.2 billion, which Senator Hill mentioned in his presentation. But I want to underline the fact, Mr. President and colleagues, that represents a 20% increase in our capital expenditure compared to the previous year. And as we all know in this Honourable House, when you have an increase in the capital expenditure, it is going to stimulate economic activity by providing jobs and creating capital capacity earnings for when the economy starts to recover. Other projects, Mr. President, include $1.3 billion to support agricultural projects, including $905 million to support irrigation of arable lands in St. Catherine, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth. One thing that we have learned from this pandemic is that Jamaica, as a country, we must become more self-sufficient in terms of feeding ourselves. And I believe this is a big investment, Senator Sinclair, this $1.3 billion to boost agriculture and to support our farmers. $6.5 billion within the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Senator Bundy spent a lot of time on security. $6.5 billion to projects within the Ministry of National Security and $1.5 billion for projects within the Ministry of Education. One of the line items that I was so happy to see, Mr. President, was that of the support for the SMEs. And they will get they'll receive finance support of $2 billion out of the budget and another $4 billion to $6 billion to be raised from institutional investors. Mr. President, colleagues, this government recognizes that working together will help us to recover faster. As such, the government plans to leverage partnerships with the international and local private sector to mobilize capital for economic recovery. This, I'm sure, is the right approach and is based on Jamaica's past success with implementing public-private sector partnerships. I have heard the discussion about increasing the spend. And I will say it is always going to be a balance to ensure that you don't go too far to the left or the right, but a balance. I'm not an economic expert in any way, but I understand numbers in a limited way. But what I'll say, based on my analysis of the budget, without expert advice, is that the Minister of Finance has found the right balance. The government was careful not to borrow to fund the budget, and I support that decision. We have been down this road from when I was in high school, Mr. President, and that's not too long ago. We have been spending too much, more than we earn, on our way to economic recovery. And I'll say, and Senator Bunting, who is my good friend and business partner in certain areas, will understand that when you have a period of great uncertainty, you have to adopt a principle of enterprise risk management. You have to. You have to. So you have to be cautious in terms of your spending plans. I remember, members of this Honourable House.
Mr. President, the time being 1:19, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Senator Webby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I remember, as a businessman, the tremendous sacrifices we made, and the public sector workers, with two debt exchanges. The first one in 2010, called the Jamaica Debt Exchange, caused many sleepless nights for us in the financial sector. And in 2013, the National Debt Exchange. Mr. President, let me say it again with all sincerity. Jamaicans have worked too hard. Public sector workers have made too many sacrifices for us to reverse the gains made to reduce our debt and improve our economic outlook. We cannot go down there again, Mr. President. And it is not impossible with uncertainty. And that's what enterprise risk management is about. Mr. President, if you look on Suriname, Suriname jet to GDP ratio before the pandemic was somewhere like 80% or 82%. Now they're almost on the verge of default. How could we ever be borrowing more and going down a track like that? Another debt exchange in a time of uncertainty? We could never go down that road again. We could never go down that road again. Mr. President, and Zambia is in trouble now because of increased borrowing. I would hate to see our beloved country having another debt exchange and our GDP debt ratio going too high. Let me again commend the government that no new taxes are being imposed to fund the budget, notwithstanding the significant fiscal downturn. And colleagues, and I see Mr. Hill smiling, this is the fourth year, Senator Hill, the fourth year in a row that the Minister of Finance has said there will be no new taxes. I support again Senator Sinclair and Senator Crawford the removal of the customs administrative fee called CAF on export valued up to US $500. The abolition of the tax is expected to support and grow the productive sector by allowing small businesses to be more competitive and incentivize them to export more. This is the third consecutive year that taxes have been abolished. And I'll say this again, colleagues, if we're going to grow the Jamaican economy, it must be based on an export-led strategy. And with moves like this, we are absolutely moving in the right direction. Mr. President, I was pleased to note that the profits of the Bank of Jamaica will be paid as a dividend at $33 billion. Senator Hill, you mentioned that to the Consolidated Fund to support the SURF program for the upcoming year. I listened to the discussions about the devaluation of the Jamaican dollar over the years. And over the past 5 years, the rate of devaluation is the lowest under any government since 1972, 3.8% per annum. The lowest since 1972. This is a significant achievement for our country, and everyone should be congratulated on that effort. However, I noted from the Minister of Finance's presentation on the budget, and I've not had a chance to discuss it with him, that the Bank of Jamaica enjoyed foreign exchange gains of approximately US $728 million during 2000 and 2007 and between 2012 and 2016. He left me a little bit hanging in terms of the $728 million, and I would like a full transparency on how that US $728 million has been transferred, or where is that $728 million US dollars. I think, having mentioned it, Mr. Chairman, our Minister of Finance probably should expand on it, because I was certainly left a little bit hanging. Mr. President, I thought about this one long and hard, caused a sleepless night. I did not intend to comment on the basic food discussions, but Senator Crawford, I believe in my current capacity as a senator and as a private sector leader in that industry. I'm the president of the largest food company in Jamaica. I must comment on it. I must comment on it. I did declare that I'm the president of the largest food company. The problem I have is that I'm not clear where the opposition spokesman on finance got his numbers. I'm not clear. Right? I am a man, and let me tell you, I like facts. Where you get it from, let us discuss it and debate it. Right? 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 In fact, what I was more disappointed with Senator Bunting, and you will understand, and I think it's probably been a genuine error in terms of thinking. I did send a message to Mr. Robinson, is that the brand of the company that I'm associated with was actually shown. You don't do that when you're demonstrating. You turn the back because you're really speaking about a product. So I was taken aback. And I think when based on my own vision of the thing, I was the only brand that was shown, the grace market. I said that's an error. I don't think he was mean any harm. I mean any harm by that. But what I'll say is not good publicity. It's not good publicity. I've gotten a lot of criticism about that. It's not good publicity. Don't go down there. Right? Don't go down there. It is not good publicity. In fact, it has probably hurt our brand. We must be very careful on how we use data to make a point, especially in Parliament. Right? It is known, all of us in here know, right, that if you are going to demonstrate price movements in Jamaica, especially for basic foods, you must use the Consumer Affairs Commissions. And I don't want to get into details of why you have to get into the Consumer Affairs figures like products. And for example, when Nigel Clark headed it up, this document here, when you look at the percentage increases, it bears no resemblance to what was shown. None. Zero. You understand what I'm saying? So the grace market was shown at 81.82%. And when I look at the Consumer Affairs, which is the one that I have to look at, it is showing 34% over 5 years. You have to bear in mind devaluation, freight rates, commodity prices on the world market. You know? And then, you know, but leader of the House, President, he omitted to show that flour actually went down by 4%. And you know, when you eat the grace mackerel, you have to eat with the flour. Anyway, the point that I'm making, colleagues, and I'm sure my fellow Senator Bunting understands, when you're demonstrating price movements, you have to use official data, and you have to be careful how you show people's brand. You have to be careful how you show people's brand. And I accept, colleagues, that it was an error on his part. I accept that. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance covered that issue quite well, and I will say no more on that issue. So, Mr. President, in closing, I would like to again offer my support for the bill and say that our resilience as a country has been tested more than ever before. But we have shown that we can get through this together and we will recover stronger. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and I just make the observation that I noticed that both yourself and Mr. Bunting remained within the time allotted.
Mr. President, I was giving duty to not do so.
Thank you, Senator Webbis. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to personally thank Mr. Nigel Clark for his efforts. It is not an easy task, even if I'm in disagreement, to actually carry this to its conclusion. I've had the opportunity to be a junior minister in a ministry, and I think Senator Webby is also necessary for us to congratulate those persons within the independent ministries, because it is an extensive effort to put together their submissions and the reviews, etc. So he is working on behalf of the country, and the government is working on behalf of the country. And even if our opinions don't mesh, the effort is undeniable. And I want to congratulate and thank them for that effort. It must be accepted by all members that the country sinks or swims with all of us. And by extension, we have to have great interest in what happens in this country. As was said earlier, Mr. President, quite well by Senator Bunting and then by Senator Webby, the context of this particular budget is within the context of the global pandemic, COVID-19, which has caused devastation throughout the entire world, as was stated. And this illness, unlike many other illnesses, has the full attention of governments. And I hear it in the public, people saying, what about this, or what about that, or what about other types of illnesses? The COVID-19 have the full attention of government, for one, because it burdens government services, and for two, because it slows or negates economic activity. So if I should put it in layman terms, government is very concerned about COVID, and death, of course. I'm not negating that. But government is very concerned about the COVID-19 virus because it costs the government money through the services, and it costs the government money through less economic activity. So to that extent, the government is interested, and the people, of course, are interested. They too are losing money. It's creating great discomfort. Illness is causing death, reduced earning potential, and general lifestyle changes. I'm a politician who enjoys people interaction, and I can't tell the last time I've hugged a stranger. It has diminished my existence. My friends can't see me as I would want to see them. And my brand too. Yes. It has diminished my brand. Mr. President, however, as the rest of the world, it seems to be moving out of the pandemic or improving. Unfortunately, Jamaica seems to be heading in the opposite direction and was recently ranked second from last in the world as it relates to percentage change in the rate of infection. Mr. President, only Iraq was worse than Jamaica. And other countries such as Iraq, other countries such as Jordan, Peru, Oman, West Bank and Gaza, Serbia, Iran, Slovakia, Poland were doing much, much better than ours. Qatar was doing much, much better than ours. Mr. President, of course, the government rejected this report with some ridiculous argument that the rate of infection is an illogical basis of analysis. Throughout this presentation, Mr. President, I will show that this head in the sand, deny all things at all costs approach is an unfortunate trend by this government, which has been detrimental to policy and by extension outcomes experienced by the citizens of this country. Mr. President, the same government with these same individuals, however, embraced an earlier article in the Miami Herald that used number of cases as the basis of trumpeting Jamaica's performance. Mr. President, the Minister of Health even gave an interview to this paper. The article, only absolute numbers, not numbers based on population or anything, just absolute Jamaica was at 29, was used as a predictor of performance, but the rubbish rate of infection, because PR is more important than performance, in my opinion, to this government. At that time, Mr. President, Jamaica had, as I said, 26 cases, which is a far cry from where we are today. At that time, Mr. President, the Minister of Government, in particular, the Ministers of Government, in particular the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, was on television daily, taking every opportunity to grandstand on the lead up to an ill-conceived snap election and praising themselves for their great performance. To the contrary, Mr. President, Today, we are over 37,000 confirmed cases, almost 20,000 active cases, and 546 deaths due to COVID. I unfortunately must acknowledge, Mr. President, that last night while I was writing this, since then 11 more persons have died due to COVID. And I want to make this point mathematically for the citizens of this country. Because when we hear 6 a day, 7 a day, 8 a day, today 11, on average, it sounds a little bit, but if 11 a day in 10 days is 110. If 6 a day in 10 days is 60. The average cost for a funeral is about $500,000. If you, and that's a low cost funeral, a minimum cost. And so I'm incorporating a small 9-night, the pandemic cost. Because you don't have to kill a goat. I can tell you, less goats are selling. But when you check it out, 548 people times 500,000, that is leakage out of the pockets of our people. Because of this pandemic directly. The lawyers here will tell you, say, had it not been for COVID, we wouldn't have been spending that money. And many people are saying, oh, them did old anyway, or oh, them did sick anyway. I would ask Senator Longmore to tell of some of the negatives of losing support, people who support you. I can tell many, many times, both in joy and in sadness, I wish that my father was around as a support. And many persons are losing people who are their core supporters in life. Mr. President, we're faced with a government that has run out of ideas, a prime minister that clearly enjoys the power over people's lives that the position brings, and a constant misuse of curfews, as if the virus is, as one other prime minister said, is Nicodemus, or the virus have no transition to be afraid of weekends. Mr. President, in times of crisis, a government must ask and then act on only two questions on behalf of the people. The first, what is the worst that can happen? And the second, what's the best it can do? Mr. President, unfortunately, the answers to such questions are much more difficult than the questions suggest. And the government, however, has undoubtedly failed to manage the pandemic, and the evidence is there for all to see. It is there in the overcrowding of hospitals. It is there in the rates of infection averaging over 30% in recent weeks. It is there in the complaints of the frontline workers. It is there in the failing school system. It is there in the people's discomfort. And it is there in the general sufferation the people is experiencing. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, after spending hundreds of millions of promotion and marketing, after budgeting another $400 million before public outcry, we now hear that we are short of oxygen. Field hospitals still not totally complete. And I learned in doing my research yesterday that you're supposed to have 4 field hospitals with 30 each. That's about 120 beds. We're still going to be very short with just that 120, 60 of which I understand is already in circulation. Field hospitals still incomplete, education in limbo, and a Minister of Health who claims that testing and contact tracing are no longer of utmost importance. This was very surprising to me when I heard it on the radio, that contact tracing and testing is no longer the most effective and efficient spend. Mr. President, as reported by the Minister of Finance, COVID-19 has caused a loss of over 130,000 jobs. Equally, Mr. President, the opposition spokesperson on finance, Mr. Julian Robinson, correctly highlighted diminishing food security being faced by the Jamaican people. More simply put, Jamaicans are finding it more difficult to adequately feed themselves and their families. Mr. Robinson correctly expressed concern over the United States Department of Agriculture's Economic Research Service projection that as a result of COVID-19, that 12.8%, or approximately 400,000 Jamaicans, would experience food insecurity, or simply put, would face difficulty to provide adequate nutrition for their families. Unfortunately, true to form, the government, represented then by the Minister of Finance, took exception to the use of the report, which didn't fit the government's narrative that all was perfect. The minister's critique, however, was blatantly flawed and extremely deceptive. The least egregious flaw in Minister Clark's criticism was that the methodology used suggested, and I quote, he suggested, and I quote, "The methodology is therefore a quantitative model. It is based on numbers and formula in the proverbial spreadsheet or model." He continued, Mr. President, and I continue to quote, "They did not go to these countries to conduct actual surveys with actual people, as Statin does," he says. In the interest of time, I will simply remind the Minister that theoretical models are widely used and accepted in academia and in academic research. Also, the academic literature is very clear on the variables to be considered for exploring food insecurity. The methodology of this paper satisfied both. However, Mr. President, more egregious and deceptive aspect of Mr. Clark's critique was his indication that Statin's poverty data was a more appropriate to be used by Mr. Robinson to support his conclusion of food insecurity. Mr. President, it is likely to continue to be a problem in Jamaica, food insecurity, because of this conservative and unimaginative budget. Let me be the first to accept that I believe that Statin is doing a wonderful job. However, the minister is incorrect in his assumption that food insecurity and poverty are the same concepts. In fact, it is a fact that poverty contributes to food insecurity, but there are multiple studies that show that many persons outside of poverty still experience food insecurity. The U.S. Census data from the U.S. Census Bureau reported that 40 million people lived in households with above poverty level, 40 million people lived in households with concern about affording sufficient food for their families. They experience food insecurity. Among them, 59% earned incomes above poverty. Secondly, 39.7 million people earned incomes that were below poverty, yet 61% said that they were food secure. And so the assumption that food insecurity and poverty was a flawed, are the same concepts, was a flawed assumption. Food insecurity is defined as a state of having reliable, food security is a state of having reliable access to sufficient quantities of affordable, nutritious food. Indeed, Mr. President, the fact that the Minister of Finance did not show greater understanding of the difference between food security and poverty is very concerning to me and should be of concern to all members of this House. It also stands as evidence that food insecurity was not considered at all in the budget, and it is clear. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some of the consequences of food insecurity within the context of our times. Within COVID-19, we have heard that on many occasions of the danger of comorbidities, chronic diseases such as diabetes and high blood pressure. This was suggested as a foundation reason for the grand waste of money called Jamaica Moves. The image that I have here below, Mr. President, shows what are some of the negatives of food insecurity. Food insecurity, unfortunately, leads to reduced dietary quality, bad eating behavior, and reduced variation in food. This contributes to chronic diseases, which then also contributes to reduced employability and the health care expenditure. Health care expenditure and reduced employability contributes to reduced household income and also spending trade-offs from other important activities such as education. Unfortunately, this will then lead back to food insecurity. Jamaica has long been in the cycle of food insecurity. Mr. President, the government can't plan for those things that it don't understand. The government can't budget for what it does not understand. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance conflating terms food insecurity and poverty suggests a lack of understanding of both terms. One of the major causes of food insecurity, Mr. President, is price fluctuations. Again, this came as reason for great criticism from the Minister of Finance, who claims that the figures presented by opposition spokesperson was false and that the dependence on one store was inadequate. Mr. President, I was privy to the information Mr. Robinson received from one popular food retailer with multiple branches across the island. I am also aware of the name of the food retail entity, but Mr. President, the entity has begged for its name not to be released. Mr. President, like many other entities, like many other individuals, the entity and its operators are afraid of government badness. The government badness has been a feature of the approach of the JLP government, as anyone who offers critique or dissent. The citizens of the country, Mr. President, are afraid of the government. You embraced a song called Government Badness and Joelness, not me. So you speak to the things you embrace, not me. Not me. I am also aware, Mr. President, no, but the pastor is just a exaggerated reality. It's not the first. It's not the first. Many who have criticized Mr. Holness have been arrested and publicized on the internet.
Mr. President, on a point of order. On a point of order.
I can give examples.
On a point of order, Mr. President.
Senator.
On a point of order, Mr. President. On a point of order, Mr. President, the senator is misleading the House, and he must withdraw those allegations. They are untrue. They are untrue. They are baseless, and they should be withdrawn. They should not remain on the record of this honourable chamber.
Mr. President, today is not the day.
Senator Crawford, look now, you heard what the minister
I heard,
said?
Mr. President. And I can guide her to the...
Senator Brown,
I can guide her to the social...
1 minute. 1 minute. Senator Brown. You have a right to dissent, but you do it in order. Senator Crawford, you have made an allegation about the Prime Minister of this country. You're going to either withdraw it or you're going to substantiate it.
No, sir. I made no allegations. I said people who criticize the Prime Minister has been arrested. I did not suggest. No, I'm saying that I'll direct you to social media. I'll direct you to social media where they consistently post.
Senator Crawford.
Mr. President.
Senator Crawford, 1 minute. Senator Crawford, 1 minute.
Mr. President,
clear.
What he's saying in any event is still misleading and seeking to imply. There has been nobody who has been arrested for criticizing the Prime Minister. None.
All right, I'll move on.
The noted incidents is not because of criticizing the Prime Minister. Why the person broke the law, went to court and was prosecuted and charged.
You're being unreasonable, Senator. I'm not speaking to a person.
All right, Senator
Crawford. Anyone you wish to speak to. Be responsible, man.
No, I can speak to an individual, Mr. President, who had to come on the social media and apologize.
Senator Crawford, I am not concerned about what is happening in the social media, you know. I'm concerned about what is happening here, and you are imputing motive to a member of the House of Parliament.
Mr. President.
You have stood up and said that anybody, hold on, hear what you said. Anybody that criticizes the Prime Minister is arrested. Is that true?
Mr. President.
Is that true?
I am saying that, all right, Mr. President, all right, fine. Mr. President, let's move on. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President. I've never.
Senator
Mr.
Crawford,
President,
1 minute.
I've never done this before. This is my second term in the Senate, and I've never done this before. We have to remember that we have an international audience also. That statement is very damaging, not only to the Prime Minister, but to the country of Jamaica.
Mr. President, I will move on. Because there is no, listen. Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think that we have reached the point where you should make a ruling on the matter that is before you. And if the senator proceeds, then you should use your authority under the standing orders to discontinue his presentation.
Mr. President, on a point of order, go on, please.
Senator Crawford, you know you can put a stop to this very easily, though.
Mr. President, I'm really not sure what it is Senator Crawford is being asked to withdraw.
What I can tell you, he has made an allegation that anybody who criticizes the Prime Minister is arrested.
Mr. President,
he is imputing motive to a member of the other House, and he needs to withdraw it.
No, Mr. President, with respect, I think you misheard.
I'm speaking to you and Senator Brown at the same time, so both of you decide who I am addressing. You decide.
Mr. President, he made a statement of fact. He said persons who had criticized the Prime Minister were arrested. That is a statement of fact. That is not in any dispute. That is not misleading anything. He never said everyone who criticizes the Prime Minister was arrested. He never said everyone. He said persons who had criticized the Prime Minister were arrested. That is a matter of public record.
Senator, no matter how you spin it, Senator Bunting, it was said within a context.
And it is misleading.
And I'm asking the Speaker to withdraw the statement and move on.
Can I say something, Mr. President? Mr. President, I have written text and also the answered can speak. I said that the people are afraid of government badness. Government badness has been a feature of the JLP government. Anyone who offer critique or dissent, the citizens of the country are afraid. It was then suggested, where I said that persons who have criticized has been arrested publicly and placed on the internet. So when you check it, so what is there to withdraw? What is there to withdraw?
What?
Persons who have offered criticism has been arrested. Me not say that is the reason.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
All right,
to do that is to juxtapose the two things together. And then you now are going to ask for persons to interpret that to be. That is wrong. And you are misleading. And Mr. President, I am asking you to make your ruling, and if the senator proceeds, then you ask him to discontinue his presentation.
President, before you make your ruling, President, Mr. President, on a point of order.
Senator Brown, what point of order?
Yeah, you've been asked to rule on a comment by Senator Crawford.
No, I've not been asked to rule. I rule already.
You have been asked
the ruling is that you have imputed motive to the Prime Minister, who is a member of the other House, and I'm asking you to withdraw it.
Mr. President.
I'm asking you to withdraw it.
Mr. President. Maybe you need to consult answer, because that's not what I heard said. But it can't be denied, Mr. President, that some people who have criticized the Prime Minister have been arrested, coincidence or otherwise. That is the reality. Some people have been arrested, and we must avoid this dictatorial, we must avoid this road to dictatorship.
Mr. President,
Senator,
you need to calm down, Lambert. You're going on that line from morning.
It was my intention to make it clear that as a nation, many are concerned of the resistance to critique that the government... No, give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Whether the government side agrees or not, I had no intention, as is being fabricated, sir, to have impugned any motive upon an individual.
So if that be the case, withdraw the statement and let us move on.
But we never say it, sir. All right. All right. Withdrawn, move on. Good. All right. I continue, sir, to say that many individuals are afraid to offer critique to the government. That is true. Not impugning nothing. I'm just saying they are afraid. Fine. Mr. President, All
right, thank you. Senator Crawford, continue, yes, please.
Mr. President, one's political philosophy will definitely shade the lens through which one perceives government policy. Dr. Nigel Clark, being the chief architect of the budget before us, can be reasonably described as a political conservative. These individuals, Mr. President, can be described as individuals who advocate low taxes, reduced government spending, minimal government debt, and they often champion deregulation, free trade, privatization, and tax cuts. This mindset would definitely impact the budget in particular and the minister's perception of good policy in general. Mr. President, I have never had a conversation with Dr. Nigel Clark re his philosophy, but my conclusions have been based on his utterances and his proposals. Mr. President, can fiscal conservatism work in the era of COVID? And does a fiscal conservative budget do justice to the citizens of the country at this time? One academic writer argues, and I quote, "The COVID-19 pandemic has necessitated a rethinking of the contours of state intervention." The author goes on to posit that the argument for rolling back the state has become questionable, and that at this time fiscal conservatism should be quote-unquote discarded. Other authors, however, suggest that fiscal discipline will accrue to the benefit of nations in the medium to long term, despite the harsh realities being faced. Where there is almost 100% agreement, however, Mr. President, is that all agree that policymakers should have more open and transparent debates about these difficult choices. Mr. President, it is my opinion that the current approach to half-truths does not facilitate this debate. There exists within the design of our very democracy room for policy disagreement and expression of concerns about policy direction. The misdirection and gimmickry should be left, therefore, to the political platform and leave from the House for serious business. Mr. President, there's not sufficient difference between this budget and the ones before to be confident that this budget will cause for us to recover, worse yet, recover stronger. As the budget tabled before is not very different from the budgets tabled today, is not very different from the budgets tabled before. And as Mr. Julian Robinson suggested, the country suffered 3 consecutive quarters of negative economic growth between July 19th and March 2020, when the first case of COVID-19 was reported. During this period, the decline quarter after quarter worsened. As a country, we were only a quarter away from being seen to be in recession. So what we're saying, Mr. President, is when we look at this budget, I see very little changes to suggest that it would lead to a different outcome. Mr. President, one area of policy I personally am concerned about was the GCT reduction as a COVID response. And the good senator spoke to it earlier about the $25 billion. Now, Mr. President, before those in the business of influencing lead stories and media headlines scurry off to fabricate a narrative that Crawford is against tax cuts. Let me repeat to be clear, I am concerned about the use of GCT reduction as a COVID-19 response. Yes, to be very clear. Even though I'm sure that the headline narrative will now be Crawford asked to withdraw. But that is fine. Mr. President, 1 year of policy. Mr. President, in true form, with the sole priority being to set narrative, the Minister of Finance gave two opposite opinions in his opening and closing budget presentation. In his second presentation, the Minister, under the heading Consumption Stimulus, if not targeted, tends to leak. He further argues, and I quote, Madam Speaker, we have to make policy that suits the particular provable realities of Jamaica. He goes further to add, and I quote, for Jamaica trade in goods and services over 80% of GDP. As a result, Madam Speaker, relative to other countries such as the United States, incrementally boosting consumption in Jamaica has much less of an impact on economic growth unless it is targeted to the very poor quintiles, where the expenditure basket has the most domestic content. When you boost outside of the grouping, you are likely to get increased savings, a greater proportion of foreign source consumption or / consumptions of items with high import content. That is not going to support growth, unquote. The Minister of Finance then veered off into an uninvited lesson on fiscal multiplier before he concludes, in other words, the literature suggests that boosting consumption expenditure as a strategy for economic growth is not a bankable or reliable strategy, unquote. However, Mr. President, in his first presentation,
Speaker's time.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
Members should have heard the question. Those in favour? Against? Senator Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam House Leader. However, Mr. President, in his first presentation under the heading Stimulus, the Minister trumpets government intervention of what he terms 25 billion stimulus consistent of 3 pillars. These were namely reduction of GCT from 16.5 to 15, which returned 14 billion to Jamaican consumers in the middle of the crisis, he said. Second, implementation of MSME tax credit, and third, 10 billion fiscal contingency, which was later used to seed the CARE program and health response. Mr. President, 56% of the stimulus was not only untargeted, but exactly what he suggested does not work. Mr. President, 56% of the stimulus was not only untargeted, but exactly what he suggested does not work. Mr. President, on this matter, the minister is either confused or confusing or both. But may I have a chance to further explain my concerns, Mr. President? A reduction in GCT accrue mainly to the benefit of the wealthy, not the poorest quintiles, as was indicated by the minister in the second presentation to be very important. Let's look at an example, Mr. Speaker, of 5 individuals representing the 5 quintiles. Quintile 1 spending 100,000 before tax. Quintile 2 spending 80,000 before tax. Quintile 3 spending 60,000 before tax. Quintile 4 spending 40,000 before tax. And Quintile 5 spending 20,000 before tax. Based on the savings that were given from GCT, yearly savings for the richest quintile would be 18,000 per year. For the poorest quintile would be $2,600. So the richest quintile was relieved during COVID. Those were the people. So, Mr. President, a person able to spend $20 million for the year before taxes has benefited 300,000, while a person who spent 200,000 for the year has benefited 3,000. This is not targeted. This is not people at the center. This is not direct to the lowest quintile. These were variables suggested in the second presentation to be necessary as a rejection of a call to increase spending. Foreign exchange. Mr. President, the government has been flippant about the impact of foreign shifts on people of this country, claiming the low inflation through the inflation targeting approach. While the low inflation must be applauded, there still exist more inaccurate considerations to be made when considering the impact of foreign exchange on the citizens, in particular the most vulnerable. And Mr. President, just before his end of his presentation, Senator Webby, and I have a lot of respect for Senator Webby. In fact, yeah. I even did think twice when he said something, come start to wonder, but
Senator Brown, when you get up to talk, you can talk about the Johnny Cake. Would you
Mr. President, yes, sir.
Presentation,
the point I'm making, Mr. President, is that Senator Webby spoke to one of the reasons for price increases. One of the reasons for price increasing being devaluation. Because imports are going into the consumption. Imports is going into the production process, like energy and other activities that go into the production process. Imports are going into the delivery and distribution process, like gas and all those other activities. And so he spoke to that, Mr. President. The first consideration as it relates to the impact of devaluation on the poor, Mr. President, a point that was made succinctly by the President of the People's National Party, Mark Golding. The first consideration is that the net impact of devaluation on the poor versus the wealthy. At this point, it is important to explain that there are gains to those who hold foreign exchange savings or earning foreign exchange when the dollar devalues. These gains cushion the blow of whatever price shifts come due to foreign exchange devaluation. To this extent, persons who earn foreign exchange through rent or hold foreign exchange in savings are less affected in the net than those who do not. And Mr. President, it must be noted that is now a common practice for rent to be charged in foreign exchange. It brings me, therefore, Mr. President, to my second concern, which shows that universities and homeowners are charging rent and fees in USD, thus causing for immediate impact of devaluation for students and renters. Some loan entities are also protecting themselves from devaluation by lending in USD. Mr. President, thirdly, prices, in particular food prices, seem to be sticky upwards. To this extent, when revaluation of prices is seldom a movement downwards. Using the minister's data and comparing it to average inflation, there were some realities that we have observed. The minister highlighted average inflation for tin mackerel, and I will not call a brand, though there is a particular brand. No, and as a businessman, I understand. I understand the importance of brand value, and I can tell there was no negative intent. I know Julian Robinson very well, and as you say, it's likely an oversight, but I understand, yes. Tin mackerel yearly inflation was estimated by the minister at about 6%. The average general inflation was 3.6%. Corned beef, 5%, same 3.6% for the general inflation. Cooking oil, 4%, same 3.6% for general inflation. Rice, 7%, sugar, 7%, chicken back, 13%. Average inflation was 3.6%. And so I am very concerned as well, because when we're going into inflation targeting as versus foreign exchange considerations, there are some food baskets that are not consuming the total CPI food basket. And right. And so when you look at people who food is the #1 consumption within their total income, then you find that their inflation may be higher than the actual inflation used to make decisions for the country. So when you use that lower level of inflation, let's say you're targeting 2%, when you're targeting 2%, which is the general reality, another person may be experiencing 4% in his reality, that there is almost a quintile specific inflation that is not considered in the general inflation. No, but I'm not questioning that. I am not. No, but Mr. President, I don't want to withdraw this. But I'm saying, I am not questioning how statistics is done. I understand why there's a general average inflation. I'm saying that when decisions are made on the average, you must seek to understand what the outliers are facing. Because not everybody will be right in the average. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Reviewing starting data, Mr. President, 2020, September to February 2021, there shows that food inflation is often different from the overall inflation figures, and reductions in the category often fall in items that seldom are on the plate of the poorest if it is to be bought. So when you find that there's a food inflation decrease, like most recently, it was in vegetable and fruits and nuts. Those are not necessarily within the food basket. No, lobster.
That's certainly not in the food basket of some of your colleagues.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, yes. But Mr. President, it's a very important point for us to understand, because as we do, you see, now the independent BOJ, which is now focused on inflation and achieving this inflation number, the general inflation number. And I know that there's been constant review, but we have to now look at that person who has high levels of food consumption. Mr. Speaker, the government also benefits from devaluation, as has been shown in the BOJ report, due to foreign exchange gains. Mr. President, no amount of shenanigans, no amount of props, no amount of gold dust, no amount of glasshouse can change this truth and fact. However, Mr. President, from devaluation, dividends from gains is based, one, on the absolute earnings based on devaluation, and also costs faced by the BOJ when it received that revenue. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance have achieved some laudable things in the Ministry of Finance in general and in the BOJ in particular. I would advise him to lay claim to all that has been achieved while he was there, even if he wishes to continue to disregard the contributions of those before him and the sweet wicket that he inherited, which mere figures will never capture. Mr. President, the foundation of a house is never described as beautiful, but the grandstanding during this budget presentation, in particular the smoke and mirror of where is the dividends, it would surprise me, Mr. President, if the Minister of Finance was unaware of the circumstances that faced Jamaica before it was rescued, led by one Peter David Phillips as Minister of Finance and Portia Simpson Miller as Prime Minister. And again, it was so confusing that clarity is being sought even by Senator Webby. But Senator Webby, let me try and give some clarity. I would be shocked if the minister was unaware that the last PMP administration inherited a country unable to pay its debts both at the GOJ and the BOJ. It would shock me further if the minister was unaware of a memorandum of understanding signed in 2013 to form an agreement between the government of Jamaica and the Bank of Jamaica to carry the entity out of the red and into the green, which is now celebrating. That was signed in 2013 by the People's National Party government. To his credit, he carried on the work, but his arguments were at best deceptive in his closing presentation. So deceptive, Mr. President, that he spoke to 1989 to 2007 and shouted...
Mr. President, just on a point of order. Mr. President.
Mr. Crawford, thank you. Senate Leader.
Is it not imputing motive to call the arguments of the Minister of Finance deceptive? He has said that word so many times now. It is fine to disagree. It is fine to say that, to offer criticism, but you are accusing the Minister of Finance of trying to deceive the Parliament. That is a serious allegation. I don't mean to, it's several times, it's been said now, Mr. President. It's inappropriate.
I find it to be
Senator,
so
hold on, Senator Crawford. You know,
Mr. President,
you can find a little less abrasive.
what was the hashtag that the minister used again? Well, against Julian.
Just continue, now, please. Hello, Senator Crawford. Senator Crawford.
Hashtag not credible. Wasn't that saying something about the individual? Wasn't that saying? I think you're being unreasonable.
Senator Crawford.
And you consistently be
Senator Crawford.
Huh?
My ruling is that you continue,
Thank you,
please.
Sir. Yeah, but sir, I feel a little attacked consistently by the leader of the government business. She always unreasonable when I'm speaking, always. And I like you a lot.
What I find very reasonable is that you are given as much time to continue your presentation. So just continue,
Mr.
please.
President. All right, Mr. President. All right. So, Mr. President, he spoke of 1989 to 2007 and shouted, "Where is the dividends?" He should know that in 1989, the country had negative foreign exchange reserves of about $1 billion USD and turned that around to $2 billion USD in the green by 2007. How important, therefore, Mr. President, are these foreign exchange reserves? I will depend on the minister's own statements. He said in his presentation, if we had little or no foreign exchange reserves, businesses would not be able to purchase overseas raw materials, intermediate or finished goods, and we would live in a deprived existence, unquote. Absolutely. So therefore, the minister himself, sorry? Yes. But the minister asked where were the dividends, knowing that the gains were going to be contributed to carrying us out of a negative $1 billion USD reserves to a positive $2 billion, and then said, where are the dividends? That laid the foundation for the NIR. And then, no, I think he was to say, where are the gains? Because the gains must then be going against the cost that the BOJ is facing. And if there is a net left back, then that becomes dividends. Yes, there is the dividends. Okay, he spoke about average devaluation, Senator. Now, as you know, mathematically, 10% of 1 is less than 3% of 100. When 1987, the dollar was nowhere near 150. So 3% devaluation of 150 in the absolute is more in some cases than 7% of 60. It was not, well, I don't want to say it was not truthful, because I'm afraid now, I'm afraid to say, I don't know what to say. Yeah, no, just because sometimes it is like an effort to paint. I am saying that when hashtag not credible was used, if the Minister of Finance come to say, where are the dividends, when he knows that there was an agreement in 2013 to carry the BOJ to a point that it can be an independent central bank, and all the contributions were made so that the debt that was owed to the BOJ was paid by this government, or the People's National Party government, carried on by the Jamaica Labour Party government, then the gains went there. The gains went there. And the law, Senator Webby says, that once there is a profit, it must be transferred. That's what the law states.
Nothing novel.
So there is nothing novel. There is nothing novel. And to use it to criticize the leader of my party, and to use it to lambast the leader of my party, I should take no umbrage to that. I should come and say we are great and fine when he knows. That's not reasonable. And nobody jump up and say, you can't impute.
That's not credible.
Nobody did that. I took my time to prepare myself and come present. And people are seeking now to paint a character outside of my character. I think it was deceptive. Me not negative against him. This is a joke. This is a joke. Mr. President, the minister is quite proud of how much money he has made, and he should be. He spoke to the 33 billion that has been transferred. He states, Mr. President, in quote, a historic largest ever 33 billion dividend to the people of Jamaica. 33 billion, we are, Mr. Bell, even with the 33 billion, we are short of hospital beds. Even with the 33 billion, our health professionals are complaining of no protective gear. Even with the 33 billion, the dire oxygen shortage exists. Even with the 33 billion, cameras for Jamaica Eye seems to be a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but never attained. Even with the 33 billion, teachers could not get 100,000 to prepare their homes and to purchase technology for better delivery of education. Even with the 33 billion, we are just scampering to do a few tablets. Even with the 33 billion, the actual COVID relief was so insignificant that the only real mistake Mr. Julian Robinson made was to seek further evidence for what was a proven fact. I see them trying to say that the IDB changed and the IMF said that it wasn't measuring. I have a friend, you know, Senator Bunty, in the States. It's when it's tax time, he call all his baby mothers and say, have you claimed for the child? And him try to put it on film list. All of a sudden, everything now is COVID spend. Tablets in school is from 2015. That's not COVID spend. The fact that we're still so far away suggests that they never did what they were supposed to do in 2016, 17, 18, and 19.
Absolutely.
The fact. And then you're going to say, no, Farm Road is now COVID spend. Farm Road do every year.
Absolutely.
Eh? Farm Road do every year. But, Mr. President, what is clear is that though they must be lauded for the dividend, though they must be lauded for the management and the continuation of the management, reasonable questions can be asked about what are the priorities of the government and how is it that they are now going to make this a budget for the people and not an anti-people government. Mr. President, we never need IMF. We never need IDB to tell us that it was insufficient to give $10,000 over 12 months. $10,000 over 12 months is $27 a day. That is what was given to the people of Jamaica. No IDB statistics or no other statistics. The CARE program, quote-unquote CARE, gave $27 a day to this point. And the SET program contributed to 40,000 employees, even though the minister said 130,000 lost their job. I don't need IDB to tell me that is insufficient. I don't need CARE program to tell me that is insufficient. And I don't need to ask myself and the country, how is it that it is being acted by people who know better that it is sufficient? How is it that it is being acted? Mr. President, finally, I want to conclude by asking for the government to consider three quick things, that could cause for the minister to be right back here with a supplementary budget in the very near future. Sorry? No, yeah, up at the next part. But I'll be here again talking on it. God's willing. Mr. President, I want us to look at tourism and the importance of foreign exchange. Senator Webby, there may be a great foreign exchange fallout if tourism rebounds. Because, as the minister correctly pointed out, there were losses. We had foreign exchange reduction, demand reduction because of tourism imports. but we had foreign exchange losses because of tourism revenue. The tourism imports will immediately return when the numbers return. But the revenue don't immediately return when the numbers return, because I expect that great discounts will be a central part of the fight to get the industry back. And so to that extent, we have to now be very concerned about what will be that fallout in the return to the demand, the gap. The other reality is that many suppliers of hotels have died. And so local suppliers have been so negatively affected that in the short to medium term, hotels may have to go to importation of some of that which used to be provided locally. Some of the fruit farmers, they must survive 12 months. Some of the people, the pineapple, and they never survived. And so we have to be very, very concerned. I am also pleased that the minister stated that the government is seeking to increase the tourism multiplier by creating greater linkages. And you, sir, you worked on the linkages. I was in the ministry, and I benefited from linkages. Wickham McNeil was the author of the whole linkage. But Senator Webby has been a great contributor. Yes, many years. But I want us to see that a linkage that has been often ignored and a leakage that has not been seen is that actual booking. The first point of leakage is the 10 to 15% that come out as commission. So when a travel agent make a booking, 10 to 15% stays with the travel agent. The government of Jamaica must take great effort to include the diaspora as travel agents so as to get some benefits from those leakages that are going into. A level of investment, a level of promotion, a level of marketing, a level of creativity to engage, because you know, Senator Webby, that the remittances saved us. The increase in remittances. The kindness of the diaspora, the generosity, the commitment of the diaspora. And so if they should earn more from the Jamaica tourism product, who can sell Jamaica more than a Jamaican?
Minister should jump on that.
No, in fact, research has shown that tourists mostly come from the areas of great diaspora concentration, New York and the tri-state, Florida. We don't get nobody from Wisconsin. And it's very cold. The diaspora, without acknowledgement, has been influencing tourism, but not benefiting. I beg that we look into. Senator Golding, officer. I'm coming back now, I'm coming back. Senator Golding was disappointed a while ago, but she loved me again. Thank you very much, Senator. All right. The other thing, Senator Webby, is that I want us to commission a study on the reason for the remittances. I fear, well, the minister was correct, and the Minister of Finance is a bright man. I'm not taking that away from him. I disagree with some things, and I feel that some things were political gimmickry. And I am now coming back to say, yo, may I clear it up for my side, my team. But he correctly stated that there was some transition from informal to formal, and so therefore it was captured. So part of the increase was existing in the informal when a man come to Jamaica and 20 man send a money for them cousin. Now that flying and all them things reduce and travel reduce, him have to send it through Western Union. But I fear, Senator Webby, that another portion is because of the stimulus checks. And when these countries are back on their feet and the stimulus checks stop, when we are not yet back on our feet, the competence to contribute is then reduced. And then that also, now I don't know if it is so, but that is the reason for studies like the projections and the models that the agriculture department use. Mr. Senator Webby, I'm depending on you to engine that. Because if that is true, if it is not a automatic regardless of circumstance, once we are down, they're there. If their ability to be there is highly dependent on the stimulus, and when they go to the Western Unions and the people like places like those, maybe a questionnaire could capture so we can better plan if that is going to be the case. The final thing, Mr. President. I'm both happy and sad at the same time. And I really like Senator Johnson, really, true. Mr. President, I had the opportunity to do some research on behalf of the People's National Party when going into the election manifesto. And we asked an insurance company, Senator Webby, my brother, we asked an insurance company to give us an estimate of what it would cost to do a national insurance. A national insurance. National health insurance. National health insurance. And this insurance company, reputable insurance company, I don't have to call this name, but suggested that they could do a national health insurance for individual plus multiple benefits, which is basically a household, $5,085 per month. So per household, $5,085. If we should look, Senator Gale, if we should look at 400,000 households then, because we have nearly 650,000 households, and we said some don't need it. Yes, some don't need it, right? Senator Hill definitely don't need it. Some companies cover their people. Yes, Senator, for $24 billion if we should cover all of it for 400,000 households. If we should cover a portion, there can be any subset of it. But you know how much people have toothache now and cannot take out the teeth? Oh, yeah. You know how much people, cancer is $7 million if you catch it early. Our people never see 7 million, so many of our people. You know how much ladies now can have baby and cesarean C-section is not a possibility, or them have to wait and think. You know why the public sector is so overburdened, while this would help to divert some people to private consumption because they are insured. I hope that we can consider this health insurance, national health insurance. I think the time has come for a national health insurance. And while many will be quick to say we can't afford it, the discretionary portion of the budget is over $200 billion. That is what the government used to decide what its priorities are. That's what the government used to decide if it is a for-people or anti-people government. That's what the government used to decide to say if the negatives of COVID, which has been now proven by some to have other health impacts post-COVID, will be mitigated by having an insurance. Mr. President, I apologize for any disaffection that has been caused. I really had hoped to make a presentation on behalf of the people and the nation. And I believe that we, as a country, can do better by reviewing this budget and the methods that we have used to impact the people of Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Gale, Senator Gale, you are speaking now. I expect you to maintain your presentation within the ambit of what is usually accepted. In other words, 30 minutes. Thank you, Senator Crawford. Senator Gale, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take note of your instructions, sir. But you know me, one of the things about me is that I believe in equality. And whatever is good for the goose.
What I'm going to suggest to you is that you put the notion of equality with respect to the question of content rather than length.
Mr. President, you know, we recognize that Jamaica economy is facing its worst contraction in history. And due to the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was identified in Jamaica in March 2020. Are you leaving, Senator Crawford? Oh. Fortunately for us, sir, we do have the leadership in various aspects of society whose vision is not limited to what is immediately in front of us, but certainly recognizing that there can be consequences of our failure, and also to recognize that caution must be an important element in going forward down the road. You know, I've heard the term inertia spoken about earlier on. But let me express for this forum my admiration for the Honourable Prime Minister, who has demonstrated vision, creativity, and the intellectual drive that he has displayed, especially over the last year. Let me state right away my deepest respect for the Honourable Minister of Finance and my strong support for his efforts to ensure that the economy remains viable and receptive of the inputs he has so valiantly been working to employ. He must be congratulated. President, I want to urge the government to continue to demonstrate this strong commitment to fiscal discipline and prudence as the country seeks to recover from the pandemic and rebuild our economy while simultaneously fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, the wounds it has inflicted on our society. We are going through some extremely challenging time, but we must stay the course, and we have the leadership in this country to tread carefully and to pursue an effective recovery. Mr. President, let me use this medium also to commend the working class who have been front and center during this unprecedented period. Bravely, sir, facing the risk of infection every single solitary day in order to keep the wheels of this economy turning. Without hesitation, we must applaud the working class. President, I fully support the position of the government to cautiously handle the 2021-22 expenditure budget and to continue to protect the improvements we have achieved so far. At the same time, I want to call on the opposition. I want to call on the trade union movement of which I am a part. I want to call on private sector and all stakeholders conducting business, including civil society, and in fact the entire Jamaican population, to recognize that if we are going to survive and transform this economy, we can only do it together. We cannot stand alone. This milestone of the last year, since we have met to review the appropriations bill, gives us a chance to reflect on what we have won and also, President, to mourn that which we have lost. It has put the global economy on full display and has exposed the need for transformative change. It has caused us to be able to mobilize our efforts across sectors and identify the specific challenges that may have derailed the efficiency, growth and sustainability in those sectors that may have been hard hit. We have the opportunity, Mr. President, to effectively provide and pursue an overhaul of the engine of this economy. It is going to require solidarity. It is going to require us working together, appreciating the need that we can only work together towards the same objectives and send the right signal, Mr. President, to the people that we are redoubling our efforts by promoting the commitment to build a common future. And so we have to start that demonstration of commitment right inside here, inside the Parliament as leaders, by sending the most appropriate signal to the people that we need to work together. President, it is simple to get up and stand up in the Parliament and suggest that the Minister of Finance is playing crown and anchor with the economy. I am not a gambler, but I have had the experience of seeing those that have gambled with this country, and I know the game is always biased against the gambler. We love this country too much to lose it in a gamble. I have confidence enough in our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance that they have the interest of the entire population at heart. And in fact, they have displayed the compassion for the poor and the willingness to protect the most vulnerable by their actions. President, it is quite easy for some to assume the interest is only in the welfare of the wealthy. But the records show that the obsession of this government is to assist the poor and the most vulnerable.
Every single time.
The evidence is visible in the fact that the government has seen is fit to spend more billions of dollars than has ever been spent by any government in Jamaica in surviving the dangers of the pandemic whilst reducing the burden of poverty and the lack of charity to the poor. President, it is quite simple to rise during a debate on the expenditure and suggest that we spend $21.5 billion more. But no government, sir, worth its salt would hold back on providing the maximum available assistance to the poor and most vulnerable in a democratic society. We must never give the impression that a government must turn its back on those that display wealth. In fact, Sir Alexander Bustamante said that there are only two classes, the rich and the working class. And you cannot destroy the rich nor the working class. They are all the same people living in different homes and different circumstances. So any agenda by a government must be an approach in securing the protection of all. Mr. President, we have work to do. We have Jamaicans who have lost their jobs because of this pandemic. Those who would have opted to be on a longer layoff than required by law with the hope that they will be called back. Those who would have their job positions would have been made redundant. Those whose position would have made redundant and is yet to get the redundancy pay. Those who would have accepted lesser terms of employment, such as part-time or temporary work, and even job sharing in order to make ends meet. When we talk about economic recovery, it must be steadfast in getting every single one of those Jamaicans back on the job. That must be a mission. It must be an objective, and I believe strongly that this is the intent of this government. We have businesses to keep open. We have jobs to create. We have jobs to secure. We have investors to attract. We have people to train and develop and to educate, and a country to transform. Let us use our time wisely. President, we have experienced the lowest level of foreign exchange inflows in decades. You know, one of our most successful sectors is operating at its lowest. And Senator Crawford, I'm glad you raised it. A number of workers and their families and linkages depend heavily on the tourism sector. This pandemic has demonstrated conclusively that a vibrant tourism industry is central to our economic growth. We have a hard-working tourism minister, in my mind, the best yet. And there is one thing that he has always demonstrated, it's confidence and optimism that we will eventually return to our glory days. Mr. President, we can certainly use this opportunity to better diversify our tourism product and even look forward and inward looking. What Jamaica has to offer internally to Jamaicans by promoting the linkages with agriculture and promoting more staycation. Mr. President, this downtime will also allow industry stakeholders to examine their own performance, improve their products, examine their leakages, and invest in training their staff to improve their competitive edge. We must recall, Mr. President, in 2020, the government's effort to train hundreds of workers in the sector during the downtime. We must commend the Ministry of Tourism for that strategy. Mr. President, as it relates to our foreign exchange inflows, and I want to make special emphasis on remittances. You know, we must commend the Jamaican diaspora for rising to the occasion. Notwithstanding their own dependency, notwithstanding their own challenges with the pandemic, they sent some US $600 million more to their families and friends over the last decade. As my grandmother would have said, them not forget we. That is power. That is the power of the diaspora. President, during the period since the last time we met around this very bill, I will remind the Honourable Senate of various actions that were demonstrated by the government owing to the pandemic. Promoting low interest rate and low inflationary rate. Ensuring that we have cash in the reserve. Establishing a disaster contingency fund. Suspension of fiscal rules. Ensuring that the vulnerable benefited from stimulus and care packages. Modernizing and improving our legislative framework to aid and support small businesses so that small businesses can remain open and small businesses can continue to employ workers. Mr. President, those were calculated and well thought out actions that ensured that businesses remain open and workers remain employed. We must commend the government for its quick and decisive action and response in supporting the needs of the people at a time, President, when they were most vulnerable. Mr. President, as a trade unionist, you know, I believe that public sector transformation and modernization has always been a key focus of the government. An efficient, productive and more responsive public sector is key to our growth and development. And the public sector supports us all, whether businesses or individuals. And President, I want to take this opportunity to commend the public sector workers for the tremendous work that they have been doing. It is not easy for public sector workers in trying circumstances to demonstrate the value and expertise and experience to supporting the society. And over the last years, government has embarked on certain critical initiatives that are sought to improve our public sector. There's a human resource management transformation, improvement and investment in the ICT infrastructure, rationalization of public bodies, promoting even shared corporate services. President, in 2019, this government embarked on what I would consider as one of the most vital investments in public sector history, and this is the public sector compensation review. President, this fundamental plan and sound strategy is aimed at moving to a common pay grade structure which will remove inequities in the system and promote fairness. It is seeking also to establish a common factor-based job evaluation system so that as job changes, they are aligned to the appropriate worth and value. It is also seeking to rationalize and consolidate certain allowances into basic pay where possible. And President, it may even lead to the introduction of, Senator Webby, something that you know operates in the private sector: pay for performance in the public sector. That is something that the public sector must not be afraid of in instituting pay for performance in the most appropriate way so that public sector workers can be rewarded for the work that they have done. President, this is a valuable investment and commitment by a government that is purely seeking to improve all aspects of the public sector. And this commitment promotes trust and confidence in leadership. We have been informed that it will be delayed by 1 year, and the implementation of the compensation restructure for public sector workers as the administration focuses on Jamaica's recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic. President, we understand how critical it is that whatever resources we can obtain, we use this year on vaccines, the distribution of vaccines, our social and economic recovery, inclusive of securing jobs, as well as social support for those who would have been hardest hit by the pandemic. The Minister says that the government will use the fiscal year 2021-22 to fine-tune the parameters of the compensation restructuring with the unions, so that together we can move towards beginning implementation in the financial year 2022-23 and realize those benefits in 2022-2023. The public sector workers will hold him to that. We are, however, open to discussions. And I'm saying, President, that we need to start talking now. There are other policy-driven initiatives that can be explored outside of just compensation that will invariably impact positively on our public sector workers. And so we must start having those discussions now to ensure and promote confidence in our industrial relations climate. If the government is talking to unions about workers, it will also inspire public-private sector to talk. Yes. And I'm calling on the government to lead this social dialogue by example. President, I must confess, and many presenters spoke about it, but I want to express surprise when the leader of opposition made a suggestion in the House of Representatives that the record dividends being paid over to the government from the central bank was funded by profits, which are mainly comprised of realized and unrealized foreign exchange gains. You know, I believe that the opposition leader may have made a very unfortunate error with this misleading statement. And I hope he will be careful in the future when he makes statements like those, because it may appear to undermine the work of the bank, but also the contribution of the workers to the success after years of working for the growth of the bank, even while it made a profit. And I have to protect the workers of the central bank because they are under my representation. Like the Minister of Finance said, I believe it was an insult to the workers there at all levels. And it undermines the work of hundreds of public sectors who have dedicated themselves to success of that institution. The fact, as explained by the Finance Minister, is that the record dividends being paid by the BOJ are funded by profits which are mainly comprised of realized and unrealized foreign exchange gains. I think that this really sets an example of real value of the central bank and the importance of the workers that are employed there. And I want to commend also the move by this government in making it possible for the central bank to operate independently. Mr. President, I also noticed that the opposition spokesman on finance spoke about the gender impact of the pandemic, mainly in terms of the unemployment gender gap, and I found it very interesting. Female unemployment was 20% in 2013 and fell to a historic low of 8.6% in October 2019. Male unemployment was 10.6% in October 2013 and fell to an historic low of 6% in October 2019. So, Mr. President, the negative difference in female and male unemployment, which used to be 9.4%, has been reduced to only 2.6%. Pre-pandemic employment under this administration has been good for everyone. But it was especially good for women. And whilst the rest of the world was talking about increasing female labor force participation, as our Jamaican women led the way. You know, it's unfortunate that due to the pandemic, approximately 130,000 Jamaicans lost their jobs. Interestingly, the gender gap makeup for this initial shock maintained the gender gap in unemployment. However, in the recovery of jobs to October, females have been re-employed more quicker than men, leading to a widening of the gender gap in employment again. And this is because, that the economy, the hardest hit would have been the service jobs that are mainly female. Customer service jobs in restaurants, bar, food outlets, and so on. Unfortunately, job losses in these areas in the economy has recovered more slowly, and hence the widened gender disparity still holds. The good news, however, is that the gender gap of unemployment is still far below its most recent high in 2013. President, we have work to do in restoring jobs and putting people back at work. Mr. President, another good news was to hear from the Honourable Minister that the CARE program disproportionately benefited the women. Just over 60% of the 440,000 beneficiaries of the CARE program were female, and 40% were male. Approximately 61% of the beneficiaries of the compassionate grant under the CARE program were female, and 39% were male. approximately 59% of the monthly unemployment stipend beneficiaries, that is the set cash beneficiaries, are female. President, as a trade unionist, I'm happy that the female workers will receive further temporary unemployment support under the Serve Jamaica program. As a government, we also care about gender disparities and the impact of the pandemic on female. And our policy response is a tangible demonstration on policy matters. President, we have seen the surge in construction with a number of public and private sector-led residential and non-residential projects taking place, providing employment for thousands of persons right across the country. One can readily spot several housing and commercial high-rise buildings being erected, particularly in the corporate area. The Planning Institute of Jamaica predicted growth of 6.1% in construction industry for the October to December 2020 quarter. The Minister of Finance and the Public Service, in opening his budget debate on March 9, said that during April to June 2020, construction declined by 14.5%, but grew by 7% in the July to September 2020 quarter. President, this is a welcome sign that the construction sector is growing despite the pandemic. Let me use this opportunity also to congratulate the National Housing Trust in continuing the mandate of the Honourable Prime Minister in creating more and more and more housing solutions for contributors. This growth is a reflection of the belief of those builders and developers that there is a brighter future ahead for Jamaica. It was noticeable that the monetization of the BOJ, inclusive of the policy shift to inflation targeted, provided the space for interest rate to be reduced to 10 times the record's low.
Good policy, more good policy.
This allowed builders and developers to be able to access capital needed at attractive prices to fuel construction recovery. In addition to the reduction and the abolishment of transaction taxes on real estate, it provided further boost to the development. But again, with the exception of the construction sector, which showed most growth for 2020-21, all sectors of the economy declined. We have to bear in mind that the POJ expects the economy to contract by approximately 12% this fiscal year. The economic decline in 2020-21 was driven by a massive 70% contraction in the tourism industry. President, in concluding, let me state that even the hardest times, we must find hope and strength in our unity. We must endeavor to protect workers' rights in a time of need. Mr. President, we must be positive, Even our utterances when we are the lowest must remain positive. We must stop adding fuel to the fire and fanning it, but instead use the energy from the fire to work together to rebuild and transform Jamaica. Mr. President, there is no hardware store or manufacturer of paint that markets on its shelf a brand and label paint known as Doom and Gloom. Doom and Gloom. And so I want to suggest we must not yield to the temptation of painting doom and gloom in the society. We must instead have the confidence and trust that if we work together, we can only make things better. Let us also, President, let us also use this time not to be seen as a culture of rule breakers, but must be steadfast in ensuring that we all abide by the COVID-19 protocols to protect each other. President, let us celebrate the hard work of all frontline workers and commit that all workers must have access to vaccine. The government of Jamaica continues to demonstrate a strong commitment to fiscal discipline and prudence. As Jamaica seeks to rebuild its economy while simultaneously fight the COVID-19 pandemic, it is imperative that all of us do our part to stem the spread of the virus. This is a time, President, when it requires all hands and on deck. And it is clear that the government will need to continue its social support initiatives so that those among us who need the support and have the least able to cope will have the confidence that help will come from the government. President, we must continue our infrastructural development and our human capital development so that our people can realize the vision that Jamaica is the place to live, raise their families, and conduct business. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
You see, I was very disciplined in sticking to the instructions of the time.
Thank you, Senator Gale. And I make an observation without invitation to comment. You are the only speaker in my memory on either side who has managed to make a presentation without Senator Brown interrupting you. And I'm not going to say any more. Senator Brown. Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Brown.
Mr. President, at this late hour after 3 o'clock, I rise to comment on the appropriation bill. But I can't but say I feel like a big hypocrite. And all of us appearing like me to be hypocrites when the rest of the country has gone home. We closed down at 12 o'clock. But we reserve for ourselves the right not to be bound. Not to be bound.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
not to be bound by...
Senator Brown. No. I don't really see it in that way now.
That's you, but it's me speaking.
We have a national duty doing, and that is why we are here.
No, but Mr. President, it was not suggested that we are closed down at 12 o'clock. It was an encouragement to businesses to close at 12 o'clock in order to allow workers to be able to purchase.
Senator Gale, whether that is correct or not, the point is that we are here in pursuance of the nation's business. We are not here for any other reason but to conduct the business of the country. So I reject that. I don't feel like a hypocrite. You may, I don't.
I feel so because when I look at the staff of the Parliament who are detained here by our business.
1 minute again. I will tell you that the staff of the Parliament has reduced to a skeletal level in order to facilitate the functioning of the government and the work of the Senate. And he knows better.
I still make the point that it is like we're like hypocrites, where we feel that we should detain some of the staff here because we want to rush these issues through. And I can take all the comments you want to make, because the reality is we must do unto others as we wish them to be done in the norm. So I raised that at the very beginning. I need not sort of voce remarks make in respect to my friend Senator Gill, because he knows what I knows, and he knows that some of what he said I disagree with. He speaks about doom and gloom. What I want to say, I want to speak about reality versus fantasy, because much of this budget is about fantasy and not reality. 3 speakers from the government spoke today. A day when a body is found floating in the waterfront. A day in which a vendor in the Coronation Market was found with her head bashed in. A day in which an accounting clerk from Portmore was found dead on the Dyke Road. Crime impacting our people. And as Senator Bunting said, the government seems to be sweeping it under the carpet. They seem to be sweeping crime under the carpet. It can't be allowed for them to sweep it under the carpet, because it's real mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters who are dying. And so Senator Webby, who is not here, all that money spent on crime is not showing up in a positive outcome. So it's not about how much money you spend, it's what the money do for you, the outcome you get from that money. Otherwise, anybody can be spending money. It's like I see some man in a dance somewhere in St. Andrew throwing NSC on fire and say that's a great thing. That's stupidness. So, Mr. President, don't come to tell me how much is spent. And when Senator Gill says we mustn't paint doom and gloom, but we must work together, I had stepped out of the chamber earlier. When I came back, I heard you saying work together. And I turned to my colleagues and said, which bill are we talking about? Are we talking about the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act, and which we need to work together? Because I'm going to hold you to that. When you come to that bill, for which the Prime Minister said there should be a joint select committee, and for which you are proposing none, I hope you are prepared to work together. Otherwise, we become hypocrites when we don't hold to a consistent position. I'm not calling you anything, my friend. I just say you'll become an hypocrite if you don't share the work together. It can't be work together when you want to pass the budget, but not work together when you want to oppress the people with that bill. Mr. President, if Senator Crawford, you're here? I'm going to say something to you. There's a famous politician who once said, what is left is a set of yes men, wimps and lackeys who have surrendered their right to dissent. That famous politician is today a member of the cabinet. Take his words and don't stop dissenting when you see wrongs. We on this side will never become a set of yes men, wimps and lackeys who surrender our right to dissent.
You remember who is sitting before you? Have you forgotten who is sitting before you?
He is prepared to dissent. He is prepared to dissent. So we say we have a right to dissent, and we will never become yes men, wimps and lackeys. Mr. President, Mr. President, last year, when we debated the budget, I took the big book, threw it on the floor, and said, this budget is dead. I was right. I was right. I listened last year all the boasts, Senator Hill, of Minister Clark, going in the right direction, upward, forward. What have become of all of that? Boast. No, because I never hit me. And let me tell you why it never hit me. I anticipate what was coming while he came with the boasting. Yes, call me Prophet Chambers if you want. Lock me up if you want. Lock me up if you want and then release me without charge as was done today. I will not give up my right to dissent. Right? I have the president. I go to the president. Yeah. Mr. President, that's okay. That's okay. It won't be like a certain bad word. Kosa, we will work that out. Mr. President, this debate takes place against the background of a budget presented last year that could not stop a 10 to 12% decline in GDP. All of us in the Senate will admit that the pandemic had a role to play in this economic decline. But I hope, as we agree on that, pandemic or no pandemic, a 10% to 12% decline is going in the wrong direction. It's contrary to the ministers last year going in the right direction. As Senator Bunting pointed out, crime, especially murders, are much more than it ought to be. That too, I hope we can agree, is going in the wrong direction. So the promise of right direction by Minister Clark last year is not bearing fruit in the economy, not bearing fruit in crime. And when it comes to COVID explosion we're facing now, President, it is out of control. 11 dead yesterday. That too has gone in the wrong direction. And why do I point out the wrong direction? It is the boast of Minister Clark last year that we were on the right path. We were on the right direction. And he has not had the courage to come forward and say, I was wrong. But he comes this year, President, and try again, in my view, to sweet mouth the Jamaican people. Let me give you an example. Because you see, I take the time, Senator Webby, like you and your research team, to read the minister's speech last year and to read the minister's budget speech the year before. So that is why I could interrupt Senator Hill and tell him exactly where I'm going, because I know he was reading from this year's speech, which was like last year's speech and the year before speech. So let me share with you. This year, Mr. President, and I didn't plan to raise it, but since Senator Hill went there, education. Last year, 117 billion was allocated for education. This year is 114 billion. 3 billion less. 3 billion less. But you know what was interesting, Mr. President? The minister stood up over there. The minister stood up over there and tried to tell us that we are doing better than Singapore because we are contributing 6% of the GDP to education. Never start last year when we were contributing more. But Senator Hill, as a man who understands these things, join with me and tell the people that the reason why we're at 6% is because the GDP shrink 10%. So this notion that we're doing good for education is bad policy, bad thought, and it doesn't put the people at the center of the budget and development. So let us be clear. You get to 6% spending less money. And you know, Senator Hill, I can tell you, as a percentage of non-debt expenditure, this year is 22% as against 21% last year. Me read the two speeches, me compare them. Let me tell you some other things he said last year that was great. He said, Mr. Speaker, which government has provided for 100 dump garbage truck to come? 50 JUTC bus, 5 of them electric, and 30 fire units. And you come here today and tell us he has put back the money for the fire unit in the budget. Same budget that was there last year. And call it COVID expenditure. It's there. I invite the people in the media to read the speeches. Don't be lazy. So where are the buses? Where are the garbage trucks? Where are the fire thing? Sweet words from the minister, but when it comes to practicality, it's not there. Let me tell you something else he said last year. Last year, Mr. President, he said we're going to have a gully intervention. We're going to take the people who live on the Gully Bank Center, Webby, train them, gazette them, and let them deal with the cleaning of the gullies. Just drive on the boulevard and look on the gullies now. Sweet talk. Sweet talk. But they don't have it there. Sweet talk. And this budget is no different. Senator Sinclair, your Chamber of Commerce lady down in Mobile. Senator Allen, let me talk to you about it, because you won't believe it. She complained about the road around the bypass of Montego Bay. That was in last year's budget. And the year before. Right? So in other words, all of that now is part of the nice things of this COVID package again, coming from the past. Let me tell you one that Senator Bunting have spoken about. The William Field bypass, that goes to the constituency he represented. That has been in budget over and over. That has been in budget over and over. So to bring it back now, President, there's no guarantee that it's going to be implemented. There is no guarantee that it's going to be completed. There is no guarantee that it's going to be completed. So these infrastructure spending, that is part of the COVID response, are things that have been in the budget for a long time. For a long, long time. So we must stop fooling the people. You know, Mr. President, let me hear the points of order. The truth is, somebody said to me that the Minister of Finance with his sweet word, could sell snow to the Eskimos. In the winter. In the middle of winter. Him could sell snow to the Eskimos. It doesn't fool me because I spend the time and
on
read
a point of order,
and do the
Eskimo
research.
is not a culturally acceptable phrase these days.
What that is? Snow?
Eskimo, use that phrase again, that is offensive. You don't refer to the...
You want me to say the Native
You don't refer
Americans?
to the First Nations
You want me to say
people.
Native Americans?
You don't refer to the First Nations people as Canada as Eskimo. That's not acceptable.
President, he could sell snow to the coldest part of the U.S. where the Native Americans came from. That's the reality we face. So I am not moved by putting the gap numbers from last year and the year before. Let me give you another one, President. And Senator Gale stepped out. the minister this year said, we have, between mergers and rationalization, we have dealt with 40 companies. It's the same thing he said last year. Not a single one more company added. And it's all there in the speech. It's all there in the speeches. It's all there in the speeches. And you know, Senator Hill, that number is inflated. Because when I was at UDC, some of the companies in that 40, I shut down by order. One of them, you know, and Senator Bryan, if he was here, he would tell you. Yeah, because we took a decision as a board. Because what you're doing now is what you're doing this was there before. Let me tell you, one company, Jamaica Hotel and Properties, one company, Jamaica Hotels and Property, was actually closed down. And then when we declared a dividend at Montego Freeport, we realized at UDC that Jamaica Hotel and Property had a big dividend to get. Because long time we pay dividends, you know. Not just BOJ dividend, but some company dividend. So UDC could get money. You deal with me anytime you want, man. Just bring some guava for my wife from your farm. Right? So, we declaring dividend long time. Montego Freeport provide a lot of money for UDC to do some of the development. Right? Well, Damien dealt with that, you know, so I don't need to go over it. Right? So, the problem I have with the pretty speech and the fantasy land is what impact the COVID will have going forward. So you said, Senator Hill, we still will face more fiscal pressures. We're agreeing. Why we won't complain? So in recognizing we face more fiscal pressures, stop the boasting about what we're going to do. Do what you can do. But stop trying to tell people that you can do more than you intended to do. So, you know, that's what you did last year too. Fantasy versus reality. Mr. President, during that last year, COVID or no COVID, when they're promoting fantasy, the reality is unemployment, which we all agree, has grown. Hardship amongst the people has grown. Hunger has grown. Homelessness has grown. And poverty, rather than prosperity, is the outcome of last year's budget. That's the reality. So when Julian Robinson spoke about the food issue, Senator Webby, it's a reality facing the people. I see them when they come to me yard and beg. Things are rough out there for the people. So I share the view, Mr. President, of those who says the budget is inadequate to deal with the plight, the sorrowful plight facing our people. I don't intend to be long on the budget because the truth, Mr. President, the people gone past the budget. They accept what Mark Golding and Julian say about prices.
Are you serious?
Yes, very serious. The issue, Mr. President, facing the people today, is this disaster risk management oppression. The issue facing the people is this disaster risk management oppression that you all want to bring down on them. So, for me, the budget has passed. It's a formality here. You will approve it. But we'll come back, as was it Senator Bunting who said, for other supplementary budgets. Because you have not handled the COVID issue properly. And that's a big part of your problem. You haven't handled crime. But I want to address the issue of public sector. Not much, Senator Gill, and I'm glad you went there, because not much was said by your side in the other place about public sector wages. All the ministers said on 3 occasions, we're going to give a modest increase. I'd have hoped, Mr. President, that the minister would have settled negotiation with the trade unions so that the workers could get that increase starting the 1st of April, when it is due. But that is not so. And I don't think, Senator Gill, the minister has really started those negotiations with the unions. At the same time, the workers in the public sector, be they nurses, be they doctors, be they teachers, including the special education teachers, be they firemen, be they correctional officers, be they civil servants. The question they're asking, Senator Gill, don't turn your back on this one, is what does modest increase mean? What does modest increase mean? Senator Hill, you said, oh, this morning you parroted Minister Clark. $239 billion is allocated for public sector compensation, inclusive of $7.7 billion for compensation for 21-22. You know my speech. So when you say it, I know where you go. But I go further.
It's so good that it's worth repeating many times.
No, it don't.
Repeat it again.
Let me tell you what the modest increase. No, I don't follow fools, you know. I follow the wisdom of my mind. Senator Hill, the 7.7 of 232 billion, because 239 is what it is now. Listen and learn. 239 is what it is this year. And if you take the 7 billion from it, it's 231 and change. So let's call it 232. So this 7.7%, 7.7 billion, amount to an offer to be made of 3%. 3% to the nurses, 3% to the doctor, 3% to the civil servant, 3% to the correctional officer, 3% to the fireman, 3% to the policeman. The price of a tin and mackerel gone up by how much percent again? The price, yeah, but I'm asking those who buy it on the street. So, what's the price of a bottle of oil? How much it move by? So this 3%, Senator Gill, I hope you will join me in saying it's not enough. And the minister must do better. This is inadequate given the cost of living faced by the working people. If we praise the frontline workers as they are deserving of praise, and we and the opposition add our voice once again, crediting them with the work they have done and putting their life on the line. Mr. President, I read a story about one doctor catching COVID twice, and those in this room who have had it know how dread it is. And I'm happy to see you back. Mr. President, the minister needs to go beyond the 3%. He needs to find an additional one-off payment. A one-off payment, so Senator Hill, you don't have to carry in the next year budget. A one-off payment in addition to the percentage increase. Julian Robinson pointed to you a route to get it, to incentivize health sector workers. Senator Gill, you and I know, and I'll take this tale out of school, and the minister knows because he shared the information with us, that the public sector worker is at least 50% behind market. Hear that, Senator Webby? The public sector worker is at least 50% behind the market rate. That's why the 3% this year, don't cut it. Not only that, the minister knows, because he shared it with us, that at the higher level of the public sector, they are at least 60% below market. So, Senator Gale, while you are ready to say we will wait until next year, I don't know that next year we're not going to hear we can't do it, just as we never do the gully work. And we never do the other things last year. So the compensation review was for this year. They have broken the promise. I don't know what guarantee exists for me and the public sector workers to believe it will come next year. So given the fact that I don't have the same level of confidence that it will come next year as you, Senator Gale, we must fight hard this year for the public sector workers to get a just reward. And so that's one of the issues. Two other issues I want to raise about this budget. Because as I said, the budget gone. Have no impact on the people. Fantasy is what the budget has been. Mr. President, the minister in his speech, in taking Minister Clark, in giving an example of the disparity in pay, spoke about steno writers, some of whom serve in this parliament. And he recognized it. And I'm glad, because people like Senator Gale and myself have brought to his attention the disparity among steno writers. Mr. President, you'll have seen a case the Gleaner recently reported about the problem in the courts because of lack of steno writers. Senator Webby, training is important. And I want to propose to the government that we restart the training program for steno writers. At the same time as we look after improving the conditions of the current set of 70-odd steno writers in the government system. Some here, some at the IDT, some in the courts, and some at Services Commission. It's not a big pool. And many of them are getting closer to retirement. In fact, some of them we use are people who are post-retirement. So I urge the government to consider training, to restart the training program for steno writers. It will improve justice, it will improve administration generally, and let us do right with the steno writers in the country. And Senator Gale, we will continue to lobby on their behalf, because this is something that I will remember all the time. And Mr. Hugh Lawson Shearer always speak about the ladies in the box. I hope too that there will be the new parliament, because the condition under which they work are really not fit. We must do better for them. Final thing I want to say on the budget, because really I want to get to this disaster risk management thing, because that's what the people are listening for. It's about the taxes. Senator Clark, Senator Hill, you guys have a way of saying, we're giving back some taxes. But the working people have been begging for a long time. And I tell you, every time income tax come up in here, I'm going to speak about the tax on laundry and uniform, the allowance, which is woefully inadequate. Time to improve it. I'm going to also talk about the fact that awards of the IDT should be treated like awards in the court. So I agree with the minister in saying the 1952 Income Tax Act needs to be revised so we can fix these issues. So we're not quarreling with them, we're just saying, let's fix it. And of course, I think it is equitous to continue to deduct education tax from the lowest paid workers. Because education tax is in effect an income tax. It's not being spent on education. It's an income tax, Senator Hill. And since you're a man who like the 1.5, liberate these workers. Take the education tax off of their back. But you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. And so, Mr. President, because the budget, Senator Crawford, Senator Bunting have dealt extensively with the opposition view on the budget. I'm not going to go more on the budget. But believe me, this budget, in the other place, they're going to be reviewing it and reviewing it over and over. Because the boss of the minister, you know the problem with you, no? Let me tell you what the problem is. When it I'll be finishing in less than 5.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Senator Brown, continue, please.
Thank you, sir. When it comes to things that you guys can claim, you don't blame pandemic. You don't blame the pandemic. You take credit for it. But when the negatives are pointed out, you blame the pandemic. You know, it's like when the minister said, oh, we are 6% of GDP, you know, spend on education. He wants to take the credit for the 6%. But I ask the question, Senator Hill, is he prepared to take the credit for the 10% decline in GDP, which is how we get the 6%? Is he prepared to do that? Because it seems to me that he's hugging up the credit for the pandemic 10% reduction. And so, Mr. President, it's a budget that has gone through the formality. It's a budget that has been criticized as being inadequate. But time will tell. And just as the people are saying that they don't believe the Prime Minister got the injection, so too they will look at your fantasy land and say, this is but fantasy. See the difference with me and you? The difference with me and you is that I am not afraid. I am not afraid to dissent. I am not saying him never get it. I'm saying people out there, no, just relax. People out there distrust your Prime Minister. Them say him never get it. I think him get it. But when I tell them that, them run me and say, it's a fake. That is the degree of this. That's the degree of distrust. Take it as given. Fix it by doing right. Fix it by being truthful. Fix it by stop the oppressive measures you can. Mr. President, thank you. Another day, but given the time, I will end here. Because this budget will come back one way or another to us. The reality is the people don't trust you anymore. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Hill.
Mr. President, it's as if some of those people who spoke on the other side really do live in a fantasy land. They speak as if the budget is not cast at a time when we are experiencing, not experienced or having experienced, but are experiencing the greatest single pandemic since 1918 the world has ever seen. And as far as I know, living in a land of reality, Jamaica is still in that world. And yet we get up and we hear different speakers speak as if when the Minister of Finance was crafting his budget, he was existing in a world that did not have a pandemic. So when we were in 2019, up until March, at a place where the economy was not going to shrink by 10%, but we would have had a GDP at the end of the year of 0.5% greater than our debt, that is forgotten. Well, we cannot dream away on this side, Mr. President, that a pandemic exists. So when I hear the leader of opposition business, Senator Bunting and Senator Crawford, and because of the supporting and the knocking off the desks, others are calling for us at this time, when our tax revenues are significantly down, as they would admit, as they clearly, Senator Brown just said, the economy has shrunk by 10%, so you know our tax collection is down. Yet in that very economy, when because of our good policies in the past, we've been able to save $90 billion to take us this far, they are calling for additional debt. I wonder if former president of the PNP, Dr. Phillips, who had to be at the IMF, be in some cases, from what I hear, almost abused by the IMF because of the position we were in. Not because the IMF were abusive, but because of the facts of our situation in Jamaica. And I wonder if he would be saying to us now, at this stage in our life, in our economic life, go out and borrow more money and spend it so that he may have to advise those who may be leading that party to go back and negotiate from a position of weakness. We do not want that. So our policies are good ones. We are making sure that while we make arrangements to take care of the pandemic and the people who are suffering by giving them even cash in some instances, we cannot just go out and borrow money and spend as if there is no tomorrow, or that we're going to have the resources to earn it back in less than 2 generations. We've been there, and we don't want to go back there. So when a former banker, the leader of government, of the opposition business on the other side, would label Minister Clark's budget as fiscally conservative and may have been considered responsible, and then says, go and borrow and spend as you want, where is the fantasy, Senator Brown? Not on this side. Not on this side. Okay? So we're going to make sure that we stay within where we must live. And you say we're unresponsive and we spend inadequately, and we have $60 billion in that special Jamaica grow arrangement that we just disclosed. How can you say that? And then that fine former banker, who is now the leader of the opposition business, where I hope he will stay for quite a long time, comes and he quotes a professor from the university who knows how to spend taxpayers' money. They spend and they spend and they spend. But that professor has never created one job that I know of. I know him. He's never run a company that has made any money. I know him. Not that I know of. Not that is public. But he knows how to spend taxpayers' money. And the leader of the opposition business comes and quotes him as the person we should be following when we make our budgets. Who is living in fantasy land? On the other side. Not us. Then let us look at the issue of crime. And as I sat there and listened to the leader of opposition business, I said to myself, this man must be an extremely brave man. Because he was the one that the leader of my party, the Prime Minister of this country, went to in 2010 and beseeched him, so please let us extend. Yes, because if we had gone to Montego Bay that time, the crime situation, St. Catherine, would not be the way it is today. Crime would have been under control. But he came back to you under the SOE that you're decrying. And incidentally, when you look at the SOE, the areas that murders went down were the areas where SOE was. Look at the number. Look at St. James. Look at where it is. And we came back, and all that was done is oppose, because, the SOE is not the crime plan. It's one aspect of the crime plan. When you have crime that has been growing for 40, 50 years, and 27 years up to 2016, out of those 27 years, you ran the country. Your party ran the country. Don't tell me about crime and where it is. Let's look at the reality. Crime didn't happen yesterday, and it's not going to solve in one day, and you know better than that. You were over there, and we asked you to continue the state of emergency, and you opposed it. You have no right to talk on crime. You have no right to talk on crime. Okay? So here we are, Mr. President. Let us move from that and leave him over there to wallow in the crime. But I listen to my eminent friend. And I know he understands numbers. Goat or egg, whichever one you want. I know he understands numbers. And so when I heard him talking about the numbers, I read his speech. Incidentally, Mr. President, the speech was presented to us. It's not paginated. I had to go search and find out that is on page 6 him talking about. Then I have to go to another page 13, I think, that him talk about. You would even paginate the page. It is a reflection possibly of the presentation he was about to make. And now there are people speaking that you didn't even write the speech. How unkind can they be? How unkind can they be? I do not support that at all. So, Mr. President, I went to page 6 of the speech. Yes, I'm getting there, Mr. President, but I have to address this because it's important. My Senate colleague across the way said many times, as the leader of government business pointed out, he called the Minister of Finance in this, at the top of page, unnumbered, number 6, however, the more egregious and deceptive aspect of Minister Clark's critique. So let me say this. Then he went on to say, talked about the modeling done by various institutions compared to Staten. I'll say this. The Minister of Finance, Dr. Clark, a no mean respecter of academic analysis, and himself a keen and sharp user of theoretical modeling, having earned a PhD in quantum mathematics, which you studied, from Oxford, not some any little place. He simply, I say to you, Minister, prefers Staten's underground collection of data than some, which is hard data, than some data collected from a sterile modeling source or institution. So that preference should not make him deceptive. What you should say, you might not agree with his preference, but to call him deceptive, no. It's hard data from Statin. You don't like that one. You like the theoretical one. Dr. Clark loves the hard data from Statin. The COVAX, the 16%, Mr. President, that's a COVAX arrangement that we were in part internationally to be able to get vaccines. That's not at the foot of the Minister of Health. And you know something? I look at your numbers again. This is the last thing I'm going to say about what you guys say over there. On page, which I had to number, unpaginated page 13, when you count it, it's actually page, when you look at what you say there, okay, actually page 12. You're a numbers man. Mr. President, that senator over there, that same senator, a numbers man who is teaching people mathematics, and he knows mathematics. I know that. I've talked to him. You know what he's behaving like? And I'm sorry, the former Senator Kerenzia Morrison is here today. He's behaving like a one-eye man in a blind eye museum. Him have all of them over there clap behind him. And let me tell you what he's done. When you look at the number, what he's done, Senator Damien, please. Here's the man. No, man, Senator Morris understands it. He understands the phraseology. Mr. President, a person able to spend 20 million. His 20 million, him grab the number from the air. He must go up a mountain top up there, so, and grab the number from the air, 20 million. For a year before taxes benefited 300,000. For him number again, him grab that one from downtown. Then, you notice, the two of them, then 200,000, 3,000 of it is, in both instances, 1.5. The man loves the number. He loves 1.5. He loves 1.5 in both instances, and these are numbers he grabbed to make sure it can make 1.5. But, Mr. President, there's a problem. Those who earn less at the lower level spend a lot more of their disposable income because they're poorer. So he knows this one-man business in a blind eye museum take a number that he chooses that has no relevance in reality, no Statin backing, and just say, oh, and you could get it from Statin, you could know how much poor people spend out of their income. But you want to bamboozle them and confuse them who are clapped behind you in the one-eye museum. Don't do that. So I'm saying to you, Mr. President, this is not correct. It's not true what he's saying, and it has no basis in reality. No basis. This is what no basis in reality. So, Mr. President, and so I'm going to end this way, Mr. President. The senator is a learned young senator. He has a brand to keep building. Unfortunately, when he takes on the Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, on numbers, his brand is going to be tarnished. You can't handle that kind of pressure. So please don't go there. So I'm going to say to you that although he likes big words, because I'm from the country, and them kind of words that would be big to me, egregious, deceptive, all them kind of big words there, at Monroe, me have to study it like for 3 months before me get them. Them coming as the Senate and I use them, Mr. President, against the Honourable Minister of Finance. Brand is going to be tarnished. So I said, don't tarnish your brand. And yes, on a pandemic, we probably will come back at some time for a supplementary budget. It's normal. In normal times, in pandemic, you should expect it. We don't know. We trust that we will begin to grow very quickly in the new fiscal year. Mr. President, I recommend to you this well-thought-out, well-presented, maybe called conservative, but protecting our fiscal position. I present this budget to you as one that is well thought out, and I support it completely.
So, Minister, you're going to ask, Minister, you're asking for the second reading.
Mr. President, I ask that the bill be read for the second time. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament and for matters connected therewith and related thereto, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you very much. I put clause 1. Those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2 and 3. Those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I put the schedule. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Aye. Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister, you're asking for the bill to be read a third time.
I was just about to say, Mr. President.
I thought so. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament and for connected matters therewith and related thereto, read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much. Madam Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is now, after that very spirited debate, it is now 4 o'clock, 4:02, and we are about to embark on the second substantive issue, or rather agenda item for the day. I don't know, Mr. President, whether we need any brief 5-minute suspension to allow staff to refresh themselves, or if you wish us to just go straight into...
There's no refreshment.
All right, okay.
There's no
All right. Not to refresh themselves in that way, but to refresh themselves. Otherwise, all right. Thank you. Mr. President, I rise, of course, to present the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Bill 2021.
Mr. President, just on a point of order, isn't there a motion that is required before you get into the bill?
Oh, pardon me. Thank you so much, Senator Brown. Much appreciated. Thank you for the reminder. Mr. President, might the standing orders be suspended to allow me to take the motion of which I gave notice earlier?
Members should have heard the question.
Yeah, on that motion, Mr. President, I wish to exercise my right under the standing order to speak in the debate on that motion. Yeah. He knows. Mr. President, the motion is for us to suspend the standing order, which requires that the bill be submitted in the Senate several days before the day is going to be taken. I know there has been a desire on the part of the government to move with some speed in addressing this bill. In fact, when the Prime Minister, speaking in the other place, announced his intention to bring this bill, he said a joint select committee would be established. I took him at his word. Because this bill, make no bones about it, can be seen as oppressive, it can be seen as unconstitutional in elements, and it can negatively impact a significant majority of the people. Against that background, I am of the view, and I wish to so vote, that we delay the taking of this bill today in the Senate. I have seen, Mr. President, that there are two sets of amendments, or is it the same one? So it's two sets of amendments being circulated, which means that it has to, it's one, it's come 2 times plus addition. No matter how much. I've seen amendments being circulated, which means that it is not, it has to go back to the other place. It has to go back to the other place if we accept these amendments, which are coming from the government side. So I don't believe a delay, which would give us a chance to quickly assemble a joint select committee as promised by the Prime Minister, to have the input of the citizens of the country in this bill. At least one of our presenters, who was due to contribute significantly from our side, had to leave because of circumstances beyond our control. So, my request, given the potential impact on the society of this bill, I will not rush it through. See, Mr. President?
Senator Brown, let me just try and get something clear. Because there is a motion on the floor.
And that's the motion I'm addressing.
No, you're not speaking to the motion, you know. What you are saying is that you are asking for a delay. The motion on the floor is that the standing orders be suspended in order for the bill to be taken.
I'm saying the standing order should not be suspended.
If what I'm saying, yes, but that's not what you are saying. What you are saying is that there should be a delay. It's 2 different things, you know.
No.
If it is that, once again, I find it difficult to address both Brown and Bunting at the same time, and I'm speaking now to Brown. If it is that it was the view of the opposition that they would have requested time to look at the legislation, I would have thought that the leader of opposition business would have had words with the leader of government business. In the absence of that, the motion is whether or not the standing order should be suspended in order for the bill to be taken at this time. That is the motion.
And I'm giving reason why I believe it should not be suspended.
Speaking Brown or Bunting?
Both. And you get 2 in 1. You get a 2 united in 1.
That is more like 3 in 1.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
so speak to the motion. Speak to the motion.
Yeah, I'm prepared to pause and allow for that conversation to take place. Because when Senator Gill said earlier, we must work together, that is what I meant when I said to him, let's be true to our words. let's not be found wanting.
I'm not inviting that discussion at 4 minutes past 9. You know, there is a motion on the floor, and I would like you to discuss it and let me put it to a vote and we move on or not.
If nobody else wants to join the debate, because we are allowed to debate it. So, Mr. President, I would wish that the standing order be maintained without being suspended on this bill. It is too important a bill. It is too far-reaching a bill. And I've seen when we ask for delay and things like this, the wisdom of it. I can't forget that we asked for a delay in the NIDS bill, and then it was rushed through and the court struck it down. I can't forget that Senator K.D. Knight was suspended for asking, among other things, and commenting thereafter about the Bail Act, which was struck down by the courts as unconstitutional. And I know other people will say, but the state of emergency was also struck down as being unconstitutional. So I want us to spend a little time, especially in a joint select committee as proposed by the Prime Minister, to review this bill and come back with it, and we are not going to lose much from so doing. I want to make it clear, the measures for the weekend have already started, and the measures for the next weekend have already started, and the measure for the weekend after has already started. So the delay is not going to hurt us. It is going to bring the confidence of the people into the support of the bill. And so, my request, because I intend, Mr. President, to make it clear that I'm going to vote against the resolution.
And you are inviting your colleagues to do likewise.
Well, I'm inviting my colleagues to speak on it as well. And I hope the government will work together with us. I hope they will work together with us. Otherwise, we are going to be condemned as being a set of hypocrites who only want to work together to pass an inadequate budget, but not work together to bring the people behind an important piece of legislation. I ask for time. I beg for time in the name of the people of the country who are going to be affected. I ask the government to hold this. Let us set up the Joint Select Committee that the Prime Minister had proposed. Otherwise, how can we trust the words of the government?
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor. Senator, I can see. Senator Morris, you wish to address the motion?
Yes, Mr. President. I rise to give support to the comments made by my colleague, Senator Lambert Brown, as it relates to the motion. And in doing so, Mr. President, I know that we all in this honorable chamber take our responsibility here seriously in terms of making sure that the best legislation is passed through this honorable chamber. And this is the review chamber of the Parliament. So when the legislation passes through the House of Representatives, oftentimes we see errors, oftentimes we see things that they miss down there, and because of our diligent approach here in the Senate, we tend to make significant amendments and contribution to the legislation. And this bill was taken in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, and I know that there was a draft that was sent out to members sometime before that, but with the greatest of respect, the the legislation was not tabled. So there, and I understand, Mr. President, that there is a set of amendments that have been circulated today, from my understanding. And I would like to know if those are new amendments that have been made, because I have not been privy to that set of amendments that was tabled today, was circulated today. And if so, Mr. President, I would be at a distinct disadvantage. And again, I have spoken about this matter from time to time in this honorable chamber about putting these documents on the table on the day of the Parliament and placing me at a distinct disadvantage so that I can follow the discussion. Already, based on how the bill is drafted, based on how the bill is structured, it is very difficult to follow. So you can just imagine if you have additional amendments that have been tabled today, then, you know, it would pose some difficulties. And if it is that these are amendments that are being proposed today, I am going to claim privilege, Mr. President, because it is not fair to me as a parliamentarian who has a visual disability. And I am going to... No, but you see, I'm going to stand up for what is right, because, you know, I have learned of some things internationally when it comes down to my rights as a person with a disability, and I'm going to invoke those requests right now, because I am subject to, the Parliament is subject to making reasonable accommodations for me as a visually impaired person. There's no two ways about that, and we have always had that sort of discussion in the Parliament about making the requisite provision for me. So you can't come and table the amendments just now, and then you expect me to do justice and to follow the thing. And I urge you, Mr. President, to make sure that the standing orders are adhered to, and that adequate time, preparation is given to members, including myself, to peruse and contribute meaningfully to the bill. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Senator Bunting.
Mr. President, it is true that I had some communication last Sunday with the leader of government business. And most of the communication was really about limiting the number of contributors to the debate on the appropriations bill, because we wanted to get to the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act as well. It wasn't absolutely clear that we were to take it through all its stages. However, I will assume that is what she meant. But since Sunday, and since we have been not just debating the bill in the House of Representatives, but in the wider society, the wisdom of the standing orders in not normally, except in very exceptional cases, allowing a bill to be tabled and taken right through becomes very evident. This bill concentrates enormous power in the hands of the Prime Minister. Mr. President, I was a member of the Cabinet and a member of the House of Representatives when that bill was passed. That bill then, or the act was passed, the DRM Act 2015. And it was really about repealing the old Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management Act and to make new, more modern, more inclusive provisions for the management and mitigation of disasters. And to that end, it provided for an Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. It provided for a Disaster Risk Management Council, which would have had the Prime Minister as chair, the Minister as deputy chair, the leader of the opposition as a member, the third named member, all other ministers, and a host of heads of the relevant agencies. It provided for parish disaster committees. It provided for a national disaster fund. It intended to bring together a wide coalition of stakeholders to plan for, manage, mitigate a disaster. And the truth of the matter is the disasters we had contemplated then were hurricane, flood, earthquake, that sort of disaster. Never anticipated was a disaster risk management order which could be issued by a Prime Minister in a case of a pending hurricane hitting Jamaica or in its immediate aftermath. Never was it imagined that this would be used year after year after year, bypassing Parliament, bypassing the Disaster Risk Management Council, bypassing
Mr. President, on a point of
management committees.
1 minute, please, Senator Bunting.
Mr. President, I was of the view that we were considering a motion before us to suspend the standing orders. It sounds to me like the leader of opposition business has gone into a full-fledged debate on the substance of the bill that we wish to take this evening.
I am addressing the motion, and what I am pointing out is that precisely because of the substance of what the bill addresses, we should not be rushing it through late in the evening when we were coming up on a curfew, when the rest of the country has been shut down from 12 o'clock, when the staff will probably have a difficult time even finding transportation to go home, given that the whole country is trying to rush to supermarkets, etc., in anticipation of a weekend lockdown. There is no justifiable reason for us to deal with this. When new amendments, when we had the discussion, we had no idea that amendments would have been tabled even while we're sitting here today. New amendments. So there is no justification for this. In fact, there are strong concerns even about the constitutionality of this bill. Even about the constitutionality. I would like to advise myself from a legal perspective. I need to be advised. Mr. President, this government should well recall the ruling by Justice Sykes in Julian Robinson versus the Attorney General, the NIDS judgment. He said, Justice Sykes said, there is always a distinction between enacting a law for a proper purpose and using the proper means via the enacted law to achieve that purpose. And he went on to say, the mere fact of a law being beneficial does not in and of itself mean the law, either in its text or effect, actual or anticipated, is constitutional. Mr. Speaker, Section 20, let me find the section. Section 20, subsection 2C, really spells out the proper approach to the situation we're in now. And it speaks about a period of public disaster. And it says, a proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effected for the purposes of subsection 1 unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied, and I'm going straight to C, that a period of public disaster has arisen as a result of the occurrence of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. This is the clause that we should be using. And this, together with the regulation, I'm reading from the Constitution of Jamaica. And this, together with regulations under the Emergency Powers Act, is what should be governing this prolonged type of situation. And if we use this, then indeed, when any declaration of public disaster is made, it would have to come to this Parliament within 14 days. And it would have to be passed by not just a simple majority, but by the consent of at least some members of the opposition. Now, I am addressing the motion.
Oh man, you're going on
and
a different
we are
debate
trying
now.
to ram through an amendment late Friday evening when the whole country is rushing to go about their business in anticipation of the weekend lockdown, when the very constitutionality of this amendment is suspect, then, Mr. President, I think it is very unwise and unnecessary, because even if it were to pass this evening, it could not come into effect. It has to go back to the lower house. So why are we making this bill, which is of serious concern? Serious concern. Senator Crawford, what was the term you used earlier? Badman government? Government badness. Government badness. Government badness is of serious concern to the ordinary citizen in Jamaica. Today, government badness. Yeah. Government badness. And there is probably no greater risk of abuse of any law that has passed in this is now my 5th term in this Parliament. And I see no law with a greater risk of abuse I see no law that has concentrated so much power in one man. I see no law that has allowed this Parliament to essentially give up its responsibility of oversight of the executive. That allows the Prime Minister to criminalize behavior on his own decision.
Senator, you're talking about there is a motion for the standing orders to be suspended.
I am speaking to the motion, Mr. President. It's because it is so important that we can't just treat it in this casual and offhand way. And this is why I'm appealing to Minister Johnson Smith. I'm appealing because the very way this, if this is rammed through this evening, it will demonstrate to the country how the government will behave when they have this power now that they're done with Parliament. It don't even have to be debated here. It doesn't have to even be taken through a serious debate. It doesn't. This is demonstrating the very reason why this is a bad piece of legislation. Doesn't provide for parliamentary oversight. I wasn't finished.
Mr. President,
I still have 10 minutes to go.
might the standing orders, or noting the time of the day, might the standing orders be suspended to permit the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
You have heard the question. Those in favor?
No, talk.
Against?
Mr. President, I'm sorry that interruption broke my train of thought. I might have to start back over. I might have to start over.
Thanks, Senator Johnson Smith, for starting all over.
If I recall where I was, Mr. President, is that the very principle of the Westminster parliamentary democracy is that the Parliament provides oversight to the executive. This piece of legislation is inconsistent with that principle.
And we're not debating the legislation. There is a motion on the floor. Senator Bunting,
this is why I'm saying
there is a motion on the floor that you need to address, and if you don't address it, I have the authority to deal with the motion by putting it to the membership.
No. Mr. President.
Once again, I'm being addressed. Who is addressing me, Bunting or Brown? Which one?
Both. We are united.
Mr. President.
Address the motion, please.
No, Mr. President, the motion that I am objecting to is the suspension of standing orders, which will allow this bill to be taken now.
Yes,
rather than give us another week.
And you're not supporting the motion.
And I'm not supporting
Excellent.
the motion.
Good.
But I'm entitled to use 30 minutes. I'm entitled to use 30 minutes to give my reasons. And I've only used 15 of them so far. And I intend to use all 30.
You can use more than 30, but you're going to have to direct your arguments to the motion.
The motion is for the suspension of standing orders. Could you bring the podium from the table? Well, when you were going on for an hour plus, just parroting the speeches that were already made and adding nothing to them, you didn't care about the staff then. Yes, Mr. President. So the original Disaster Risk Management Act in 2015 really was designed to deal with a relatively short-term impact. We are talking about something now that we have seen already will run for multiple years. And we are now going to amend that act, to add something that was never contemplated. And that is to give the Prime Minister this extraordinary power. The power to make orders without parliamentary oversight. Now, when it was the original act, when this was not a criminal offense, then, you know, it was bad and not so bad. Ministers are allowed under various legislation, usually to do something like declare something a heritage site, but really not something as important as dealing with somebody's liberty that a minister could deal with without oversight from Parliament.
Sorry, Mr. President, on a point of order.
Thank you, Senator.
Because,
go ahead, please.
And I think you have spoken to it in addressing Senator Brown's earlier commentary and also Senator Bunting's earlier commentary, that what we are dealing with is a specific motion and not the bill itself. And I am also submitting that Senator Bunting is being repetitive. All of what he spoke about before, he's repeating it again.
That's a point of order?
That being repetitive is a point of order, you know.
I will use it.
Senator Bunting, address the motion, and if you become repetitive further, you would be in breach of the standing orders.
Thank you. Now, again, based on interruption, I've lost my train of thought, so forgive me if I need to start over in that section. Mr. President, I'm really appealing to the leader of government business to be reasonable in the circumstances. There is no need other than to show that you can exercise the force of the majority to push this through this evening. Many people give lip service to working together. But what that working together means, you must agree with me. That is not what working together and cooperation is about. It is about finding common ground in the interest of the people of Jamaica. The government has pushed through a number of bills before which have been struck down by the Constitutional Court. We should learn from that and take another week. Another week is not much time to review, to advise ourselves properly, to ensure that we don't make those mistakes again, Mr. President. So I am appealing. Let us be reasonable. We lose nothing by allowing the standing orders to operate in the way they were designed for the good order of this Parliament and for the affairs of Jamaica and in the interest of the people of Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. President.
So, President,
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is known throughout the country that we are at crisis point. And it is by this reason the government has sought to move on having these regulations, or what are they called?
Amended law.
Yes.
The amendment bill. To give them power to bring orders.
And unfortunately, it's being projected that there's some unreasonableness on this side. But Mr. President, in fairness, we have been 12 months in. Yeah. This could have been done 6 months ago. 3 months ago.
9 months ago.
9 months ago. In fact, I remember clearly on television, I think I remember, because I don't want to say I remember and then, yes, I have to withdraw. But I think I remember the Minister of Health suggesting through some graphs that this was a possibility. And there was no preparation made. In fact, at one point they said up to 50% of the population could actually be affected by the virus. Now, Mr. President, what we're being asked to approve is a very, very risky thing.
No, you're not being able to. You're not being asked to approve.
Yes, to suspend.
Am I speaking to Senator Crawford or Senator Brown now?
Well, sir, what we're being asked to suspend the standing order, based on my understanding, so that the bill can be taken. Based on my understanding, with a simple majority, so that the bill can be pushed through to go on Tuesday to be at the lower house. So therefore, the connections are clear that we really are being asked to rubber stamp this thing. Now, there are times, and this seemed to be one of them, when a society is asked to give up some of their rights. How it is done and the rules among it, especially as far as it relates to criminalization of offense, I think it's not unreasonable for time to be asked for. And as you said, Senator Brown, a promise was made that even greater consultation would have been made than just simply offering us some time. Yeah, a week ago. I don't think that if the roles were reversed, the opinions would have been the same as is being established. There are many people who are afraid, who are worried, who feels that the rules they are incapable to satisfy, and they want to feel that our duty to protect the society from abuse of power has been dealt with. So the simple fact that the delay was not ours, the delay from 12 months was not ours, the delay for 12 months was not necessary, the probability of getting here was not hidden and was seen always as a possibility that we wanted to avoid, I can't see it as unreasonable to delay. And there's a member here who suggests that his ability to prepare has been compromised by the haste. There are reasons why these things were put into place to protect the people through protecting our rights as the minority to intervene. So I myself don't have total understanding of what I've read so far. The individual, I don't have total understanding. I don't have, if I'm, no, well, you see, you're a lawyer, you know, and I would understand.
Don't be distracted because
no.
I'm taking away your time.
And I have found it to be, I've found it to be a trend whenever I stand yeah, I find it to be a trend. I think that they feel that I can't resist. I'm going to resist to make the trend stop. But just in seriousness, I don't understand, and I'm fearful too. I'm fearful of the powers being given, and maybe not for myself, but I'm fearful for the people who live in a one-bedroom house with 8 people and feel like coming out at the gate is okay. And what is going to happen? And that is what we're asking you to allow, because there is a time given, an allotment given, just like when I was at the university. I get 3 months to teach them the syllabus. Don't come ask me to complete the syllabus in a week and say, do my work. My work is based on a time schedule. And I have not been given that time schedule. And that is not because an emergency came in an emergency way. You had 12 months over there. And many articles were written saying, what about these regulations or whatever. I understand the need from the government to do what they think is right. But they, yeah, yes. But Mr. President, I have seen responses from the police force as it relates to events that were not approved. And the response was more
Mr.
President,
Mr. President, the same comments I make in respect to what is the motion. Can he make his comments relevant to the motion and not going into the substance?
Mr. President, you know, I'm going to say to you, my brother, in fairness, the gravity of the decision must impact the willingness to agree to the motion. If this was a simple thing that had no impact, and I'm sure we have done this before, on other issues that we never found to be so grave and great as it relates to the natural freedoms. The natural freedoms. Unlike the Minister of Finance who said that he doesn't believe freedom is a natural state or something like that. I have seen a scoop up of young men and women in a truck. And people say, well, them shouldn't break the rules. But then when they come back out, now, I don't know if enough is in this to say how you should act if this is done. Give us the time. Oh, yeah, give us the time. Because what you're asking for is grave. And I don't even know if you can implement it. Because where you get the space? So I'm saying, sir, the decision being asked is of such moment that an extension is reasonable to ask for, sir. That is,
Thank you, Senator Crawford.
Mr. President, I was resisting the temptation of speaking.
No, I don't think you were, but you are.
Actually, I was. I was resisting the temptation of speaking today.
I recognize you, Senator Fraser.
But I am compelled to speak, Mr. President, and I assure you that my intervention is going to be short. And I want to give support to our lead speaker, Senator Brown. And in the interest of time and not wanting Senator Sinclair to raise a point of order, I shall not repeat most of what he is the point of order. I shall not repeat most of what have been said by my colleagues. But Mr. President, I do believe that as the review chamber, we have a duty not just to review the letter of the law that is presented to us in a document, but in so reviewing to take into consideration all factors. On Tuesday, when this matter was raised and discussed in the lower house, I had the benefit, perhaps, the opportunity to look at some of the reviews coming out of the passage of this bill. And as reasonable persons, as lawmakers who seek to make laws that are not just responding to situation, but considers the person who we legislate for, we have a duty to consider those comments. And whereas there is a general acceptance that there is need for stronger measures to ensure that persons are compliant, there is, in my opinion, and based on my reading on social media and other places, that there is almost a national questioning of this bill. There are, and I don't want to, so I'm going to be very careful in, walking on that line. But there are, in fact, provisions that have left people, perhaps I'll say, very concerned. I'm going to leave it there to say people very concerned. And it's because of the fact that so many persons have voiced their opinions and have shared their concern why the assurance of the Prime Minister of Jamaica that there will be a joint select committee becomes of moment and becomes important. Because as the chief trustee for the country, he has a duty to ensure that his words are accepted and relied upon. And one has to consider the effect of him and his leadership and us as parliamentarians departing from those assurances or that assurance that the Prime Minister, the chief trustee, had given. And I hear the argument about the importance of this, and I completely understand. I shared with somebody this morning that I have lost 4 persons to COVID, so I know the importance and the urgency of this. But at the same time, everything we do as leaders calls for a balancing. And so we have to ask ourselves, over the last 12 years that we have been experiencing COVID, have we been months? Have we been balanced? Have we been fair in how we've treated it? Did we not know that such a measure as this is required? And if so, did we drop the baton? In May 2020, a minister who still sits in here referenced that there is the need for, or there's a possibility, I should say, for a review and or greater sanctions to be, and I'm paraphrasing now, to be explored. We had 12 months to do that. We have 12 months, and now at the appointed time, we are asking, well, it has been asked of us as a review chamber to just rush this through. And I don't believe, Mr. President, that it is reasonable. I don't believe it is fair. And I'll say one more thing. Experience teaches wisdom. We have a plethora of experience, Senator Sinclair, that we can learn from. When we had the NIDS, we heard the arguments that we have to sign by a certain time. We could not break for NIDS. We're here until 1 a.m. because the money was gone. The money has been allocated. We had a plethora of reasons. We warned about the concerns and the danger of going that route. We called for a joint select committee. It was ignored. We have the experience of the Road Traffic Act. And again, a plethora of reasons were given as to why they must be implemented, why it must be passed. To date, has not been implemented. Let us perhaps just step back for a moment, and I understand the government's position, I really do. But let us step back for one moment and ask ourselves whether the delay in passing this bill today is going to be so deleterious that we can't wait for a couple more days or another week to engage, to consult, to get the buying into of not just the leaders, not just the 63 that sit down there and the 21 up here, but the country, to get that buying into, so that when this legislation is amended and becomes law, that every Jamaican not just knows, but understand the importance of not just the letter, but the importance of complying with these provisions in the law. And so, Mr. President, I join with my colleague and I ask that we just pause and, in a very rational way, just consider whether what we're doing today at 4:54 p.m. is the best that can be devised in the circumstances. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on Thursday last week, the 18th, the amendment bill was tabled by the Honourable Minister Desmond Mackenzie. On the 19th, that is the Friday, the following day, it was circulated to all senators. On the back of that email on the same day, I wrote to all senators and encouraged senators, reminded them that we would be sitting on the 26th to take the appropriations bill, and I was asking that they sensitize themselves to the DRMA bill, which had just been circulated, and so that they could raise any concerns and they could be considered in a way which would allow for their prompt taking. That I was at that time, because it was Friday, still awaiting guidance on the actual timing of the passage of the Act, but that I am placing it on their radar. So it's Friday, the 19th, one week back from today. When the bill was passed on Tuesday, and it was passed in circumstances where, when the Prime Minister had indicated that there could be a joint select committee, the leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, indicated that a joint select committee would not be necessary. Indicated that a joint select committee would not be necessary.
Who said that? That's their leader said that.
The discussions then took place, not
Which leader said that?
of the opposition, Mark Golding.
The one in the House?
Yes,
Okay.
in that other place.
Okay.
Said that it was not necessary, and they therefore agreed that it would be taken through all its stages. Consultations ensued between himself and Minister Chuck on certain queries that were had. Advice was sought from the technical persons, and the matter came back, and and the bill was taken. Issues were raised on the floor. And I very much intend on a debate to deal with those issues. The truth is that from a time perspective, and let me just indicate, because of its importance to me and to others in this chamber, the concern that has been raised about time and about respect for the needs of members of the chamber with special concerns. The amendment, there were two small amendments in the House, and it is proposed to adjust those. So the amendment that was tabled today, one is essentially deleting the words of the Act. We would, of course, discuss the implications because it narrows the scope. One just removes an amendment that was taken in the House. That is the one that specified an electronic notice, an e-ticket rather, would need to be sent by 5 in order to be effective the next day. And the other thing is to type in where the court date needs to be put in if the ticket isn't paid. That's the extent of the amendments that were to be proposed today. They are not lengthy. I would have asked that any of the colleagues neighboring Senator Morris would have simply indicated to him that the amendments are in fact particularly light today, those that are being proposed. And accordingly, they are of less moment than perhaps a longer series might have required. And this is not to say that they wouldn't need discussion. That's the purpose of a debate. Just as it is, as the standing orders provide, for the opposition to take a point on the matter of whether standing orders should be suspended is perfectly legitimate. I believe, however, that it is disingenuous in the context of the exchanges that have taken place, of the time that was spent to circulate not once, not twice, but 3 times, the fact that the leader of the opposition has already stated that no joint select committee is required, and that was the basis on which the bill was taken through all its stages on Tuesday. The fact that that was agreed in recognition of the urgency of the matter. The reality is that people are dying. People are dying. The hospitals are full. The opposition, the government has been criticized. The government. The government has been criticized for not being strong enough on enforcement. Even the opposition responded to the measures announced on Sunday by saying that they didn't go far enough. Today, we have not only heard in one debate the states of emergency defined, or rather designated as oppressive, but today, on the basis of this, now to ground a motion, which is clearly grabbing at straws, the opposition has said what we should be doing is calling a state of emergency, because that is the section which you rose. That is the section that you read. It is the same instrument and the same section. Mr. President, I feel quite conflicted about this matter, because one would want to be conciliatory where a reasonable request is made. But where the request that is made is at odds with every rational point that has been taken up to this stage. The fact that a week from the Senate, from a Senate perspective, what would normally have taken place in terms of a tabling on Friday and a taking today, that it has happened electronically. The objection on time is really one more of form than of substance. And if it is that you were legitimately concerned about the public health of Jamaica and about working together, if you were, this motion would not be debated now.
Mr. President, a point of order.
This motion would not be debated now.
Point of order, Mr. President. Mr. President, the standing orders, I believe at 35, requires that improper motives not be made against members of this or other chamber. That the minister, in saying that if we cared about the public health, is imputing improper motive, and I ask that it be with your answers to withdraw it, because that's not working together. That is just being abusive.
Thank you, Senator.
And
Continue.
And being offensive.
Mr. President, it was certainly not my intention to be abusive, and I will try to speak more gently to Senator Brown and Senator Crawford.
Mr. President, I believe your ruling is that it should be withdrawn.
I never said anything on this song.
I know, that's why I'm trying to pull it out of you.
No.
You're going to condone it? Are you condoning our offensive statement?
5 minutes ago, when I was asking the senator to withdraw a remark, You were there.
More than 5 minutes ago,
Yes,
but it doesn't matter.
you were there with a different
It doesn't matter. The question is, are you going to rule that she was...
Mr. President.
The minister has already said that she's going to proceed in a more gentle tack.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, such biasness can't be accepted by you.
It's not biasness. It's not biasness.
It's a breach of the standing order.
What you need to do is be consistent and don't be
But
hypocritical
more so, you are
in
the
your
president.
approach to the standing order.
You are the president.
Senator
I
Crawford.
fear the rulings are more partisan than consistent.
Let me hear what you have to say.
Mr. President. I transfer what you just said to you, sir. In fairness, what was said wasn't reasonable to be said. I don't want to be one to be tit for tat, but that particular thing of saying, if we actually cared, is not fair to say. No. And, but no. So I'm saying, based on what happened today in my circumstance, where it was insisted by that side. Insisted. Yes, fine. And... Senator, you even went further to say that I should not be allowed to speak if I didn't withdraw.
Senator Crawford, you gone to that? You withdrew the statement, you know.
I did.
The minister in her approach has said that she will proceed with a different
she should withdraw that statement too.
There is no need for her to withdraw anything. Minister, continue.
Mr. President, one second, because I also offered to continue in a way. And it was denied by you, sir. It's not reasonable what has happened today. If that cannot be said in the Senate, that if we actually cared. That's not right.
Senator, Minister, continue.
Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President. Comrade, guys. Mr. President, Floyd. Mr. President, I have a point of order. Can I be recognized, please?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm asking you to request of the minister to withdraw and apologize. The minister apologized to... I think I'm interrupting the minister. Mr. President, the minister apologized to Senator Crawford and Senator Brown.
She didn't apologize to me.
I spoke. And the minister is in no way able to tell me how I feel and what I care about or what I don't care about. And I do believe, Mr. President, Senator Sinclair, I know you're not turning, but it is not your time to be a lawyer now.
Government badness no work.
Mr. President, it can't be fair of the minister and the leader of government business to sit here today or to stand and to say that the fact that we have spoken and shared our concern equals that we do not care. I think it is irresponsible, I think it is unfair, and I think it is unreasonable. And Mr. President, if anybody else had made that statement, Mr. President, I know you would have asked for that person, whoever he or she is, to withdraw or to apologize. I guess
you don't know some of the things that I hear when I'm sitting up here.
Well,
that is the least.
We're talking about what we hear and what I heard, Mr. President. I believe it is unreasonable and unfair.
Minister, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just be clear. In the interest of the urgency and the importance of this matter, it was moved with alacrity through the lower house so that it could come to us, and that if there were any further changes, these that were discussed, they could go back on Tuesday and we could implement efficiently and promptly. As I indicated before, we have been criticized by the public, including by yourselves, for not being strong enough on enforcement. Mr. President, in a time of crisis, leadership matters. Clarity and focus matters. If it is, or if it were, rather, again, that the act which was before us, that is being amended, rather, were not also promulgated by the opposition with the provision for the Prime Minister to make not only a declaration of a disaster, but to make orders as well. Mr. President, if it were not that the Interpretation Act, Section 29, does not require affirmative resolution to be a condition of any such order. If it were not, Mr. President, that even acts promulgated by the opposition, including the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act of 2015, which permits the minister, piloted again by then Senator Mark Golding, to promulgate orders which create offences without any requirement for affirmative resolution. Clause 12 of the bill, Section 29 of the Dangerous Drugs Act. Mr. President, if it were not for all of these things, I would understand the concerns of the opposition. But the constitutional framework is not in question. The scheme of the Act, which specifically is constructed for times of disaster and is being enhanced to ensure that we are better able to drive compliance, Mr. President, in circumstances where people have not, or rather have grown weary of compliance. Persons have grown weary of it. And then, from another extent, they are in fact resistant to it, Mr. President. And it is why there was an intent to have a bipartisan support around the passage of the amendment, Mr. President. In fact, I'm just a little surprised at the approach today, because I would have thought that the overarching interest would have taken paramount position on the stage of this chamber today. Mr. President, as I said, if there were substantive issues, if there were 3 pages of amendments, if there were constitutional uncertainties, if we were unclear as to the scheme of the Act and the need for the Disaster Risk Management Act to allow for flexibility in a pandemic, if we did not understand and know that in the substantive debate we would lay out how it is that not only does the Prime Minister make the declaration of the disaster on the advice of the Minister, in turn on the advice of ODPEM, which is what took place, and that any order then made would fall away when the disaster ends as well. If all of these things were not a reality which we would debate in the bill legitimately, I would understand the position being taken by the opposition today. But, Mr. President, these are the realities. There is a well-thought-out scheme. There are small adjustments to be made which are manageable and could be addressed. The opposition could take a position to say that they had not actually recognized that, yes, in fact, under their administration, they have promulgated laws which allow a minister to create offenses. This, yes, we have amended, and we have amended the Act to ensure that there's no criminal record, and they fall away, Section 29 of the Dangerous Drugs Act, amended by Clause 12 of the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2015. That's the one promulgated by then Senator Golding. Mr. President, the DNA Evidence Act allows for regulations to create offenses as well.
Is that what's happening?
The point is that Section 29 of the Interpretation Act does not require an affirmative resolution. Mr. President, the orders fall away when the disaster declaration falls away, because all of this flows from Section 26. Mr. President, the scheme of the Act, which was the principal Act, which was piloted by then Minister R. Scott in the lower house and by then Minister of Justice, Mark Golding, in the upper house, specifically acknowledge the power of the Prime Minister to declare a disaster and to issue orders thereunder. This is provided for in 26 and is not something new. What is new now is the fact that we are going to implement a fine regime which will support enhancement of the orders. There will be no criminal record that's attached to it, and they fall away when the disaster declaration also falls away.
So, Minister, do I understand that you are moving for the motion? Mr. President,
I think it is important for us to move forward with the debate because it is important for us to be able to enforce compliance while we seek to get our numbers down. Next week is a short week. It's the Easter week. And while I hear Senator Crawford saying, let's sit on Monday, we have cabinet on Monday, and I have international meetings the entire week. Mr. President, it is intended to send the bill back on Tuesday so that it can be given to the Governor General for assent. Until these things are done, they cannot print the tickets, they cannot take the matters further that need to be taken further, the administrative matters. That cannot be done in parallel. They must be done in accordance with the bill. We will be delaying by 2 weeks in circumstances where the opposition, including your president and leader of the opposition, have already said that a joint select committee would not be necessary. In the totality of the circumstances, Mr. President, both the substance of the Act and the legal concerns which they have, as well as the time which has been spent to ensure that we would be ready to take this through all its stages. Mr. President, the notice to the Senate made it clear that they would be tabled and taken through all their stages. This was said in the notice circulated. So there was no uncertainty, Mr. President. And in that context, in the context of our care and our need and recognition that there must be a better drive for compliance and that will be enabled by the amendments that are before the Senate today, I wish to ask, Mr. President, that the standing orders be suspended, allowing us to take this bill through all its stages.
Members would have... Senator Morris.
Leader of government business spoke to the situation of my request. And Mr. President, it is not one, it is not two, it is not 3 times that I have
stated.
Sorry,
Mr. President, I know that at times one will give privilege to the former President of the Senate. But having regard to the standing orders.
He's seeking a clarification on his
and I'm on my feet. I mean,
no. I didn't hear any such
Mr.
comment.
President.
No, I did not hear any such comment.
Mr. President.
You cannot sit down over there. Mr. President, I'm raising a point of order.
Mr. President.
Senator Morris can have a seat. Can Senator Morris have a seat?
Mr. President,
I'm raising a point of order.
Mr. President, and I'm on
Senator
my feet.
No, but Senator Morris, there's a point of order. That's why I've allowed Senator Sinclair.
But he never called for a point of order.
You're not listening, man.
No, you're being rude.
A point of order.
You're being rude.
A point of order, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I will call for Hanson if he insists.
Senator Morris.
Because he's not speaking the truth.
Well, there's a point of order now. Senator Sinclair, what's the point of order?
Mr. President, is that the Speaker is not given by the standing orders a second bite of the cherry in speaking on the motion. So I'm asking you that you apply the point of order which prevents a speaker from speaking twice on a motion.
Senator Morris. The point of order that the point of order that Senator Sinclair is making is that you are speaking on the motion twice.
I'm not speaking on the motion twice, you know, Mr. President. I'm trying to get clarification on the point because the minister spoke about the documents that were circulated. And I am saying, Mr. President, that is not sufficient or adequate, because if the minister cared, she would have ensured that I got the documents. If the minister cared, she would have allowed me to get the documents in the requisite format and in a timely basis. So, independently review. Mr. President, I am seeking clarification as to what the minister meant by that.
I don't think that there is a required clarification. The minister had indicated that as I understand it, that the amendments were, trivial is not the right word, but they were not of brief, and that they were in fact brief and not required any great contemplation. That's what I understand her to say. So there is a motion before the floor. There is a motion on the floor. Senator Brown, please. There is a motion on the floor for the suspension of the standing orders from the minister to take the legislation identified. Those in favor? There is a divide. Madam Clerk.
Senator Allen?
No.
Senator Braham? Senator Bunting?
No.
Senator Brown?
No to this oppressive legislation.
Senator Campbell?
No to this oppressive legislation
Senator
being taken in ears.
Campbell Rodriguez? Senator Crawford?
No.
Senator Fraser Beans? Senator Gale?
Yes.
Senator Campbell Golding? Golding Campbell, sorry. Yes. Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Johnson Smith? Senator Longmore? Dr. Morris?
No.
Senator Morris? Senator Samuda? Senator Scott Mutley? Senator Sinclair? Senator Webby? Senator Williams?
The result of the divide is as follows: ayes 9, noes 7, 4 absent. So the ayes have it. Minister, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I indicated before, I rise to present the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Bill 2021, which will strengthen the enforcement of orders made under the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015. The principal act, the Disaster Risk Management Act, which was passed in 2015, is primarily concerned with the mitigation of the effects of disasters as a result of natural and man-made hazards. It focuses on reducing the country's vulnerability to natural and man-made hazards, which may result from fire, accident, acts of terrorism, storm, hurricane, pollution, disease, earthquake, drought, flood, and the widespread dislocation of essential services. It is designed to ensure the continuity of government in the event of disaster, even if institutions such as the Parliament are unable to sit. The amendment bill proposed today will widen the scope of the definition of disaster to include events such as a hazardous materials incident, a nuclear or radiation emergency, and very importantly for our current circumstances, a pandemic. This is necessary because while the Act contemplates disease as a particular threat and was therefore applicable to our current purposes, I think we are all agreed, and indeed the public has insisted, that more is needed to adequately address and provide for the dynamic measures needed to combat the unique situations which arise during a pandemic. The government is therefore moving to enhance the enforcement measures provided for in the legislation already to combat the threat posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Importantly, this amendment will provide for a fixed penalty ticketing regime and empower an authorized officer to enforce the orders without the requirement to give a warning first. To be clear, it is not that an authorized person cannot warn if the circumstances warrant it, but the experience on the ground for our police has been that the obligation to warn has proved impractical for the purposes of not only encouraging compliance, but for prosecuting same, and accordingly are counter to the interests of promoting and securing Jamaica's health and well-being. Mr. President, as we have been often reminded, the first COVID case arrived on Jamaica's shores on the 10th of March 2020, and just 3 days later, the government quickly implemented a raft of measures which were at the time, and to a large extent still remain, unprecedented. Quick action was made possible due to the flexibility the Act gave the Prime Minister to issue orders to manage the uncertainties thrown at us every day under the Act. The orders are kept under constant review so that they are all time-bound and proportionate to the relevant risk while balancing lives with livelihoods. The orders from the very beginning have been built on the best information and guidance from local and international partners, including the WHO and the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA. We've been ably advised and guided by our excellent medical professionals in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the professionals in the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, as well as ODPEM at the core of this, and other ministries, departments, and agencies. All of these bodies are involved in the implementation of measures which range from masking up and keeping physical distance and constant sanitization to organizational management matters. Mr. President, a year later, Jamaica, like the rest of the world, still grapples with COVID-19. To date, we have, as has been indicated earlier, recorded over 37,000 confirmed cases, and sadly, 557 lives have been lost. Many have also lost their livelihoods. And I want to extend my sympathies and the sympathies of this side to everyone who has suffered loss of any kind during this challenging time. I also continue to thank the caring and professional doctors, nurses, security personnel, and other frontline workers at every level for their unfailing efforts in confronting the disastrous effects of the pandemic. It is important that we seek to enhance compliance to reduce the burden placed on them. It is insufficient for us to celebrate our public health workers without doing the things they need for us to reduce the burden on them. Mr. President, I also want to recognize the caring and professional team that issued vaccinations to some of us this morning, including the most lovely retired nurse Marshall Davis, who has returned and is fired up about returning to service to her country at this time of need. For all hands on deck. I took mine. I'll take the time to say that it was quick, safe, and easy, and I want to take the opportunity to encourage every Jamaican, when it's your turn, take the vaccine. It's just like the one that you got at prep school or primary school. It's that little mark on your arm. That was a vaccine too. I know some people don't realize that, but it was a vaccine too. And yes, I know some people say, but how they develop this one so quick? They hear vaccine take long to develop. But science has gotten better, and one of the challenges of vaccine development has always been funding. And this time around, a lot of big governments gave big money to allow scientists to work harder and faster to develop a safe vaccine. Jamaica has committed to only ensuring that safe vaccines are used here. We are not participating in any trials. So again, it's hard to get vaccines. We are working on it though every day. And we just want to encourage persons that as we get more and when it becomes your turn, take your vaccine. And I also want to just expressly correct a point for the record that was made earlier, that the government's plan had never been stated to vaccinate 16% of our population. It is that the COVAX allocation for Jamaica and countries in the Caribbean and within our category, as well as in other regions, was to provide vaccines for 16 to 20% of the population. So the COVAX allocation that was confirmed for that amount. And I just want to correct that for the record. It was not that our plan was to vaccinate 16% when what had actually been said was that it's important for us to vaccinate at least, was it 65% of the population in order to get closer to herd immunity. However, Mr. President, I move on. Every well-thinking Jamaican understands that if we follow protocols, less people will get infected, less people will have to go to the hospitals, and less lives will be lost to this horrendous and unpredictable virus. The government has therefore sought to implement measures that will allow us to enforce these principles, to incentivize compliance. And for the most part, Mr. President, you know, the majority of Jamaicans have complied with measures over the years, but it does seem that after our initial successes, many have failed to understand that, quote unquote, living with the virus does not mean that you pretend that it does not exist and you do as you wish. It didn't mean that we were out of the woods and that we could go back to the way we were. The government was at pains to keep repeating the message that we needed to still comply with the measures. It meant and continues to mean that following safety measures and protocols that are proven to reduce the spread, like wearing your mask over your nose and mouth, reducing non-essential social gathering, sanitizing your hands all the time, and staying home if you have flu-like symptoms. And if you're an employer, not forcing your employees to come out if they have flu-like symptoms. However, not only are there persons who seem to have forgotten the importance of each and every one of us in this fight, but there are persons who have become directly defiant. And as a result of their failure to recognize what is proven science, the result is that our hospitals are now full. With all the COVID bed capacity that we have built over the last year, and that has been significant, that capacity is now exceeded. People have not been listening, and the government has been criticized, as I indicated before, for being weak on enforcement. Persons have called for stronger measures. Mr. President, I repeat, moral suasion has not worked to this point. Officials, artists, health authorities, of course, many others have pleaded with the public. There continued to be disinformation campaigns and irresponsible circulation of falsehoods that are very easily circulated by social media. And as they say, Mr. President, a lie can travel the world before the truth has even put its pants on.
No, you're taking it out of context.
My recollection is that he was speaking to the COVAX allocation and not our plan, and that is my recollection. So, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the minister is in the House. The minister.
Mr. Point out to Mr. Bunting, we are in the standing order. It said that is a point of order.
But you just allowed misleading the House is a point of order.
You say I never do it the right way. But you say I never do it right. Mr. Bunting, what is the point of order?
Mr. President, I'm reading from a report from Loop News, 9th December 2020. Quoting
Mr. Tufton
quoting Minister Tufton.
No, not a point of order.
Quoting Minister Tufton. The expectation is that
Senator,
in the first instance, Jamaica will vaccinate 16% of our population.
That is not a point of order. Minister Johnson Smith, continue, please.
The projected schedule is to have a vaccine ready for 1% by
Minister
April.
Johnson Smith. Continue, please, Johnson Smith.
The numerous breaches and to be hamstrung by the language which states that a mandatory warning must be issued, and it does not always work practically, as I stated earlier. This bill will empower the security forces and other authorized officers in the context of a disaster to enforce simple orders to save lives. Mr. President, in support of this amendment, a fixed penalty regime is being inserted in the Act to provide the option of discharging the obligation associated with an offence by a fine. So you get a ticket and a fine. It's not a function of that you're going to jail. The bill also provides that breach of these offences do not carry a criminal record, Mr. President. Furthermore, if you do not pay the fine, it is not a function that you then go to jail. If you do not pay the fine, the ticket then becomes a summons, and that summons then provides you with a court date, just like a traffic ticket currently operates, Mr. President. So there is nothing new and sort of constitutionally questionable. It's not draconian. It's not oppressive, and I recognize, and we have recognized it for some time, that the opposition has been seeking to build this narrative of this government as oppressive and trying to style the Prime Minister as a dictator or as an authoritarian. It's a part of a narrative that has come up, but and they're perfectly, of course, in the democracy that we celebrate and in the free media environment in which we celebrate, are perfectly, entitled to issue whatever criticism they feel about the government is legitimately required. We don't believe that any of this narrative is true. We don't believe that the conduct of this government is reflective of these positions or these narratives. But So we continue to simply address them with actions and with fact and with clear and focused leadership. So, Mr. President, if it is that we know that protocols are not being observed and that the mechanism for enforcement is not effective as described by the persons on the ground who enforce, then it must be for us to take action and for us to take it as quickly as possible. I am satisfied that in the circumstances, the information had been circulated to senators on both sides by the Parliament, followed upon by me, again by the Parliament, and that the amendments that have been proposed today are not complex or lengthy and can easily be accommodated and discussed, and any questions asked and answered. But, Mr. President, I just want to remind that this Act, the frame of the Disaster Risk Management Act, as well as the amendment bill, the Principal Act, and the bill which is before us today, that the scheme is intended to deal with a disaster, which requires dynamic decision-making, it requires flexibility, and it does require an ability to operate in unusual circumstances. So, Mr. President, having taken all of that into mind and recognizing, I just want to repeat for the record a few points which I made earlier. In respect of the concerns, that was a prior debate. That was a prior debate, as you had pointed out in another context. Mr. President, Section 26 of the Principal Act is the section which empowers the Minister to provide in regulations the fines for various offences. So this exists already. And this is therefore a position which is being harnessed, an existing provision which is being harnessed. Section 26 in the Principal Act, and again let me repeat, this is the Act promulgated in 2015 by then Ministers R. Scott and Golding. Mr. President, it provided for the Prime Minister to declare the declaration and to declare the disaster, and it provided the framework for orders to be issued for the enforcement thereof. It permitted the direction of measures to implement the enforcement to implement enforcement in the context of the disaster. That framework is not questioned. We are simply building on that framework to allow for a fixed penalty regime, a ticketing regime, which has been a matter that perhaps has taken too long to come here, but it is one which is much needed and one which we believe will enhance the toolkit that we have to protect Jamaica's health and well-being. There's nothing oppressive around it. The framework is similar to the Road Traffic Violations Act. Mr. President, I have directed members to Section 29 of the Interpretation Act, which provides for the issuance of regulations, and it does indicate that the regulations I'll read, where an act confers power on any authority to make or issue regulations, the following provisions shall, unless the contrary intention appears, have effect with reference to the making, issue, and operations of such regulations. And you read paragraph B, it says the regulations may provide in respect of a breach of any of the provisions thereof that the offender shall, unless the Act otherwise provides, be liable to such fine not exceeding $1 million or to such term of imprisonment with hard labour not exceeding 3 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment as may be therein prescribed. This is Section 29 of the Interpretation Act, the legitimacy and constitutionality of which has not been questioned. This is the section on which the Ministry relied when it promulgated the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act 2015. It is what it relied on when orders were, the regulation-making power was placed in the Disaster Risk Management Principal Act, and it is relevant today and to other pieces of legislation that create criminal offences. The balance here the balance here is that not only is the order time-bound, but the order can only be issued in the context of a disaster. Unlike the power that's granted under, for example, the Dangerous Drugs Act, there is no, that's at large. This is only specifically in circumstances where a disaster has been declared. And, Mr. President, I just want to be clear. Sorry, let me just find it back again. That Section 26 of the Principal Act says at paragraph 2 that it provides for the office, the ODPEM, to report to the minister the existence of the condition that where a disaster appears, and that clause is being amended here. I'll speak to it shortly, but it's simply clarifying the very same language. It says that the minister then responsible for local government will rely on the ODPEM's notice to give notice to the Prime Minister that a disaster exists. And then under 26.2, this is again still under the 2015 Act, the Prime Minister may by order, published in a daily newspaper, published and circulating in Jamaica, or by broadcast medium, declare the whole or part of Jamaica to be a disaster or threatened area, and the order shall be published in the Gazette. That was done. That is, ODPEM advised Minister Mackenzie. Minister Mackenzie notified the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister made a declaration, and the order was gazetted. And then it says at B that the Prime Minister may also direct the enforcement of any measures recommended by the office or any other measures that the Prime Minister thinks expedient for removing or otherwise guarding against such condition or hazard. Condition is coming out, it's now going to just remain at hazard, and the probable consequences thereof, or mitigating as far as possible any such condition or hazard. And Mr. President, I'm indicating that this is in fact what has happened. And in the existing section, it continues, an order under subsection 2 shall remain in force until the end of the period specified therein. And of course, copy of every order to be provided police stations, etc., and as the Director General considers appropriate. So all of this is the scheme that we're speaking about. When we're speaking about the Prime Minister arrogating onto himself powers and more powers, this has no bearing in fact. This is the law without amendment here, as promulgated in 2015 by then Ministers Arscott and Golding. So to support it then, and then all of a sudden not to support it now, when the orders will still fall away, and when we're in a disaster, it's not an appropriate time. Mr. President, I want to also just raise the fact that the ministry is in fact doing a full review of the legislation, and this amendment is intended to deal with the pandemic because we need it now. It allows the flexibility that is required for dealing with a disaster. This is recognized the entire world over. No one would ever object to it. And we're in circumstances where we recognize a ticketing regime will assist the measures in place, and those who are defiant and won't even pay that ticketing under the ticketing regime can go to court, where measures which are already provided for under Section 29 and are in fact more narrow under the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act, that those can be carried through, Mr. President. It is not unreasonable, and the fact and the position that is being taken by the opposition, I must say, seems purely political, because it is not grounded in the law. It is not grounded in the law. And I will say that perhaps the perspective...
One decision down there.
It is not that the time had not been taken to review, Mr. President. And I am certainly not saying that the Senate should not consider matters deeply, but I'm saying that when these matters are interrogated, then you find that the issues are actually sound and already addressed, because we are not fundamentally changing the scheme of the Act as it has existed from 2015. Mr. President, sorry, let me just find this back. having so stated, and I hope everyone is clear on the scheme on the 26th and how it is that that works, and now it will simply extend into also having these 10 tiers of offences which will be set out in the orders. They're not set out here now because the Act doesn't create them yet. The Act hasn't created the tiers, so you can't refer to the tiers in the order. So once the bill is passed and comes into law, then a new order will be promulgated that actually sets out the tiers. But Minister Mackenzie had shared the thinking around the offences and the tiers that should be attached to them, and I will share just a few of them for our better information for those who didn't follow the debate in the lower house. And just, I will summarize the clause by clause, although it is a short bill. Clause 1 is a short title, as we recognize. Clause 2 is amendments section, and it expands the categories of persons who are authorized officers to include CEO of PICA, Commissioner of Customs, and the Senior Director of Technical in the Ministry of Local Government. It also defines the categories of disaster, which I had referred to earlier, so nuclear disaster, hazardous materials, and of course to include the specific reference to pandemic. Clause 3 amends Section 26(1), which deals with the declaration of the disaster area, which I just described, again making it clear. ODPEM reports the type of threat to the Minister of Local Government, and it now makes it more clear that that can be done as soon as it's apparent. You don't have to wait until it is progressed and it exists. When it's apparent, it can be advised, and then ODPEM will advise Minister. Minister will notify the Prime Minister in order to trigger the next point, which is the issuance of a declaration of disaster. Subsection 5 of 26, Mr. President, is also amended to confirm the authority of the authorized officer or employee of ODPEM or any other such persons to enter premises to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Act. Apparently before, it required you to provide proof of the source of your authority, which has been determined or deemed to be entirely impractical in the context of a disaster. If you consider someone going into to clear a path or to clear a house and then being stopped unreasonably so, to ask on what basis are they coming in while a disaster is raging, the practical requirements as recognized internationally is being addressed here. Clause 4 amends Section 27 to address the matter of the warning about which we spoke earlier, and we know that's been a matter of public discourse for some time. The police have indicated that where they have to warn before, not only is it difficult to prove that a warning took place because it might be happening verbally in a circumstance of disarray and distress, but you're also in circumstances where it actually is difficult to enforce on the ground where you are. Mr. President, Clause 5 amends Section 52 to include the structure of offences and penalties, including the fixed penalties that are set out. And you will note that it is Section 10 that refers to the 10 tiers. Subsection 10, there's a typo in the bill where beside the 6th schedule, it refers to 5211. It should be 5210. That's not an amendment. It's a printing error and will be accordingly addressed. Mr. President, it was in this clause where the amendment was created to insert Clause 12 to make it expressly clear on the suggestion of the opposition and on the agreement by government that it must be made clear that the offences under the regulations made under 26 shouldn't form part of the criminal record. What happened, Mr. President, in the to and fro and perhaps in the effort to really express bipartisan agreement, the language included the Act as well as the regulations. And what that would have had the effect of doing is removing a criminal record from previously existing offences in the Act, such as assaulting the Director General or an authorized officer in the pursuance of their functions in the course of a disaster. No, but I'm explaining. But that's why we've gone through. And that's why I'm explaining. So now we're just going to, what we will do is we keep the provision in respect of the new subsection 12 in respect of the criminal record, but we remove the words the act. So we're deleting subclause 12 and inserting an offense under regulations made pursuant to section 26 shall not form part of the criminal record of the offender. That was in fact the concern that was raised and the concern it was intended to address. Mr. President, just want to note that the ticket gives 30 days for payment, 30 days notice. The notice, the bill refers to a notice, but the notice is essentially a ticket that specifies the details surrounding the offense, and then the notice becomes a summons to appear in court to answer the charge if payment is not made within that period. So just like the Traffic Act, the Road Traffic Act, Mr. President. So again, this is quite fair. And additionally, anyone who has to face the courts for failing to pay the penalty will not be liable for conviction for the alleged offense is if they pay before the final judgment of the case is delivered. So even when the matter goes to court, they can still pay and the matter ends right there. So, Mr. President, the fines can be paid at any collectorate or on the website of the TAJ. Those systems will be put in place. And the form of the notice, which is displayed in Clause 5, that's where we're doing that other little amendment, in that there's a square beside the block numbered 9 that's empty. It will be numbered the block 10, and in there will be placed the words court date where fixed penalty not paid, and that will be where the date will be calculated. In that same section 52, you will find that it indicates that the court date will not be less than 10 days after the expiration of the 30-day notice period. So you have 30 days to pay the ticket, and then your court date will be at least 10 days after, might be more, but it could be 10 days after, and at which time you still can pay when the matter goes to court and end your issue. So, Mr. President, just to go very briefly through some of the tiers, some of the 10 tiers, which range from $3,000 to $500,000 at the high end. As I indicated, they have to be stipulated by the order after the bill is passed, but I thought it would be good to just go through a few of what will be there. So if you fail to wear a mask in public, if you don't maintain 6-foot social distancing, if you breach the protocols governing public transportation and the police ticket you, the fixed penalty will be $5,000. If you fail to stay in your house, in a place of abode or place of residence during a curfew, the fixed penalty will be $10,000. Mr. President, for someone, an ordinarily resident person returning to the island who refuses to remain in quarantine or to obey any other direction or order will be liable for a $25,000 fine. And if you're a person who doesn't normally reside here, or you're a tourist who refuses to stay in the resilient corridor, so you leave, rather you put in your system that you're staying in the resilient corridor, and then you drive to go visit every other parish. That is $30,000, Mr. President. I thought so too, I have to admit, but it is what it is. A person who has COVID-19 and does not stay in quarantine is subject to a fine of $50,000, and that is because of the seriousness of the offense. That is knowing that you can infect someone and being reckless as to the impact of your action on the public health of Jamaica. For the offense, and the same amount applies to an employer who doesn't comply with the specified workplace requirements. For the offense of conducting funerals, burials, weddings, or any other worship service in contravention of the orders, the fixed penalty will be $100,000. And this penalty will also apply to bars that operate outside the time specified and do not have the necessary licenses under the Spirit License Act. And why that's important is because those are monitored by local government as well. So, Mr. President, anyone who operates a hotel or resort cottage that is not licensed under the Tourist Board Act and certified by the TPDCO for location in the resilient corridor for its operation. So it operates without certification in the resilient corridor. So they're taking in customers, although they're not certified to be safe to so do. They will be subject to a fixed penalty of $500,000. And that fine also applies to any hotel or resort that breaches the COVID protocols, any nightclub, amusement park, or water attraction that's operated when it is ordered closed. So any company, example in the BPO outsourcing sector that's not certified by the Director General of ODPEM or breaches the COVID protocols will also be subject to this $500,000 fine. So, Mr. President, these penalties don't replace the sanctions for offences that already exist in the Principal Act. And anyone who commits an offence under the Act, who is brought to court and convicted before a parish court, is still liable to a maximum fine of $1 million or to imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, as has been provided for. So that's in the Act itself already. That's already provided for, not in this bill. Mr. President, Clause 6 creates the new 52A, which prescribes the manner in which the ticket is to be served. And it can be served personally, by registered mail, or electronically. And this is the third of the 3 amendments that have been brought today. In the lower house, again, in late hours, it was proposed that for electronic service taking effect the next business day, it was agreed, based on a point raised by the opposition, that an amendment would be made to say, provided that it is sent by 5 p.m. of the same day. And the point that was made by the person proposing the amendment was that, well, what if the ticket is issued at 11:59 p.m.? How can it take effect on the next business day? But what happens the next business day is just that the time starts to run for the calculation of the 30-day period. It's not that the person, that it's the next business day that the time expires or that they have to pay on the next business day. It's just the start of the administrative period. So there is no harm to be done. The harm to be done by the inclusion of this language, however, is that it creates uncertainty, because it already doesn't say, well, what happens if it is served after 5 p.m.? Then you would have to develop a new framework to say, well, if it doesn't, then on the subsequent day, which doesn't make sense anyway, because you're still dealing with a 30-day notice period, not a day of payment. So there's nothing no action that's triggered, or no prejudice that's triggered by that next business day, say the start of the running of that 30-day period. Mr. President, Clause 8 amends the second schedule to add the mayor to each municipal corporation, to the CMO, and the CMO to the membership of the National Disaster Risk Management Council. Clause 9 amends the third schedule to add a representative of ODPEM to the parish disaster committees. I know who knew that ODPEM wasn't already on the parish disaster committees, but they will now be. And the amendments, Mr. President, in sum, are clear, and they have been crafted in pursuit of clear objectives. The circumstances in which the Act can be invoked have been expanded to include expressly pandemic and nuclear circumstances, so thinking ahead, but to ensure that the government has at all times the legislative authority within which it can respond swiftly and nimbly to challenges and to secure the interests of the population. At the same time, these changes set out clear sanctions for those who undermine the mission of balancing lives and livelihoods through personal and other forms of irresponsibility, and who at this point in time are hindering the efforts to save lives in the face of rising numbers of infections and hospitalizations. Mr. President, it is in this context that I invite the comments of both sides of this honourable chamber, and I ask for their support for the bill before us today. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bunting.
Thank you. You know, Mr. President, a lot of what we do here can take a relatively short time, can be done efficiently, or it can be cumbersome and take a much longer time. A lot of these things in business and in any organization moves with the speed of trust. And, you know, the minister got up to say that what I had said was false, what I had said earlier was false about Minister Tufton and the vaccine rollout. And I suggest you go to the interim COVID-19 vaccine plan from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, version 1, which Minister Tufton spoke to on the 8th of December. And at that time, he made it clear that 16% was the target for the entire year, 1% by April, a further 3% by a couple months later, and the entire 16% by year end. At that time, and I'm not saying it hasn't changed now, at that time, 16% was all that he could speak to for the year. And it did create a furor. I'm sure Senator Webby would know that in the private sector there was a lot of concern because 16% was so far away from the 70% herd immunity that it was going to, if that was as much as we achieved, the economy was going to be hobbled for at least another year plus. So, you know, let's not be economical with the truth. It is what it is. Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, I was a member of the Cabinet and the House of Representatives when the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015 was passed. I was of the view then, and I am still of the view now, having reviewed the Act recently, this week, that how it has been operated by the present administration was never contemplated when this act was passed. Never.
We are Democrats, not dictators.
It was about repealing the old Disaster Preparedness and Risk Management Act, making new modern provisions. It provided for ODPEM and a board of management for ODPEM. The minister talks about the framework of the act. The director of ODPEM was central to the framework of the operations. In this entire year of the pandemic, I don't think I've seen, in fact, I can't even name who the director of ODPEM is.
Does it even exist?
Well, I don't know. But what I'm saying, they're so tangential to how the act is being operated now that none of us over the side could even identify who the director of ODPEM was, if there is a permanent person there now. The parish disaster committees, again, was a collaborative body of stakeholders at the parish level, the local government representatives, the costas, the local health department, the MPs who were in that parish, all to get not just buy-in, but to collaborate in achieving the objectives. There was a Disaster Risk Management Council. I've used the opportunity to check with the leader of the opposition. Has he ever been invited to a meeting of the Disaster Risk Management Council? By statute, he's a member. Says he has never been invited, which I assume it means it has not met. That again, central to the expectation of how this piece of legislation would operate. And really at the time, it had not contemplated a pandemic. It was really to deal with what would have been relatively short-term I'm talking the impact of a flood, a hurricane, an earthquake, short term relative to a pandemic, which could drag on for years. So when we spoke about risk management orders and the need to be responsive in those times, the thinking was never that this is something that would have been in effect for years. So it's something we anticipated by for a couple of weeks. So therefore it didn't really have to come to Parliament for affirmative resolution because it would have been very transient. Secondly, it didn't create any new criminal offense in the order. The order itself didn't create any new criminal offense. So we wouldn't have been less concerned about somebody like a Prime Minister being able to create a new offense which separates the citizen from his liberty without that even being subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament. The whole scheme has not operated how it was contemplated. We have not seen ODPEM featured in any significant way. We have not had the Disaster Risk Management Council in any significant way. In fact, I was invited to the initial meetings of the Parish Disaster Committee in Manchester when I was an MP at that time. And after the first two meetings, I stopped going. It was a waste of time. The Ministry of Health kept everything close to their chest. They didn't share it with the mayor, who was the chairman of the Parish Disaster Committee. They didn't share any information with the MPs. There was nothing more that you couldn't get from a release from the Ministry of Health or following the minister's Twitter account. So it was a grand waste of time. All of these collaborative, consultative mechanisms which would have built trust around tackling the disasters and enhanced cooperation have been short-circuited. And as I said earlier, Mr. President, in the needs judgment, Justice Sykes wrote, and I quote, "There is always a distinction between enacting a law for a proper purpose and using the proper means via the enacted law to achieve that purpose. The mere fact of a law being beneficial does not in and of itself mean that the law, either in its text or effect, actual or anticipated, is constitutional." Now, the Disaster Risk Management Act essentially allows the Prime Minister to make orders without parliamentary oversight. This was supported initially by the fact that a breach of the orders was not an offense. The bill was not a criminal offense. This bill is proposing an amendment which would change that by making a breach of the orders a criminal offense punishable by a fine of $1 million or imprisonment for 1 year. Up to. The proposed amendments will give the Prime Minister wide powers to make any order for which non-compliance will result in a criminal offense. And I think I need to repeat that for emphasis. The proposed amendments will give the Prime Minister wide powers to make any order for which non-compliance will result in a criminal offense. Mr. President, this is unacceptable, and it is not within the contemplation of the current Act. The contemplation of the current Act never anticipated making a breach of the orders a criminal offense. Amendments such as this, which gives the Prime Minister the power to make orders with criminal effect without Parliament being involved in deciding whether such conduct is to be criminalized, is a contravention of the democratic principles on which our country should be governed. Mr. Speaker, the better approach is to bring regulations to the House for approval by an affirmative resolution, which means that it must be approved by both houses. This provides for proper checks and balances and allows for greater transparency. The opposition proposes that the bill be reviewed to ensure that the orders have to come to Parliament for approval instead of the Prime Minister making these orders without parliamentary oversight. And you know, Section 26 of the Act, as it stands, allows the Prime Minister to make orders under very broad grounds. This is not just the pandemic. This is any natural hazard or any local condition that threatens public safety. The Prime Minister could make orders. So we're not just talking about this present situation. It is a wide set of circumstances to which it could be applied. Section 52, which creates the offences, does not make a breach of the order under Section 26 an offence. I want to repeat that because the minister keeps saying that we passed it in 2015 and it made provisions for that. Section 52 did not make a breach of the order under Section 26 as an offence. It is the proposed amendments to the Act which will now remove the need for a warning to be given before an offence was created. Therefore, an authorized person has the discretion to choose whether or not to give a warning. I think that is important. Has the discretion. And it also says that giving a warning shall not be a precondition to the prosecution of an offence under Section 27. So apart from removing the need for warning, a person may be prosecuted for breach of the orders without a warning where such warning is discretionary. Mr. President, Section 27 of the Act, as it is now, gives an authorized person the power to give direction to persons who are found in breach of the order. Failure to comply with a warning given by an authorized person is what creates the offense and not a breach of the order itself. This is fundamental. So let us not try and pretend. If the government wants to make an amendment which gives new, broad, sweeping powers to the Prime Minister, then at least have the honesty to come here and say that. Don't pretend like it was there before. That was never there before, nor was it the intention. Even if it had been there before by some loophole, it would not be good legislation to recognize that there was a gap, a defect in earlier legislation, and therefore seek to use that to continue to make bad legislation. There's a lot of old legislation that you go back to, even things to do with the Ministry of Health and controlling, contagious diseases, which used to be, more prevalent 50 years ago or 75 years ago. And it used to give the Minister of Health wide powers, and it didn't have to come to Parliament. We recognized decades ago that that was not good legislation, and all the more modern pieces of legislation require affirmative resolution to create new criminal offenses. When we passed that act in 2015, Section 57(2) required a review of the act to be done every 3 years. Every 3 years. So by 2018, it should have been reviewed. To date, no such review has been done. And, with respect, if it's 3 years, it's 3 years. 3 years is not 6 years. And And the reason why, with pioneering legislation, groundbreaking legislation, that we typically put a very short period for review, is because when you're coming with an entirely new scheme of arrangement, there may very well be things that you didn't anticipate in the operation of that piece of legislation. So that is why it had been done.
Not to them do the same.
So, you know, that is why it had provided for that. And I think the current situation shows that. You know, from the pandemic struck, and the first few times when the Prime Minister was bringing orders to this Parliament, and he said, oh, you know, I'm conscious of this being inordinate powers concentrated in Prime Minister. So I'm coming to Parliament. Typically, he would come about 7, 8 o'clock in the evenings, and he would tell us, without giving us anything in writing, but he would kind of give you an idea of what is in it. And on his feet, people would be questioning things, and adjustments would be made. And sometimes when the order was eventually gazetted, it was different than what was spoken to in the House. But, you know, that was really just as a courtesy. That is not how you make good legislation. That it depends on the inclination of the individual at a particular time to bring Parliament to the picture or not. And even then, only for information purposes. That's not good legislation. That's not good governance. As I said in the first half of 2020 in the lower house, that my own view was that the reason we were going this way, instead of bringing it under Section 20 of the Constitution, was that they already had the state of emergency operating and didn't want to confuse it now by, do they have another state of public disaster under the same section while they were having a state of emergency? And that would have perhaps created a lot of questions around the serial and routine and unconstitutional use of the states of emergency. So when we now have a situation where the Constitution provides for it specifically, and let me see if I just go back to that and read it for the Hansard. The Constitution specifically provides in section section 20, subsection 2C. A proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purposes of subsection 1 unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied that a period of public disaster has arisen as a result of the occurrence of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. This is precisely the circumstance that this section of the Constitution contemplated. And this is not an old section. This is 2011. This was a 2011 amendment when we added the Charter of Rights. What this contemplated was, and as I said, we may need some updating of the Emergency Powers Act, but there would have been emergency powers regulations issued subsequent to the powers under this section, relevant to a public disaster, not to a state of emergency, which would have been under 22B, but to a public disaster. That would have stood for 14 days, the declaration, and then it would have been obliged to come to Parliament for extension, whether for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. That is what should operate now. And I am forced to ask, why? Why? It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop the government from acting promptly, because they can declare it immediately. They could issue the order immediately. and within 14 days come to Parliament with an affirmative resolution. And therein, they could extend it for whether the 90 days or whatever the appropriate period of time is. But it would still be subject to parliamentary oversight. Mr. President, I'd like to propose, since this has to go back to the House anyway, and since it is a cause of great public concern, that we amend the bill. And when we get to committee, I will propose an amendment that deletes the existing subsection 26.3 and replace it with a new section 26.3 along the following lines. An order under subsection 2 shall lapse and cease to remain in force 14 days after the date that the order is made, unless the order is approved by affirmative resolution prior to it lapsing. And if so approved, the order shall remain in force until the end of the period specified therein. Simple amendment, does not delay at all, because it would go back to the House in any event on Tuesday. You know, I heard the PM said something in committee. I was just listening to it on the radio this morning when I was on my way here, where he tried to justify this undue concentration of power, in the sense that what if there's a situation where the Parliament is unable to meet due to the disaster? Mr. President, this has never happened. And not even the Constitution seeks to provide for such an eventuality where the Parliament cannot meet. Remember, Parliament does not have to meet at Garden House. The government itself, the Prime Minister well knows, as Minister of Defense, that there are alternate hardened facilities available at various places across this country that a cabinet could meet, a parliament could meet, in the event that these structures were even destroyed or were inaccessible. There are provisions for that. That is one of the responsibilities of the Jamaica Defence Force. That is one of their responsibilities, to ensure the resilience and the continuity of government in the case of a natural disaster. So, you know, that doesn't hold water. And as I said, not even our Jamaican Constitution provides that, say in the declaration of a state of public emergency, that Parliament could meet and the Prime Minister could just run things like a one-man done, like a one-done. You would understand the one-done thing. The President knows what I'm speaking about, or who I'm speaking about.
Don't
right?
be a yes man,
But
it's
not. So,
I'm more about you, because some would have said that.
Mr. President, I really make that proposal in the interest of compromise, of working together, that will delay not by a minute further than necessary. And it would achieve the objectives of good governance, accountability, oversight of the executive by Parliament. It would build trust and confidence of the citizenry in the leadership. It would demonstrate that we're willing to work together to face a crisis, something that I think is a very important signal to say. And there is really no good reason why this cannot be accommodated. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
No.
Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Senator. Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Sinclair, I recognize.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You know, I just listened intently to Senator Bunting. And he spoke about the Parish Disaster Committee in the parish in which he was a member of Parliament, and that he sat on it as the member of Parliament. And you know, I believe that the council was also a council that was led by members of his party, including the mayor. And he said that the mayor could not get any information from the persons who would attend on that committee, from whether it is the public health, or the MOH. But you know what I find strange? Because then that indicates some amount of incompetence on the part of that mayor, being the chairman of the local board of health, and obviously not exercising the authority that he had. But Senator Bunting spoke about being at these committee meetings and left after two, because attending twice, which I found again a bit strange for a member of Parliament, because it would then appear that he could not bring that committee to have its true worth within the parish that he was member of Parliament. And I suppose, Senator Bunting, that is why today, that is why today you are sitting in this chamber and not in the other chamber. Mr. President, you know, when we started in relation to this particular bill, I look back on two comments. One made by the Honourable Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Yes, thank you. On March 20, 2020. You know, the Court of Appeal spanked him 2 times already, you know. And the Court of Appeal has spanked you twice in your capacity as minister. So why are you getting so excited? Why are you getting so excited? On March 20, 2020, you will get another one. Where the Honourable Prime Minister said, weak fences cannot work at this time. We need strong fences to control and contain the spread of COVID-19 in Jamaica. And then Greg Christie posted this on Twitter, that the preeminent responsibility of all governments is to enforce the law and to ensure security, and security could be extended to include the safety of the citizens and good order. It is a responsibility that cannot be relinquished, nor can it simply be set aside on the ground that citizens do not want to follow the rules. That is full quote. What I take away from those quotes, Mr. President, and it reflects the strength of the leader of government business. Because in the face of the commentary that was made today, and I would say the strength of all of us on this side, that we have stood our ground and will have the debate on this particular bill. And I want to commend Leader for exercising her strength in that regard. Mr. President, a year has now passed since the arrival of the pandemic in Jamaica. And when it got here, in the first few months, I thought nothing much of it. But it is when it started to affect people that you would know that you actually saw it, because it is like fighting an invisible enemy, a virus. We can't see it. You can't touch it. But it is a real enemy. And you see it when it starts to affect persons who are related to you or persons with whom you would associate. And so, Mr. President, when we look at the attitude that this government has taken, using the Disaster Risk Management Act and the various measures that have been put in place, sought to go through by moral suasion, by the making of several orders, one would have thought that that would have brought persons to realize the significance of what we faced. But no, it has gone beyond that. But I want to start out by commending this administration for how they have gone about the task. The transparency, and it has been mentioned earlier, that every time there was an order that had to be made, the Prime Minister ensured that he came to this Parliament and he would have full and lengthy disclosure in what was taking place. The regular briefings that were public. Transparency was the order of the day. And you know, when I sat here just listening, what also came to my mind is this little phrase, that so a man thinketh, so is he.
You mean he wants to break the law?
So a man thinketh, so is he. You know, so it is unlike our Prime Minister. He has been forthright and transparent. Mr. President, this administration has provided for the vulnerable in society through the various actions that it has taken in dealing with this pandemic. The care packages, the care programs, and other things that have been implemented. The improvement of the infrastructure in the hospitals, the field hospitals, the testing capability, something that the government also needs to be commended on. And this government, in spite of the comments that have come from the opposition, which seems to be saying to us, close down the country, close down the country,
and borrow more money, and borrow more money.
This government has ensured that we found the balance, keep the economy open, and trying to balance lives and livelihoods, Mr. President. Mr. President, this administration must be commended for using and leveraging, where necessary, its good international relations. And we have here Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith, was led in the forefront of that. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the workers on the front line, to include the doctors, the nurses, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaica Defence Force, the Jamaican citizens, many of them who have complied with the order in spite of the challenges in order to try and fight this virus, Mr. President. Mr. President, the economy has not crashed. As has been spoken about by Minister Auburn Hill in his presentation earlier in dealing with the Appropriations Bill, where he said that we have maintained our B+ rating and the forecast is looking good. Mr. President, many Jamaicans have become creative, and many of them have used the opportunity to retool. And one thing for sure is that this administration has not locked down the major projects. The Cornwall Regional Hospital restoration is still underway. The Mobile Fire Station, that did not exist for years, is bordering on completion. the Harmony Beach Park in Montego Bay, done by the UDC.
Beautiful.
Very beautiful. Is also being completed. Mr. President, the Maypen to Williamsfield road construction is still continuing in spite of the challenges. The Sangster International Airport expansion is still taking place. The South Coast Highway project still being done, and the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. And as I come to that, Senator Brown, because Senator Brown made a comment earlier in which he spoke about the Perimeter Road and comments from the President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. And there was a response to the President by the Deputy Prime Minister, where he said work was continuing because she sought to give an impression as if there was no work taking place. But you know, work does not include just having tractors on the ground. You have to design, you have to do acquisition, and the acquisition is very important because when we compare what was done on the North Coast Highway Improvement Project, where lands were just taken, that today is creating problems in respect to how persons want to use it, and then they run into confrontation with the local planning authority. Because they still believe, persons still believe that they own the land right up to the road. It should have been acquired.
You seem to have come alive,
portion should be removed. So we're doing the thing in the right way. So I just make those comments generally at the outset, just to say, Mr. President, that in spite of the challenges that we have faced by this pandemic, that government, this administration is ensuring that the economy continues. We balance lives, we balance livelihoods. Mr. President, in respect to the bill that we have before us, I am happy to see that the Clause 2, as well as the clause that speaks to the mayors of each municipal corporation being brought into the whole scheme of things. The municipal police is included now as one of the authorized officers who can deal with the compliance. It adds more manpower to the fight against the COVID-19. Adds more personnel on the ground to ensure that there is compliance in ensuring that things are done in an approved way. Mr. President, what seems to have taken up quite a bit of what we spoke about today is the comments from the Leader of the Opposition. And I will quote, the quote that has been attributed to him goes as follows. The effect, and he's speaking to this section 26, is that in a disaster, the Prime Minister can basically criminalize any conduct that he sees fit without Parliament having any say in the matter. Mr. President, this is disingenuous on the part of the Leader of the Opposition, and it is the furthest thing from the truth. And why do I say that? As the Leader has outlined, the Principal Act, Section 26, and in particular, subsection 2, says that the Prime Minister may by order published in a daily newspaper, published and circulating in Jamaica, or by other broadcast medium, and goes to B, direct the enforcement of any measures recommended by the office, and that is the Office of Disaster Preparedness. So the recommendation that is going to be put in a measure is not the Prime Minister's decision or determination. It is done by the authority, the Office of Disaster Preparedness. And so it goes on to say, or any other measures. So the primary authority here, Mr. President, by this provision, when you take it in context, is the Office of Disaster Preparedness. And if there are other measures that have to be promptly implemented or may not have come out of that recommendation, then that is what it is seeking to speak to. But then look on the other limitations that is contained in the reading of the section. It says that those measures that the Prime Minister thinks expedient for removing or guarding against the hazard, it is not to criminalize any conduct. It is his measures are measures that speak to removing or guarding against the hazard, or in Roman numeral 2, mitigating against the hazard. It is not anything that the Prime Minister wishes to do. And so there is that limitation. The other limitation in 26, subsection 3, says that the order that the Prime Minister makes under subsection 2, the measures that he would make, shall remain in force until the end of the period specified therein. So there are limitations, and it is not just any conduct as the leader of the opposition has gone out into the public space and sought to give the impression. Mr. President, there is also the Interpretation Act, which also places a limitation on what can be done. The Interpretation Act, Section 29D, because orders can be interpreted as the same as regulations. And I think that was discussed in the lower house, where they said there was no distinction in what the order and a regulation is. What does 29D of the Interpretation Act say? It says, no regulation shall be inconsistent with the provisions of the Act. And so it is not that the Prime Minister would be at liberty to be making measures, orders, that is going to be in any way inconsistent with what is contained in the Principal Act. And the Principal Act limits the Prime Minister. And when you look at the spirit of what it is seeking to do, it is looking at measures that have to be implemented promptly. So the leader of government business spoke about the circumstances requiring flexibility and for government to be nimble and to do things in order to cauterize, mitigate, remove, or to guard against the hazard. Limitations. So I believe that the leader of the opposition was very disingenuous and went out and gave this particular false impression as to what it is, and then to skew a narrative that seeks to cast this Prime Minister, who has been transparent in all that has been done over the past year, to give the impression that he has some dictatorial proclivity, which is the furthest thing from the truth. And I want to just put it under one word: propaganda. That is what it is. Blatant propaganda. So, President, the penalties, the fixed penalties that is spoken of are penalties that the approach by fixed penalties is something that is not novel. It's not new here. It has been done in other legislation, and including the Building Act, which was passed in this Parliament. You know, the comments that was made to me, comments made by several persons, that when you go to the Senate, tell them that some of these penalties are too low. Yeah. Too low. And I'm going to just pick out one of them. Mr. President, let me pick on one. How can you test positive? You test positive for COVID, something that kills people, has killed over 500 Jamaicans, has infected 30,000 Jamaicans. have persons in hospital in critical condition, putting stress on the health system, causing other things to be done. Today, going into this weekend, you hear the other measures in an effort to try and restrict. So we're dealing with a serious situation. A person tests positive for COVID, breaks quarantine, and faces a $50,000 penalty. Mr. President, in Cayman, the young lady went there. I don't think she tested positive, but she broke her quarantine, and she was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment for breaking the quarantine. I'm not advocating for imprisonment necessarily. But what I'm saying is that we're dealing with a serious situation. Some of the penalties that we're looking at here are insufficient. And it may just be a start, but I would suggest that in the earliest possible time, that there be some review on these penalties. It cannot be. And somebody posted, a friend of mine posted and made a comment to me. Think about the situation, Mr. President. Somebody wants to benefit from the death of another person, an elderly family member, they want to benefit. You know that if you actually committed a crime in causing the death of the person, you can't benefit. But then, just go out and contract COVID as a young person. Go home and hug up grandpa or grandma, and they contract COVID and die. That person can escape culpability and derive a benefit from the estate much earlier than they would have. Wow. It's a serious thing. So what I'm saying is that we have to deal with the issue of penalties in a more serious way, a more significant way than what I see being recommended in this legislation. Mr. President, the issue of conviction, criminal conviction, came up. It is a non-issue, and the bill speaks to it. It is a non-issue. And it is a further non-issue because even if it was not incorporated in the bill, this act, the principal act, is not in the schedule under the Fingerprints Act. So if you don't take a fingerprint, you don't have a criminal record. So even if it were not contained here, and this prosecution is a prosecution of a summary matter, and the Fingerprint Act would speak to indictable offenses. The breach of the Disaster Risk Management Act is not an indictable offense. So even if you never included the relevant section in the legislation, you don't get a criminal record. But the administration has gone to remove all doubt to include it specifically within the legislation, so we have no issue. Mr. President, there are some other comments I would make. I'm not going to make them. I want to get into some other issues. But I am here to support this bill. Mr. President, this virus, the COVID virus, is here to test humanity. But I do believe with a unified effort, with an understanding public, we shall overcome. Mr. President, as one writer said, life does not get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient. Mr. President, I support this bill, and I ask others to do likewise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Sinclair. Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I want to start off by first saying that I do support the need for stricter measures because as a student being exposed to social and behavioral change, I can agree that we are moving past that point where moral suasion can be used as a tool to engender a spirit of personal responsibility among Jamaicans. However, Mr. President, let me add that I believe that in moving to add in some teeth to the protocols, it must be done in a fair, in a balanced, and in an equitable and transparent manner. And while we continue to hear and see pleas for the adherence to protocols, we also see that the number of cases continue to rise. And the spin-off effects of the pandemic are becoming untenable, almost glaring. We see that the hospital beds are full. We see that doctors have to be deciding who gets oxygen and who doesn't. We see that small businesses are hanging by a thread. We see that sportsmen and sportswomen have been out of jobs for how long? We see that people in the entertainment industry have been calling out for assistance. We see that even education has taken a catastrophic blow. And while some people might say that this is not a nuanced situation here in Jamaica, I believe that it is important to acknowledge the plight of the Jamaican people rather than to dismiss their reality. And I'm most puzzled by some remarks that I've heard from our Prime Minister. In the budget debates, I remember him saying something to the effect of, we're all struggling. And today, I heard my colleague also say that, or refer to the member that we should continue to wallow in the crime or something to that effect. And it brings back to me this sense of disregard for the plight of the Jamaican people. It almost creates the impression. It almost creates the impression.
To be allowed to speak without interruption from Albany.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Teacher.
Mr. President, it almost creates an impression that the Jamaican people are expected to stay silent and struggle through while the country breaks from the pressures of this pandemic. Where are the increased measures to enforce or to buttress the efforts of our healthcare workers? We are going through tough times, yes, but don't you believe that people deserve action and not excuses? We need good policy, yes, and good plans that will benefit the most vulnerable among us. But going back to the disregard for the protocols and the disarray that is obviously manifesting in society, I can say again that I agree that these stringent measures must be employed to control the spread. And there are few things that I wish to put forward for consideration in hopes of strengthening this bill. Firstly, regarding the warnings, Clause 4B of the bill amends Section 27(5) of the Principal Act to make it so that authorized officers do not have to give warnings to those who don't comply immediately with a directive given under the Act. Colleagues, I believe that it should never be a case where we don't require officers to take alternative steps before escalating a situation. I believe that it is a slippery slope on which to enter. And if a citizen contravenes a directive given by an authorized officer, then I believe that that person should be given an opportunity to receive a warning before it is assumed that the contravention is deliberate. I believe that sections like this must be taken into account, and we must ensure that we don't create a space for bias, especially with what exists in our Jamaican reality, where this is often the case with interactions between the police and civilians. I also want to put forward for consideration that these amendments pose the risk of targeting a specific group of people. And I say this, and I say this because what we see happening is that police presence is often more visible in some areas than others. And so what you will find is that a specific group of persons are consistently targeted, though they might not be the greatest perpetrators of breaking the protocols. And so I believe that in implementing these amendments, that we consider the fact that we might be creating bias. As legislators, I believe that we cannot subliminally even send a message that we do not trust persons who are from, I dare say, lower income communities. Especially when there is a pervading, especially when there is a pervading perception that the police treat differently with violators from higher income homes than lower income homes. And this is not just my point of view. This is the reality and we must accept it. Stop running from it.
Why are they interrupting the young senator? Why are they bullying
Mr.
the
President,
young senator?
is this where I ask for protection?
Why are you bullying the senator? Pick on somebody's size, man. Leave the young senator. Yes, pick on somebody's size and leave the young senator.
Section 26 of the Principal Act also states that an authorized officer may enter any premises within a disaster area to ensure compliance with orders made pursuant to the Act. Section 26, Part 5C requires that officers produce authority when asked by the person in charge of the premises. These, in my view, are perfectly reasonable provisions. Therefore, Mr. President, I'm quite concerned that this requirement is removed. I'm not sure if it's an oversight, and I would take some clarification on this matter, but I believe that the Principal Act has already made it clear in sections 26(6) and 7, that the officer can enter the premises with or without the consent of the owner once identified. So there's no justification, in my view, for why the requirement to produce authority would be deleted. A provision, I believe, would likely help facilitate citizens' cooperation, participation, and trust in the process. So I'd like some clarification on that matter. My next point, Mr. President, is that the orders made under the Disaster Risk Management Act did not previously give rise to criminal liability. And now the amendment bill says that failure to comply is a criminal offense. Though I understand this rationale, I'm not quite sure of something that was put forward by Member Sinclair, where he stated that the Act as it stands does make provisions or does attach confines to what the Prime Minister can and cannot do. I still think that there is some subjectivity as I read it, and it still allows for the Prime Minister to go ahead and to make these orders as he sees fit. I don't think that it is right for the Prime Minister to get this amount of power to create a wide range of offences under the orders without being subject to affirmative resolution in Parliament. This is what we are putting forward. This is what we are putting forward. While you might say that the Prime Minister has been so gracious as to bring these orders to Parliament, I still think that there's the need for that kind of accountability. Yes. I still think that we need to ensure, as the leader of the opposition stated, that we make good law. And I believe that good law dictates that we put in place this system of oversight that will guide the orders that are put forward by the Prime Minister. Consider this, that there is a possibility that a future Prime Minister might not be so gracious. And what do we do in a situation like that? What do we do in a situation where that is not the case?
Fair and present danger for you.
Mr. President, we cannot allow a disaster, though it calls for urgent action, to push us to abandon the democratic principles on which our government should stand. Let us not continue on this path of also passing the blame about who should have done it and didn't do it. But let's do the right thing and make the move to produce good law and protect our democracy. Lastly, I have a few concerns about the offences or the tiering of the offences in Schedule 6 of the bill. And I know that the Minister did mention that they're not final, right? But what was put forward, I have some concerns about that. Are breaches of the orders... So are we to believe, Mr. President, that breaches of the orders related to the operation of a business or the operation of public transport rightly considered a Tier 2 offence? I can't say that I agree in some ways with the member from Montego Bay, because I do believe that some of the fines could be rectified. The same point is raised when we look at BPOs who fail to give their daily report to the Director General. It's a Tier 4 offense, and I'm thinking that it should even be a Tier 6. And so there are questions as to how the tiers are actually constructed, and I think that is something that we need to go back and review. Mr. President, I've seen persons go back and forth on social media about whose responsibility it is, whether it's the people or whether it's the government. And for me, I believe that our collective safety depends on individual commitment to observing protocols, and also it depends on the government to lead and to manage. And so legislative changes like this are crucial to the management, but they must be written and enacted with utmost respect for the rights of the Jamaican people and with respect for a democratic process. Mr. President, it requires a collective effort, but let's make sure that on our part as legislators, we do it right. May it please you, Mr. President. I don't want to hear truth.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Minister? Sorry, Senator Golden.
Mr. President, thank you. It wasn't my intention to make a contribution, a public contribution on this bill today, but I've heard what I want to describe as a serial, persistent, and unfair misinterpretation of the bill, almost by every member on that side who has spoken. And Mr. President, I can't allow it to go without comment. The 2 points that I want to respond to in respect of Senator Morris's presentation, as it was the last one, and it did repeat a number of the misinterpretations that had been uttered earlier. And that's this question of the Prime Minister's powers under this Act. It has been constantly repeated this evening that the Prime Minister has the wide authority to go and do anything he pleases. That is simply not true. Now, if you keep on telling somebody that something they're saying is not true, and they keep on telling you, I saw it go, there comes a point when you have to just agree to leave them in their folly. But what I cannot do, Mr. President, is allow that side to leave the Jamaican people into their folly. I simply cannot do that. The Prime Minister's powers are limited under this bill. They are limited. They are limited to the context of the declaration of a disaster, a pandemic, as we are having now. He cannot, outside of that regime, simply decide he's going to put in some ticketing system to arrest people for wearing shorts on the beach instead of bikini. It doesn't exist under this bill. I was trying to go with a visual that you could relate to, Lamy. The other point, Mr. President, and I'm not going to be long, the other point is this question of warning. The Jamaica Constabulary Force Act enshrines the power of a constable under Jamaican law. And unlike the Jamaica Defense Force, every constable has his own legitimate power under the Constabulary Force Act. For us to be talking about and enshrining in this legislation that a constable's discretion to determine whether or not he wants to warn in a scenario that is deserving of a warning versus to quickly move to cite the person and fine them for the breach of the act is fettering the police in a way that we don't want to do. We don't want to do that because the circumstances cannot be determined in this chamber. It has to be determined by the constable on the road. And the last thing I want to say, Mr. President, you know, this entire afternoon, there have been labels and remarks made in the presentations made by the members on that side. In respect of the motive of the government and the Prime Minister, in respect of the question of the word use was deceptive. I know we had a point of order on that, but I have to make this point because I know when we get up here and the sound bites start to go, I just introduced myself to social media this week in an active way. Hadn't been on it before. It's very heady, and I get that when we stand here, you can get very heady because I want that soundbite to tweet about tonight. But the duty of the parliamentarian in the chamber is to present the truth and the facts. And yes, you're going to do it from your perspective, but do not do what was done today, which was to get up and say to the Jamaican people that if you shower in the morning, you're likely to get hit by a car. That is the logic. That is the connection. That is the connection between the question of somebody being arrested and critique of the government. Neither of them were connected today, and that's what was done on that side. And it is disingenuous, and it is wrong, and it shouldn't happen in this chamber. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Golden. Thank you, Senator Golden. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like the passion of my sister, Senator Shireen Golden Campbell. I am sure that the passion she displayed a while ago would be healing balm for her dad. I can take it amount of point of order. But, Shireen, I wish the old man well. My first year at JC was head boy, and he and I host a program, and you don't worry about that, man. Yes, he was head boy. He was head boy in my first year. And we did host a program at 102. I wish him well, and the family. Mr. President, let me start with the point that my sister, Senator Golden Campbell, made about the Prime Minister not being able to do anything. You know, one thing the Prime Minister can do under this legislation is to say everybody must be vaccinated. I am pro-vaccine. I have taken the first shot of this, and I urge everybody to do it. But equally, I support the right of a conscientious...
Mr. President, I'm sorry, on a point of order. I can't allow that point to go. It is simply not true.
1 minute. Senator Brown, hold on now. Yes, but there's a point of order. What is the point of order?
Mr. President, we have something called the Jamaican Constitution. If the Prime Minister were to order under this act, and I do not know which provision would permit him to do so, he could not come and touch my body and vaccinate me unless I chose to be.
That's very.
So it is absolutely not true.
Very informative and useful, but not a point of order. Continue, Senator Brown.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Let me repeat. In advancing the cause of the legislation, the Prime Minister could order that every citizen be vaccinated. That's the reality. And don't tell me about Constitution, because your Prime Minister have been notorious from Senate letters of resignation, through the needs, through the BLAC he was there, through the SOEs, to act unconstitutionally. Yes, the courts will strike it down, but it doesn't stop Bro God from acting unconstitutionally. So let us be clear. And as I have said, I am aware that in this country today, when you talk up and you criticize this government, some people have done so, have found themselves in lockup. The road to dictatorship comes when good men and good women refuse to stand up against the creeping dictatorship. Let us not forget, Mr. President, let us not forget that in this very chamber, in the unconstitutional needs bill that came before us, there was a clause which said the Prime Minister by order could have changed any law. We pointed it out. We in the opposition pointed it out. The explanation is, oh, we don't need that anymore. Remember that clause? Oh, let us go look at the bill again. So it's a long time the desire for powers to change laws by order has been about. And because I have a good memory, and because I saw how offensive that was to our Constitution, we put our foot down. And if Senator Skeffrey was here today, he would have said, yes, we fought it and we got it out of the bill. So, where I have seen a tendency to do things that are unconstitutional, I have to be worried when I see a bill like this come before us. Mr. President, in my opinion, some of the things in the orders that are being proposed strike me that what we're doing is trying to bring back the unconstitutional needs through the back door. Yes. We're trying to bring back the unconstitutional needs through the back door. Yeah, it is. It is. But let me explain to you. Today I see something which says from the police, if you're going to carry somebody to the airport or pick up somebody, you must walk with a government issue ID. You must walk with a government issue ID. So we're getting back to the you must have your ID on you. So we can't get needs. We get the passport, we get the driver's license, but you must have it. So I am seeing an attempt to bring back the unconstitutional needs through the back door. It's like the past, like your phone dropped. So, President, why should somebody going to church have to go and register with the police station? And even that has been changed now. Why is it that you have to go and register with the police so we can get the information on these people? Mr. President, it's all right. The people know who is spreading propaganda than who is speaking truth. So, Mr. President, why should a churchgoer have to report? If you see somebody on the road and they're allowed 12 to go to church, you know, call the pastor and say, Pastor Chambers is my pastor. They say. You know, call Pastor Chambers and say, was Arbinil at your church today? And was he one to? But you see, maybe you won't go to Pastor Chambers' church. Huh? So, why do we need that? I can go to a Caymanas Park and I don't need to register. I can take the JUTC bus or a taxi on a Sunday and I don't need to register. I have a concern when going to church require a registration. So you start with this now. You start with this now. Or I can go to a wedding. I can go to a wedding and I don't have to register. But I go to church, I have to register. And so I'm worried about that. Mr. President, it's clear to me that the people out there do not understand what is in this law.
Because you're confusing them.
Let's take, for example, a question somebody sent me. He's driving in his private car on the public road. He's not wearing a mask in the car. Is he in violation of this order? Because he's in a public space? That needs to be clear to the people. It needs to be clear to the people. Person says, I'm in the supermarket. I am paying with a cash or credit card. I am not 6 feet away from the cashier. Am I in breach of your 6 feet social distancing rule? People want to know. They're not sure about that. And I'm sure the police not sure either. So next thing the police say, that's a public place, and you must be 6 feet so you can't pay a bill. So in other words,
You're looking for free goods, you have to pay.
me and you know the same, you know. So here we're saying, President, this legislation is coming to us to allow the Prime Minister to say today, no burial. Then later on tonight, yes, you can bury. Where's the certainty that laws are supposed to bring? When the Prime Minister has shown over and over with these orders that something is announced today, by later on it is changed because insufficient thought went into it. Which is why I'd have preferred a joint select committee to look at...
Mr. You're not going to intervene in this, you know. But you don't hear the leader say that the leader of the opposition rejected the invitation for a joint select committee. You don't hear that.
Mr. President, you want to step into the fore. Mr. President, it is well known. No, I'm not. It is well known, Mr. President, that we in the Senate and this side of independence, we never sign any undated letter. We are not like you who sign undated letter. We on this side have the capacity to say
don't draw my tongue in here today. You know?
No, I don't draw my tongue.
Because everybody know how to reach over there. So don't bother try that with me. Don't try that with me in here.
I don't draw the tongue.
Don't try it.
I don't draw the tongue.
Who sell and who buy position in the Senate. So don't draw my tongue here. And when I use that phrase, I'm quoting a well-known Jamaican Prime Minister. Don't draw my tongue in here today.
If you come into the arena, you're going to get response. If you come. On this side, we don't sign undated letter of resignation. And, no, not at all. The only thing I sign is the book. The only thing I sign is the book. Right? Only thing I sign is a book declaring me a senator. Let us be clear. Let us be clear. Let us be very clear that as far as I am concerned, what the leader of the opposition said elsewhere is his views. That's his views. I may be guided by it, but I retain my independence. Every single one of us here And I go further to say to this. The leader of the opposition supports our stance in the Senate today in respect to our position on this bill. I want to make that clear. The leader of the opposition stands with us. Stands with us. So the petulance of the president, doesn't scare us. The petulance, the leader wanted to cooperate. He wanted to work with you all, but you rejected the cooperation. So let us be clear. The petulance of the president doesn't scare me, because I grew up believing when Mr. Samuda said, what is left over there is a set of yes men, wimps and lackeys who have surrendered their right to descend. This guy will always hold his right to descend. For you?
You just disturbed the leader, you destroyed
let me tell you honestly. I've been listening to you. I wonder why you're here. Because this is above your level. Mr. President, I am not sure whether these penalties, these offenses, are going to be what you lawyers call strict liability, or it allows for a reasonableness. One part of the law says without reasonable excuse, but another part leave the door open to whether it's strict liability. In other words, what is meant by strict liability, Arvin? It means that if your mask break, and you are stopped by the police, your mask break, and you have committed an offense, and there's no explanation that takes that away from you. And I raise this, Mr. President, because when we're swearing in September, I wore a mask. The elastic burst. I was maskless. Would I know I've committed an offense when I didn't intend it? Thankfully, there's another senator who had an extra mask. Thankfully, I asked a member of the parliament who had another mask in her car. Now, what do we do in such a situation? The helper at minimum wage is going home, but the mask break. I walk with these disposable. Sometimes you take it out of the pack and the string bursts off. No longer a mask. And what do you do? Nice to see the president come back. A little cooling off is a wonderful thing. Yeah. What do we do to that helper? What do we do to that helper who is now without a mask in a public place? So, in such a situation, this constable or this municipal officer or this other authorized officer decides, I don't care, tell that to the judge. Tell that to the judge. And if it's a strict liability and you don't pay the ticket, so the helper earning $7,200 a week is now going to have to pay that ticket of $5,000, and you call that justice, and that is caring for poor people? That's what you call it? I call it oppressive. I call it wickedness. I call it uncaring. I call it uncaring. I'm wicked, that's fine. Coming from you, I can take that. Because I never have to run, leave a country. I never had to run, leave a country like a thief in the night. I can go to Cuba anytime. I can go to Cuba anytime. I am not wicked because I report on all my activities. Yeah, I'm going to ease you up. Yeah, you're not a bad man, you're just miserable. You just eat the wrong part of the fowl. So, Mr. President, I can go anywhere in the world. Mr. President, give on, don't need no water down. Sure. Mr. President, why we're at this stage now with this pandemic is because the government, instead of taking the offer of the opposition from last year to cooperate, to work together, the government has chosen to go on its own. Look in the glory of a super spreader event in September. And now we're paying the price because of your folly, your selfishness, and your feeling that you alone can fix it. When the country requires all of us working together, Senator Gill, to fix it. You want me to be a rubber stamp like you? No, the wrong person. Senator Sinclair, you know, in 2016, having left the plan for a 6-story medical facility at the University Hospital, 500 beds. Your government in May broke ground for it. I recall Minister Nigel Clark in one of his budget presentations, if not last year, the year before, saying, no, we're going to build this 6-story, 500 bed. And everybody liked the sweet mouth. What has happened to that hospital now? That 500 bed will that save us in this pandemic. From 2016, you broke ground for it. What has happened to it? Minister hasn't reported to us why it isn't built, but we know Jalisa McGowan couldn't find a bed at the University Hospital to get a little oxygen. She's dead. She's dead. The sweet mouth didn't save her. We know about the man in Montego Bay, Cornwall Regional, whose daughter said green is his favorite color. Died because of absence of bed. Could have transferred to the University Hospital 500 additional beds. So this government has failed the people. This government has sought to go it all alone. This government has now resort to try and criminalize our citizens for your own feeling. This government has now resort to criminalizing the citizen. This government is again moving in an unconstitutional way. Minister, I make a final appeal to you. Let us delay signing off on this bill today. Let us consider the need for a joint select committee. Let us consider that. Let us involve the public education that a joint select committee will allow for, so the people may understand what is this. You know, Mr. President, I close on this, because sometimes being a little older help you. In 1962, there's a decision on the flag behind you. There's concern in and outside of the Parliament about the color of the flag. having enforced it with the majority, you ended up with a situation where a large section of the Jamaican people showed very little regard for the flag because it was decided in a partisan manner. Mr. President, the Jamaicans of today only began to show regards for our national flag in 1997. 1997, with the advent of the Reggae Boys' success. They unified the country. They unified, sorry, Trikey not here to teach you. They unified the country. This legislation, Minister, should not be seen as a JLP legislation. Let it be seen as a Jamaica, let it be seen as a legislation of the entire Parliament, in which a government Mr. President, you gave them permission to be talking? All right, I'm glad he did. I'll wait until you finish so I can continue my speech. Yeah. Mr. President, this legislation is too important to be seen as being rushed through by one side without the fullest association, consultation, and buy-in from both sides. Against that background, I want to make it clear that while I support, like my colleagues, tough measures, the process by which we get to those tough measures are important. And Senator Gale, you would understand that in industrial relations, that is not just what was done, but the process. I am unhappy with the process of this legislation, and so I want it to be known that I do not support this legislation as is. It requires a joint select committee, it requires further consultation and discussion, and above all, it requires an affirmative resolution for any order moved by the Prime Minister. Without those, I cannot give any support to this, and I want the country to know it does not have my support because the process has been flawed. And I hope that that will at least indicate to the government. And no matter what your response is, truth is, my measurement is the people. They will decide. And as I said earlier, the people don't believe the Prime Minister took the vaccine. They don't believe the Prime Minister took the vaccine. The people believe that you are oppressive and you are unconstitutional and that you are just mere and caring and a failure. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Williams.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just briefly, I heard something earlier said, and I just wanted to try and bring a little clarity just to that issue. I believe most have been said, and I believe I'm quite satisfied to support today because I think all the issues that persons had concern about, I believe that those issues have been properly dealt with. What I heard was that the Disaster Risk Management Act didn't contemplate a situation as exists today. And I don't take kindly to it. I find it almost offensive. Because what it would be saying is that the Ministry of Local Government, under the leadership of Minister at the time, R. Scott, that they would have put together a Disaster Risk Management Act and didn't contemplate the wide range of disasters that exist across the globe. Yeah, after Chick V, because Chick V was 2014 and this was 20. So after Chick V, you could never, ever. And remember, at that time I was a councillor under the Ministry of Local Government. So I would have been aware of the act, and I did know that the wide range of issues, disaster issues, were contemplated. I do agree that a lot of emphasis would have been placed on hurricanes and flooding and so forth, but it's not correct to say that it didn't contemplate a situation as exists today. It would be short-sighted. It would say a lot about the Parliament at the time, it would say a lot about the Cabinet, and it would say a lot about both the minister who piloted the bill in the So that, let's rest that. It did contemplate what exists today. And it's because of that, and I believe it did give proper thought to what exists today. And the issue of parliamentary oversight, that was also contemplated. And the decision was very clear that because of an emergency and the exact condition that exists today, that the Parliament at the time believed that it would be best in the interest of the nation, in the interest of our citizens, that the Prime Minister would have the authority to put into, with the advice of ODPEM, so the balance would have been, the Constitution would have been at the balance on the Prime Minister. And the fact that the orders just run the duration of the special condition that exists, which is the disaster that exists. So that would have been the balancing why the Parliament at the time figured that it would be far more in the interest of the population to allow the leader, to allow the Prime Minister. We meet with ODPEM on a regular basis. So to say because we don't see the leader of ODPEM in the media, to use that to say that ODPEM is not playing the role that it ought to play, that's not true. I mean, on a weekly basis, we do meet with ODPEM. All the parish councils, all the mayors, the minister himself of local government, we meet with ODPEM and we contemplate all the issues and we go through them. But, Mr. President, that's the only issue I really want to speak on just now. I just wanted to lay it out clear that to say that the Act in 2015 did not contemplate what exists today, I would say that's not true. I would say what the regime exists in the Act because it did contemplate what exists today.
Minister, thank you, Senator Williams. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it has been another robust debate. And, I think if I can find a positive, because, I always like to try to...
Before you do that, allow me just to... Madam,
yes,
just have a seat
one more
for me,
second to
have a seat
contemplate the positive.
Senator Brown, I wish to apologize to you, No. I wish to apologize to you because you said something to me and I responded in a way that is most uncharacteristic of me. So I wish to apologize to you and to the viewers at home who may or may not have picked up a sort of your remark that I made. So
no
I
apology
apologize.
necessary, Mr. President. The drawing of your tongue was your undoing.
Anyway, I apologize to you. I apologize to you publicly, and I apologize to the younger viewers at home who might have found my strenuousness
You got a call while you went out.
a bit unsettling. Thank you very much, Minister.
President, we're brethren. We're big people.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your gentlemanly conduct, parliamentary conduct. Yes. I think the ability to apologize is a good thing. It's a strong characteristic. Pardon me? It wasn't merited. But this was merited. So there we go.
Keep going.
The President is definitely my senior, sir. He's absolutely my senior, as you are.
And he's much bigger than you, so that's okay.
I would not have commented in that manner. Just to indicate, Mr. President, that certainly our ability to focus and concentrate on the important matter of this legislation, I think, is a positive to be identified from this sitting. It's been a long day. The matters are important. Yes, the cafeteria is not working. And we have nonetheless drawn on inner resources and focused on the task at hand, which is fundamentally about delivering a better regime to protect the public health and well-being of the Jamaican people. That's at the heart of this, you know. Everything that we're doing here is about the health and well-being of the Jamaican people. And I find sometimes, and it's an exercise I often have to do in foreign affairs, that it is possible to lose sight of what's important if you lose focus. And if you keep the people at the forefront of what you are doing, you will not. You will always find true north when you remember that this is about people. This is about the fact that a virus spreads with movement, it causes illness, more people are presenting ill than they did in the early stage of the pandemic. It means more people are dying. It means a public health system which was already under pressure before the pandemic hit is under greater pressure. We didn't have a perfect system which is now under pressure. We had a system that required strengthening, which we built capacity, and things have, or rather infections have gotten so high now that even that additional capacity is under pressure. And behind that capacity and those hospitals that I speak of are people, nurses, doctors, attendants, porters, community health aides, a lot of people working every day to try to keep people well and alive. And every day that we delay in finding a way to ensure that people think more seriously about their decisions not to comply with measures, every day that we sow a divide under the veil of concern for persons' fear, which may or may not exist. Every day that we don't authentically pull together, not just use the word unity or the words work together. Just uttering the words is not enough. Every day that we sow division by our actions and by our utterances, trying to correct it with an odd phrase here or there, or covering it, is a day that we keep pressure on our health system and our health workers. It is a day longer that is lost in our fight against the pandemic. It has been said several times today that the framework in the 2015 regime is simply being enhanced because of difficulties that are experienced on the ground. The mandatory warning is a problem because it is mandatory, and it therefore creates a difficulty in proof, and it creates a difficulty in enforcement in circumstances where it is not appropriate. It is simply now being put in as an option. It's not removed. It's there as an option. So not only is it preserved in the underlying legislation, as Senator Golden Campbell very helpfully pointed out earlier, but it is still there. It is still there. It is just now not mandatory. And I don't think that it is helpful to sow class divides on an issue which is about enforcement of a public health measure in a time of disaster. framework is about ensuring the ability to enforce and to implement with agility and dynamism as a situation unfolds. COVID does not know rich and poor. COVID does not know borders. COVID does not know whether you're happy at a wedding or sad at a funeral. COVID does not know, and it does not care. COVID spreads with movement, and if people are not listening to the fact that this is a scientific reality, and our elders are dying, and our young people too. So we need to change how we are doing things. And we really have to focus on what's important here. As thrust at political relevance or a political point, or it's just not worth it in this time. There'll be another occasion where the cost of it is less high. There'll be another opportunity to bring opportunistic arguments or, broad allegations and to build narratives. And the cost will not be so high. Save it for then. Save it for then, because now is not the time. The 2015 legislation sets a framework for the ability to make decisions in a prompt way. Tabling an order and waiting for it to be debated in one house and then passed in the next house before it can be enforced, when things change on a daily basis or even bi-weekly, it is challenging. If we were in a circumstance where all of us were sick and Parliament couldn't sit. And it's not, I don't like to think in terms of extremes, because life doesn't always occur in the extremes. We always occur mostly in the gray space. But the reality is that disasters require the ability to act with agility. And Section 29 of the Interpretation Act recognizes this. So yes, there has been a greater legislative approach to using affirmative resolutions more, but it is not unconstitutional, it is not unlawful, and it is not improper in a context where there is a set framework within which it can happen. ODPEM needs to advise the Minister of Local Government. The Minister of Local Government needs to advise the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has to declare a disaster, and then the orders can only be within the four squares of the legislation to enforce, to take measures that are responsible for mitigating or preventing or removing the source of the disaster. That's what it's there. That's what's there. That's what was there from 2015. The things that are being adjusted now are not of a nature that are as is being crafted by your side. And I want to think that maybe it is that you launched out thinking that this was in fact problematic, and I would like to hope that the explanations that have been offered today have clarified the issue for you. The matters do not merit a joint select committee. This has been agreed in another place. And I just want to make clear that the word disease was in there from the start, just as it is in the constitutional provision that you read, and it allows, therefore, for us to recognize, as Mayor Williams has pointed out, Senator Williams has pointed out, that it clearly was a matter that was contemplated. But we need more. That's the point. There needs to be a fine-tuning of the measures for enforcement, and that is what this is about. I want to just make one more point before I take my seat and ask for second reading, which is just to, again, clarify. I don't want to overstate it, but the 16% was about what was confirmed as in our vaccination plan, meaning that's what we confirmed to receive. We were confirmed to receive. So the discussions, maybe there was some misunderstanding around what was said, but the plan was never to only vaccinate 16%. That's just the extent to which we had confirmed allocations of vaccines. So I'm just... COVAX has, they've said 16 to 20%. The issue is timing of supply. They have indeed. They have in writing, and they have confirmed it to all CARICOM countries. The point, and I don't know why I'm allowing myself to be distracted. The other point that I wanted to make in closing, yes, is just that the issue was raised about the statutory review, and I just wanted to confirm, so that it's not lost in the record, that the review, the comprehensive review of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015 is underway. Delayed, yes, but it is underway, and I wanted that to be clear. So, Mr. President, I don't recall the details of your amendment. I think maybe you spoke too quickly, so I was unable to complete my note. So what I will say is that I do not see a need to amend Clause 3 of 26 at this time. So I will, on that note, Mr. President, I would ask for second reading of the bill.
Thank you. Minister, the question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Disaster Risk Management Act in order to adequately implement and address measures to combat various calamitous events, including a pandemic, and for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I put clause 1. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Clause 3. I put clause...
There's an amendment. No, that's your amendment, Pedro. Read the amendment.
Senator Bunting, you have a proposed amendment? Yes. Will you read it for the record, please?
Read it slow so the minister can write it down this time. No, I don't write it to you. I don't write to government.
Yes, I am proposing, Mr. Chairman, an amendment to the existing subsection 26.3 and to replace it with a new subsection 26.3 that would read as follows. An order under subsection 2 shall lapse and cease to remain in force 14 days after the date that the order is made, comma, unless the order is approved by affirmative resolution prior to it lapsing, comma, and if so approved, the order shall remain in force until the end of the period specified therein. Full stop.
Mr. President, what I would like to suggest to Senator Bunting is that rather than accepting this now, that we will note it, have the technical people look at it, speak to the relevant minister about it. When we send this back, in any event, if he sees merit in it, it can be inserted because it wouldn't need to come back here. So we wouldn't delay, but I will not disturb the policy that has been set by the ministry. The Senate is not a policy-making body per se, so I'm going to note it. I didn't catch it because I don't actually write that fast, but I'm hopeful that the technical team did. If not, I will take it from you after, and I will ensure that it is discussed with the minister, and so that a decision can be taken on it. But it won't be accepted today. But that is as best as I can offer by way of compromise.
Well, I'm not sure that's a compromise, but Mr. President, we're going to divide on this clause.
No problem. So the members would have heard the proposed amendment by Senator Bunting And that amendment is proposed in relation to Clause 3. Now, with respect to the amendment put forward by Senator Bunting, those in favor?
Aye.
They don't divide yet. Those in favor?
Divide.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Those against?
No. Oh, you're supposed to say divide.
Yes. So, Madam Clerk, I think that the member is calling for a divide.
No, you are supposed to say divide. It was I said aye for my amendment.
Senator Allen?
You said no, but what you said
Allen?
you're supposed to say divide. So.
Yes to the amendment.
Senator Braham? Senator Bunting?
Yes to the amendment.
Senator Brown?
Yes to the amendment.
Senator Campbell? Senator Campbell Rodriguez? Senator Crawford? Senator Fraser Beans? Senator Gale? Senator Golden Campbell? Senator Hill? Senator Johnson Smith? Senator Longmore? Senator Morris, Dr. Morris? Senator Gabriel Morris? Senator Samuda? Senator Donald Scott Motley? Senator Sinclair? Senator Webby? Senator Williams?
Thank you very much. I do report the result of the divide as follows: 9 noes, 4 ayes, 7 absent, so the noes carry. So I now put Clause 3. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put Clause 4. Those in favor? Aye. Against? No.
Senator Allen?
No.
Senator Braham? Senator Bunting? No. Senator Brown? No. Senator Campbell? Yes. Senator Campbell Rodriguez? Senator Crawford? Senator Fraser Beans? Senator Gale? Senator Gale? Senator Golden Campbell? Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Johnson Smith? Senator Dr. Longmore? Senator Dr. Morris? Senator Gabriel Morris? Senator Matthew Samuda? Senator Scott Motley? Senator Sinclair? Senator Webby? Senator Williams?
Clerk, result of the divide is follows: 7 ayes, 4 noes, 7 absent. So Clause 4 is carried. I put Clause 5. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put Clause 6. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put Clause 7. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put Clause 8. Those in favor? Aye. Against? I put Clause 9. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
So sorry, Mr. President, but I'm going to have to ask for recommittal.
No, you don't have to say. You don't have to say.
So at the end, okay.
You don't have to
all
say.
Right.
Yeah, I just realized what that happened to.
Mr. President, just Chairman.
Where did I? Sorry,
Chairman, just
1 minute. Sorry. I just said 8, right? Yes. But I'm sorry. There are amendments to Clause 5 and 6 and the fifth. Well, I haven't reached the fifth schedule yet, so I'm going to recommit those. Let me just go through it and then I recommit it. Yes, Senator
I
Brown.
think you said clause 4.
Yes, we had voted.
It's read on clause 3, I believe.
I think there was some confusion. We were asking for the divide on the original, the 26.3, the corresponding to what we had said.
And not 4.
But I think you had recorded it as being a divide on 4.
No, it was clause 4. The divide was called on.
But that wasn't the intention. It was the same point. It was the same clause.
Senator, you want me to recommit 3?
Yeah, I think there was a misunderstanding by the chair. We were trying to divide on 26.
All right, no problem. Okay, let's go. So can I do 9, 10, and 11? Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. So let me recommit then clause number 3. Come again? It's because there was a division on the amendment, but they want a division on the
original clause. On the original clause. We had proposed the amendment. There was a divide on the amendment. What we had wanted.
I don't have a problem doing that. And we can do it fairly quickly. So I'm going to put, the amendment had been defeated and a divide taken on it. So the clause itself now, I'm going to put clause 3. Those in favor?
Divide.
Wait now, man. Those in favor? Against?
No. Divide.
Good. Madam.
And President, you could take the divide that you read as 4.
Yeah, no, we can't do that. Can't do that. Come, Madam Clerk, let's go. Yes, we soon, Minister, we're getting there. We're getting
Senator
there.
Allen. Senator Allen.
We would have accepted the count from the last time.
No, I can't do that.
No. Senator Braham. Senator Bunting.
No.
Senator Brown.
No.
Senator Campbell. Yes. Senator Campbell Rodriguez. Senator Crawford. Senator Fraser Beans. Senator Gale. Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Hill. Yes. Senator Johnson Smith. Yes. Senator Dr. Longmore. Yes. Senator Dr. Morris. Senator Gabriela Morris. Senator Samuda. Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair. Yes. Senator Webby. Yes. Senator Williams.
Okay, thank you. So I do report the divide as follows. 9 ayes, 4 noes, and 7 absent. So the vote, the ayes would be carried in relation to clause 3, but the divide noted. I'm going to ask, the question is that clause 5 be recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Okay, so there is an amendment to clause 5, which is on the amendment sheet. Minister, is that correct? Yes. Okay, so you want to put the amendment. So I put the amendment to clause 5. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 5 as amended. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. And there's a question also that clause 6 be recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Clause 6 is recommitted, and there is an amendment to clause 6 on the amendment sheet. Minister, is that correct? Yes. So I put the amendment contained on the sheet. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 6 as amended. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have that.
Mr. President, if we could also recommit clause 11 so that we can address the 5th schedule.
Yes. So the question is that clause 11 be recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. There is an amendment to the 5th schedule in clause 11, which is on the amendment sheet, and I put that amendment. Those in favor?
Before I put it, Chairman, I just want a clarification. That's where the tiers are. 1, 2. In the 6th schedule. I saw a form from a policeman showed me a form which says that if he's not vaccinated, that could affect his employment status. Is that one of the orders that is being made by the government? I sent to you, Kawan. But it's a dangerous direction.
Thank you very much. So can I put the amendment to the fifth schedule contained in clause 11? Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. So I put clause 11 as amended. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Well, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Minister, third reading. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Disaster Risk Management Act in order to adequately implement and address measures to combat various calamitous events, including a pandemic, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Mr. President, it is...
Malicious intent.
Yes. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Yes, Mr. President. And I would like to, before we do anything else, thank the staff today, the staff of the Parliament, as well as our technical staff, the technical teams from the Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General's chambers, the Marshal, Mr. Luton, our orderlies, everyone who is here, security staff that have stayed to ensure that this bill is passed. And I would like everyone to know that the number of people that whispered to me, remember to thank the staff, is an indication of how personally and individually each person in here values all that you do and values all that you have done today. Hansard staff, and of course at Tony Terp, we thank you as well for all that you do every day and for today's yeoman's effort. We truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. And with that, Mr. President, it only remains for me to thank all the members of this honourable chamber who contributed to this debate, whether silently or vocally, or by the work done before or the work they will do to ensure that it is fully understood and that it is well enforced and implemented in the interest of our people, the people of Jamaica. But it is not intended to do any further business, and we will not see each other for the Easter, so I wish everyone also a happy and holy Easter, a blessed and peaceful Easter, and ask that you all remember to keep safe, mask up, wash hands, sanitize, try and keep your distance, and be well, you and your families. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I too would like to associate myself with the Leader of Government Businesses' thanks that she extended to the staff, and also to wish everyone safe and family lockdown happy Easter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Thank you very much, Senator Bunting. I also add my gratitude to the members of staff who stay behind to ensure that this important piece of legislation was passed. And I thank all the members who are here. I think you're giving me your new identification cards today, so make sure you have them handy as you go home now within the curfew hours. Thank you very much. This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Patsy Edwards Henry, President of the Nurses Association of Jamaica.
I am Dr. Mindy Fitzenley, President of the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association.
And I am Dr. Andrew Manning, President of the Medical Association of Jamaica.
COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on our families, our communities, our livelihoods, and our general way of life.